Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met a Mysterious Stranger. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He wasn't going to lie when people asked him his name. He'd often forget and respond with, "I'm Deku." His mother would frown and flick her eyes at him as if saying, "I know when you came out of me, I didn't name you Deku." Deku was a bittersweet name to Izuku Midoriya, depending on how he was doing on a particular day. Ever since his quirk failed to show on his 5th birthday, Kaken had started to look at him differently. Izuku grew up with people walking on eggshells like he could break if they bumped into him a little too hard. At least, Kaken never pitied him. That not many people understood why Izuku still looked at Kaken with awe. He couldn't stop being grateful to the one person who made him feel like he still had some semblance of dignity left. That one person now made his life a difficult kind of hell. He still admired the blonde, said blonde knew this. It was painfully obvious. Who could blame Izuku? Really? Kaken was perfect in every way except his personality. Kaken treated every person he came into contact with him like they were less than dirt. Deku couldn't help the feelings of red jealousy and a spark of hate when he saw people fall on Katsuki's feet like a line of dominoes, and even more so when Kaken tolerated them. Kaken and him were once super close. They were best friends, sworn enemies when they built an enormous fort castle using the biggest bedsheet they could find over the kitchen table and couch when they hung out at each other's houses to play hero versus villains. They were like brothers. There wasn't a day where they weren't together learning and making memories as kids. What happened? It pained him more than anything that they didn't talk anymore. And all for what? Because he wasn't born with a quirk. If Izuku had been born with a quirk, would he and Kaken be sharing the same room? Even with a weak quirk? Apparently so. The two lackeys from their childhood didn't exactly have strong quirks. They paled in comparison to Kaken's, and yet, they were allowed to follow Kaken's trail without getting blasted by his explosions. Izuku tried to be the least conspicuous as he possibly could at school, to take the riskiest glances at the blonde. This time he averted his eyes fast enough to see the blonde staring out the window beside him. Kaken was literally the protagonist of every manga in creation, while Izuku was an extra. Izuku bit his lower lip and chewed softly. He hated that. He wasn't an extra. What he hated even more than that was how he missed Kaken. There was a sick part of him that still yearned, so strongly, for time to rewind to a time where Izuku could relive his happiest childhood memories with Kaken all over again. How messed up was it that he would daydream during class about alternate universes where they got along? How sad was it that he wished his present to fly him by when he is supposed to be having the best possible experience on the new facet of his life that was supposed to be Aldra Junior High? He was stuck in the past. He dreaded the present. He feared for the future. Everything was wrong and it was driving him mad with pain. No one would ever know or even cared to help him. How had he not broken down in class? Why hasn't he screamed at the top of his lungs for them to stop? His sanity was still intact, but what for? Was his life going to be this way forever? When days got particularly unbearable for Izuku, he would wait to get home and blast a song. Izuku wondered if his feelings for Kaken were normal, that he especially dedicated to his former best friend. Has Izuku ever been normal? When did things change so much? Sometimes he didn't recognize himself. Izuku was born a happy person. He was raised with happiness and love. That it wasn't fair. The person that stared back into the mirror didn't seem to be entirely him. Kaken's other two childhood friends were speaking animatedly with a smug confidence. They both tried to get the unnaturally calm blonde to join whatever topic they were talking about. Izuku sighed and put his head down on the desk. He was a nobody and he hated the fact everyone around him constantly pushed the idea deep into his mind. It was utterly draining sometimes to believe otherwise. There was more than one reason why Kaken kept Izuku away. The first was his quirklessness. The second was that Izuku saved Kaken. He wished Kaken had still been petty for the time Izuku rushed to his side and offered his sincere concern along with a helpful hand when the ruby-eyed tripped high from a tree that had fallen over a riverbank, creating a new path for them to explore on the way to the playground. Kaken had fallen and Izuku ran, worrying that Kaken hit his head, or was not able to swim. Water was Kaken's weakness, and it wasn't in Izuku's nature to stand by and watch. No, it was more serious than that. A secret that caused them to drift apart permanently. Though, Izuku was confident enough to know with full certainty that if what happened in their first year of Aldra Junior High never actually happened, Kaken would still hate his guts and would not touch him, much less come near him, with a 50-foot pole. It was something they would never speak about, ever, out loud, but remembered every day, like an everlasting tattoo inside their brains. The bell rang and Izuku gathered his things into his infamous yellow All Might-themed backpack that he refused to let go of. He didn't care, okay? All Might is and will always be his hero, and he wasn't going to shy away from letting the world know about it. Yes, that he was a nerd, a fanboy. People needed to learn to leave him be with his note-taking passion on heroes and anything related to quirks. He was allowed to have interests other than school. It wasn't fair how he was picked on for being normal. Izuku was feeling pretty excited on a wonderfully warm Wednesday afternoon. There was a new and much larger mall that he was dying to go, but with his mom's grueling work schedules they hadn't been able to go. Izuku was willing to wait for his mom because he wanted to spend the day with her on her day off, but that hadn't happened in 4 long weeks. If he was lucky he'd wake up and spend some time eating breakfast with her, but lately, they were struggling financially. More than normally, and he was beginning to worry for his mother's health. Most of Izuku's days consisted in his silly attempts to entertain himself and kept himself busy as best as he could. It was starting to get tough, but he wasn't going to complain to his mom, who returned home exhausted and would drop dead like a fly once her head touched a pillow. Izuku took step after step down the stairs. He, shyly, glanced at the groups of 2 or more speaking with enthusiasm and sharing each other's company. How he wished there was someone, anyone he could talk to. Izuku had so much to say. Maybe too much. A small pang of sadness attacked his heart. He took a deep, shaking breath through his small nose. He wasn't going to give the school that pushed him away even more reasons to make fun of him. He needed to be brave and strong. Boys. Sometimes Izuku couldn't help wondering why. What's the point? People murmured loudly on purpose, threw things at him, tripped him and pushed him. The pranks, the heartless insults were endless. If his classmates, many of which he didn't know personally, including upperclassmen, didn't attack him on a given day, then they would ignore him completely. He didn't know what was worse, being the center of their mockery and bullying, or being treated like a ghost that no one could see, wanted to see. Izuku found his locker and exchanged his school shoes with his all-time favorite red shoes. OMG, look at his feet. They're so small. Like a girl's. I think mine are bigger than his. It's not fair, he's quirkless. Izuku flushed in embarrassment that some girls were picking on him. He rushed to put his shoes on and walked out of the school grounds. Was that really necessary? It's like the world wanted his bad experiences to kill him on the spot. Izuku knew his feet were small. His feet could easily fit into his mother's shoes. That's why he chose the ones he was wearing right now, because they gave a different illusion of a more masculine size. Izuku breathed out, glad he was out of school. Don't get him wrong, Izuku loved to be taught new things and prided himself for acing every subject, but the institution itself turned a blind eye to every student that didn't bother to hide their dislike for him was another story altogether. He would rather trust a drunk driver than trust his teachers with his obvious troubles at school. Not one has ever approached him to offer their help or lend a listening ear about the countless, flying rumors that were spread about him around the halls. But, moving on to other more exciting and especially impromptu plan. All in all, the day was beautiful. Cherry blossoms' petals were carried by the wind, making his everyday scenery walk more optimistic. Even more so because he wasn't heading straight home. Nope, not today. The day was just too perfect to go home. It wasn't dry or hot. His high spirit was determined to do something spontaneous and different other than walking home alone, to be alone and feel alone. So with childlike enthusiasm, he dug out his phone from his black uniform pocket and texted his mom. Izuku, Mom? Mom? Yes, Izuku? Smiley face. Izuku, can I go to the mall? Mom, the one nearby or? Izuku, the new one. Please? Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to? Oh, I heard on TV that there are new hero stores. Pretty please. Mom, I don't know, Izuku. It's pretty far away. Izuku, please 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 pretty please. Plus, I only want to see the hero stuff. I promise to take a quick look and come right back. Okay. But be careful. Don't talk to strangers and don't accept things from them. Don't follow strangers. No, to strangers. Okay, Izuku? Izuku, carrot, yesh. Izuku, thank you. Izuku, I'll be safe and super careful. Don't worry about me, Mom. Mom, you better, Izuku. I love you, gotta get back to work. Have fun. Izuku, thanks, Mom. Don't push yourself too hard. Mom, I'm Supermom. I never give up, laughing face. Izuku. Permission. Adventure planned? Not yet. Izuku crossed the street and searched Fuggle maps. He quickly memorized the names of streets that were the fastest and the most convenient for him to make. It took him 3 minutes for him go over his route until he felt confident with the directions he was going to take. He often wondered if his fast intake of information was good enough to pass as a photographic memory skill. Izuku didn't want to rely on his phone and miss out on his surroundings and the people. This was an adventure and he was going to enjoy it. He waited for his screen to turn black, and once it did, Izuku put it away to begin his travel. The train was impressive and too full for Izuku's liking. The crowd of people rushing into the train almost caused him to trip 5 steps into the bullet train. Izuku wasn't surprised. People were getting out of work to tend to their home and families and pets, or traveling to work more hours elsewhere. Secondary jobs were not unheard of in a highly modernized and as expensive as Japan. He tried to stay out of people's way and apologized if he bumped into people, and likewise thanked those who allowed him to move on further into the train. The amount of people inside collectively raised the temperature of the train, and in a matter of seconds the train turned into a tight, uncomfortable space. Izuku wrinkled his nose in disgust. He didn't want to be rude, but he also didn't deserve to be surrounded by people with bad hygiene. He was glad there wasn't a PE class today, but even if there was, Izuku always carried a deodorant stick around. The last thing he needed was to smell and give people extra weapons to attack him for at school. The sea of people kept moving him around and forcing him deeper into the train. He didn't know how, but he ended up in the corner. At least he could still look out, though outside the clear glass was just a dark tunnel. It would take 15 to 20 minutes by train to get to the mall, and then it was going to be another 10 minutes on foot to arrive to the mall, if things went smoothly. Passengers got off and Izuku wasted no time to stretch and move around to a better spot. Normally, he'd jump at the opportunity for an empty seat, but he wasn't that tired, only slightly annoyed. If he thought about it, he spent most of his time sitting down at school and at home, so this was all right. Another wave of people flooded in the train, and Izuku yelped when bodies were relocating him. He felt like the same cherry blossom petals he had seen outside of school. He was being carried away not too gracefully by elbows and the constant shuffle of bodies. He winced along the way as grown men stepped on his shoes while people's personal belongings hit his body. So far the adventure wasn't as exciting as he thought. It's like people couldn't see him. He was short, but not that short. Excuse me. Izuku's voice trembled. He was getting dizzy. He was feeling so small. A hand suddenly grasped his own, and Izuku almost gasped when he looked up. It was a man with white hair and piercing blue eyes. Izuku closed his mouth, but couldn't stop the blush from reaching his face. You need to do better than that, or else these people are going to trample you, the man said. Izuku couldn't tell if this was a prank because Mother of God was he good-looking. All he knew was that his heart needed to stop. I wasn't going to help you, but the longer I watched you the more responsible I felt, the man sighed. So here I am, trying to play knight in shining armor of all things. The white-haired man had an athletic build. His skin was flawless and smooth. Izuku felt like his savior had a bad boy side to him, too. And he was tall. Izuku could not help but stare. Sure, he would avert his eyes, but ended up sneaking glances towards the person whose body was being used as Izuku's shield from preventing people to move him around like a pinball. The white-haired bad boy prince gave Izuku a sexy grin that was equally dangerous and playful and knowing. This guy knew he was being ogled at by a soon-to-be third-year middle schooler. Holy sorry. Izuku all but blurted and pouted his apology. The model, because Izuku had no reason to believe this man wasn't a model, said smoothly with a light chuckle, "You're pretty adorable, you know that, right? Don't worry about it." Who gave this man the right to be this attractive, and why were Izuku's feelings doing backflips and jumping crazily like there was a rave concert? Izuku could smell a masculine scent of cologne from the close proximity of his chest. He swallowed and felt a hand pat lightly on the top of his head. Izuku looked up and found Bad Boy Prince, giving him a tiny playful smirk. "My name is Dadash." He paused and closed his mouth. "Danny or just Dan?" Izuku couldn't help quirk a slight eyebrow at the small hesitation, but decided not to think much about it since he went around answering the same question with Deku. "Mine is Izuku." "Cute, but it's actually perfect for you," Dan smiled. "No." Did his heart stop just now? What almost killed Izuku where he stood was the sincerity on his face and his voice. "That's illegal. Why am I suddenly wishing I was around the same age as you?" Izuku muttered to himself and shifted from one foot to another in a nervous dance. Dan leaned in, his mouth touching the shell of Izuku's ear. "You're not as quiet as you think you are." Dan stood upright and leaned his weight on his hip in a way that was cool and lazy. He winked smugly at Izuku, and Izuku visibly swallowed hard. "Okay, I'm thirsty." "Now," he whispered. Danny laughed, his amusement evident in his aqua blue eyes. "Calm down, Curly. Come on." Dan took Izuku's wrist and brought him over to an empty seat across the train near double-sided doors. "I'm tired." Dan sat with a hand still wrapped around Izuku's skinny wrist. He looked at the freckled, shy, and much smaller boy and tugged for him to take a seat. "What? And oh no, I'm okay. I can't." Izuku's curls became even more of a disheveled mess as he shook his head in panic. The seats were all taken and Dan, a complete hot stranger, spread his legs for Izuku to sit in between them. Dan patted his right thigh. "Come on, little Zu. I won't bite." Izuku didn't blink, he stared on, taking Danny's wonderful appearance. He was so handsome and such a flirt. Did he already mention Danny was incredibly tall? If there was a stand giving out free posters of Dan, Izuku would snatch one away and run at the speed of light to hang it on his wall. Izuku blushed. He racked his brain trying to find a reasonable explanation why someone as attractive as Danny was going out of his way to help someone like him. Are you a flirt? The player? That a fuckboy? Izuku couldn't say the former out loud, but was sure Danny understood him completely. Without warning, Izuku squeaked and yelped. His eyes widened in panic when a big person took a step back, pushing him forward. Izuku came face to face with Danny and could not get back on his feet because people seemed to have already claimed his spot, which was pretty small to begin with. Izuku's shaky hands and trembling arms landed respectively behind the dark blue plastic seat beside each side of his savior's face. To make matters even worse, his hands slipped and causing Izuku's face to land into Danny's collarbone. "Oh my god. I'm sorry. It wasn't me." Izuku whimpered. Danny lowered his face, full lips murmuring low, "I know. Relax and sit before you hurt yourself." Izuku's entire face was heated, but he did as he was told, very, very slowly. He avoided making eye contact with Danny and turned his body slowly around and lowered himself on the very edge of the seat. Danny only crinkled his eyes and grinned as if Izuku was being too dramatic. Danny then moved forward until his chest was pressing against the back of the small green ball of gay anxiety, hooked a muscled arm under his thin legs and lifted him up without much effort. Izuku all but covered his burning face. He didn't even fight Danny when it happened, and now he found himself being cradled on a stranger's lap, in public. What would his mother say? "You don't happen to be a runaway, are you?" Dan asked lightly. Green eyes peeked through his hands covering his pink face. He gulped and shook his head. "You look vulnerable, even feel like it too. Let me guess. School is terrible to you." Izuku slowly inched his hands on his lap and took a calming breath. Danny, a stranger, wasn't asking a question, he was making a statement that left no room for doubt. He glanced at those aqua blue eyes that was an even better color than the sky of their everyday lives and flinched when Danny peered deeply into his green eyes as if reading his life story. "So even a stranger can tell I'm a nobody," Izuku whispered and tensed with saddened emerald eyes. "How come?" "I'm quirkless. There's no use for me in a superhero society," Izuku answered automatically, refusing to look at Danny in the face. He settled by examining his palms. "That's roughed up, but you're wrong." Izuku sighed and did not stop the roll of his eyes. "We are all entitled to live and turn our goals into a reality. Your life is yours and you don't have to follow anyone's expectations, otherwise they win. If the world is casting you aside and ignoring your pain, then why should you go out of your way to please them?" Izuku shuddered a shaky breath. No one has spoken to him like that. No one has ever bothered to take a moment or even a second of their time to tell Izuku differently. Not even his own mother, who Izuku knew without a doubt loved him unconditionally until the very end, but this stranger had somehow made the inside of his chest fill with air again. Words that he always been desperate to hear by someone close to him were said by a stranger he just met, who helped him when he didn't need to. Can I really do that? In a world full of quirks? When I'm weak? Real strength comes in different forms, but you deciding to face the unfair treatment of others is already brave and enough. Real strength is living life, so if there are ever times when you want to give up, remember that the people mistreating you are in the wrong. Seek justice for your life. Live on out of spite, whatever works for you. Live because it's your birthright. Danny paused and continued, "The world is all kinds of messed up, it's imperfect, so unwanted people like us need to fix it with the strength that we have. Better to try and fail over and over again than to do nothing at all. Don't stop trying until you are seen." Izuku couldn't stop his eyes from tearing up. Danny spoke like he has experienced a life that he didn't ask for. He pursed his lips to wet them. "Are you quirkless like me?" "No, but I understand you. I grew up knowing firsthand what it was like to be broken out of my dreams and life, forced to live under the tight scrutiny of someone else's life path." Are you happy now?" Izuku's heart went out for Danny. It wasn't fair for anyone to experience a difficult beginning when they are supposed to be kids enjoying life. "I got a long way to go to achieve my goals. I take pleasure in little things in life to get me through though, so there's that." Danny gave a small shrug and a smile. "I'm glad I met you. You are still moving ahead, which gives me hope and courage to do the same. I want to know peace within myself. I know it's a cheesy thing to say, but I don't want to hate myself for not being good enough anymore. I don't want to die without knowing what freedom feels like. If that makes sense." "You're too cute and young to be talking this dark. Then again, I was the same too, so who am I to judge you?" Izuku couldn't help quirk a smile and said nonchalantly, "How else would I talk? I was told to end my life at school. If you want to be a hero so badly, there might actually be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk on your next life and take a swan dive of the roof of the building." Izuku suspired and gave an uneven small smile. "I almost want that as a tattoo on my chest." Danny narrowed his eyes darkly, something Izuku didn't fail to see. He shrugged again, feeling a physical ache, or was it an emotional one? He didn't know anymore. "Don't ever think about suicide, Izuku. You can't let them have the last laugh." "I know that I won't. I'm over it." He gave a half-hearted laugh. "I can't wait for high school. I can try again and have a new start, you know? And if things don't change, well, I might just kill somebody." Izuku laughed jokingly. Izuku rolled his shoulders back, feeling the weight of his backpack weight down on him, making his neck strain. Danny noticed and helped him out of his backpack. Izuku sighed and massaged the crook and blade of his shoulders, brought his arms up in the air and stretched the arch of his back. Izuku was sure Danny could hear the cracks of his stiff bones, and then he realized a little too late of the action he just did. Izuku awkwardly slumped his back and straightened his spine again, trying not to run away in pure horror, but also trying to get comfortable. He wasn't sure what to do or say. He whipped his head with the last bit of dignity he felt he had left. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to." Izuku brought a delicate hand to grasp the curls on his forehead and brushed them back. A pink tint of his cheeks made him curse at himself in his mind. "I don't mind. The view was pretty great." Danny gave Izuku a lopsided smile. Izuku punched him lightly on the chest. Shut up. Oh, I'm already liking this new, comfortable side of you, green bean. Danny gave a light squeeze just above Izuku's knees. Izuku momentarily squirmed, pursing his lips from letting his smile show. The attention, the help, and the touch left him flabbergasted and inexplicably pleased. Brash passengers continued to get off while the train attendants outside of the train were pushing people inside as fast as they could. There were apologies and frustrated grunts. A lot of shuffling transpired left and right everywhere. Danny shifted with Izuku on his lap. Thankfully, Izuku's small frame prevented people from crushing him anymore, but that didn't mean Danny was free from these people stepping on him or hitting him on the legs. Goddamn, there's a maximum capacity. Impatient idiots, Danny breathed out besides Izuku's forehead, who wanted to cause the least possible trouble for the passengers near him and wanted to avoid getting hit by further curling in on himself on Danny's bigger frame. Izuku rested his head on Danny's collarbone, his ears picking up the heartbeat underneath. The train began to pick up to race to the stop Izuku was planning to get off from. Izuku guessed from the app on his phone keeping track of the train's movement and distance that they were halfway there. That's your stop too? Danny said quietly. Izuku, already used to Danny's hand on his hip to keep him steady, simply hummed. Mine too. The lights of the train flickered slightly. It was something so faint, but Izuku noticed and looked up questioningly, and then the tires of the train started screeching. The force of the abrupt stop got a series of reactions from people who were almost thrown to the front of the train. There were curses, cries of panic and confusion. All at once the passengers started to voice their concerns and demanded answers. What the hell is going on? I can't be delayed. I've got a meeting to get to. Hey, move your hand, pervert. Fucking move. Please. What's going on? A voice then was transmitted from the speakers. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Please remain calm, the vehicle will begin to move shortly. 10 minutes passed. Another 10 minutes passed. Hey, why aren't we moving? What the hell? Get this train to move. Or I will sue your company. I will get you fired. The speakers clicked on signaling someone was going to address the disgruntled passengers. I am sorry to inform you, but the train is unresponsive. I've already called in our situation, help will get here soon. There was a bigger wave of verbal displeasure. Izuku sighed loudly, so much for not taking long and worrying his mom. He might as well take his time once he got to the mall, and get cozier on Danny for the meantime. I don't know why these people are upset. It's their fault for being impatient, Danny huffed lowly. Izuku opened his mouth, but closed it shut when the lights went out. Women cried in panic and men became louder. Izuku already had his phone in his hand and turned on the flashlight. He was surprisingly calm and fully annoyed. He realized he wouldn't be this way if he didn't have Danny's company. I'm starting to want to burn shit up. Izuku snapped his head and saw the frustration on Danny's face. Want me to get off of you? Put your backpack on. Danny grabbed the yellow bag and helped Izuku through each strap. Izuku sat up but struggled to stand up. There was hardly any space for him to step without bursting through people's personal bubble. That was when Danny stood up like a wall, eliciting a surprised gasp from Izuku, who expected to crash into the body in front of him, and started to push, with a single hand, the bodies in Izuku's way. Punk, don't push. There's hardly any space. An oversized man with thin-framed glasses shouted. Sweat poured heavily down his red face. Izuku could feel the heat coming off the man. The air was beginning to become uncomfortable for everyone inside. The complaints never ceased. It's hot. It smells. I want this train to move already. People rushed to use their flashlights and immediately began to work together to roll down the train's windows. Izuku wrinkled his nose. The oversized man was sweating through his white work shirt, and knowing his bad luck, he was going to come in contact with him. Shut it. I'm not in the mood. Danny didn't raise his voice, but the man in front of them obediently shut his mouth. Move. Danny stepped in front of Izuku and was magically creating a path with every step he took. People inched away and pushed themselves onto people to let him pass. Okay, Izuku wasn't going to pretend he didn't know what was going on. People weren't moving because Danny happened to look like a model. His voice even sent a sharp shiver down his spine that made Izuku go rigid, and that was because he wasn't the one it was directed to. The impact of Danny's words were there. Izuku couldn't see Danny's expression, he could feel it. Danny grabbed Izuku's hand once again and led the way. Izuku wasn't sure what Danny was planning, but he didn't know what to say. Strangely enough, Izuku didn't mind. Even though Danny was still a stranger, he knew him better than the passengers on board. In a short time they established something. It was imperfect and there still remained many missing puzzle pieces, but it was a start. Danny had reached him in minutes when the people he had known longer, for years, never cared to approach him unless it was to hurt him in some way. Izuku's gut and logic didn't raise any red flags. He trusted Danny. It was okay if his decision to follow the dangerous-looking prince turned out to be a mistake in the end. At least Izuku could say he gained something helpful from this experience. He figured that with every person he took a chance to get to know came risks of getting hurt. Danny stood in front of a narrow door at the end of the train and Izuku understood they were getting out. Danny pried the single door open. "Do you have your things with you?" Izuku checked in a haste and nodded like a bobblehead. Danny stepped out into the cool air and the endless narrow tunnel that looked much too eerie for Izuku's taste. He was glad he had made it a habit to bring a phone charger everywhere he went. With a swift and graceful jump, Danny stood, turned, and held up his arms. "I can do it myself," Izuku blushed. "It's pretty high, not gonna lie. You might sprain your ankle or something." Even in the dark, Danny's blue eyes looked brilliant and focused. There was a hint of teaseful playfulness on the surface of those eyes. Danny dropped his arms from waiting on Izuku to jump into them and brought them up again. He made a come here motion with his second and third fingers from both of his hands. Izuku put his phone into his pocket. "Are you sure? Just please, don't drop me." Danny laughed quietly and bent his knees. "I won't. Promise. Come here." Izuku touched his flushed face and gave a short shake that caused the curls to move out of his vision. It was embarrassing, but he jumped. He was expecting Danny to put him in the ground right away, but no, in the short time of knowing Danny, Izuku learned that Danny likes to mess around. With their chests pressed together, his arms around Danny's neck and his legs dangling in the air, Izuku was about to need to be transported to the hospital for an urgent heart transplant. Izuku buried his face in Danny's neck. "Can you stop messing with me? I'm just surprised. You're really light. Do you even eat?" Danny prodded Izuku's back and ribs. Izuku squirmed and giggled. "Ticklish are we?" Izuku breathed out and said against Danny's pulse, "Can you put me down? I'm supposed to be coming back on the train from the mall." "The mall? I'm headed there too." "What a coincidence." Danny grinned and lowered him down. Izuku pinched Danny's arm and rolled his eyes at the same time. He fixed the straps of his backpack and walked to the side of the train. There was a high concrete wall that was taller than both of them. A wall that didn't reach the ceiling. By now his eyes had adjusted to the darkness and the occasional lights coming from people's cell phones somewhat illuminated his surroundings, but only vaguely. "Now what?" Izuku turned and pouted at Danny. "I'll give you a lift and we start walking." That is exactly what happened. Danny crouched down, intertwined his fingers, palms up on his knees and raised Izuku up. Izuku stood up, brushed his uniform from the dirt he felt he had, and adjusted to the new perspective. He watched Danny effortlessly use the upper strength in his arms to get on top of a short building structure beside the tunnel walls away from the train tracks. Where they now stood could possibly be the new floor. "Come on. The stop is close if we walk fast." The people on the train were moving and shuffling inside. They were completely oblivious that they were 2 passengers short. And so they walked in silence. Soon the train was consumed behind them by a total darkness that reminded Izuku of horror films. Izuku shivered. "Scared? Want me to hold your hand?" "Do you want to hold my hand?" "I think you're the one who's scared." Izuku fired smoothly. "Ooh? Bold." Danny shot a wide lopsided smile. "Don't tempt me to eat you alive, little Izuku. I skipped breakfast and lunch." Danny reached to ruffle the hair on Izuku's head, who in turn swatted his hand away. "Are you living my life right now? Because I was in too much of a hurry to eat breakfast." "And lunch? What is lunch?" "You're going to stay cute and short if you don't eat." I'm not cute. Don't say that. Guess you don't have a mirror either. I get it, people are cowards for not telling you you are. Envy makes people bully too, you know. His heart was having a mind of its own. I don't even know what to say to that. Envy? He was quirkless and was often told that he was plain. Izuku shook his head. What could people possibly envy him about? What did he possess that others didn't? Izuku looked down at his red shoes. His small feet, it seems. A soft brush against his thin hand made him go speechless, and it would have been nice if he didn't breath in because he was sure his sharp and yet shaky intake of breath was heard by Danny. Danny grasped his hand and held it. You got me. I'm scared of the dark. You're weird and you're making this weird organ inside me act up. Your dick. Izuku sputtered and choked on air. No. Your dirty mind? Izuku's hand started to sweat. He shook it off and slapped Danny's arm. No. Danny laughed quietly. Sure? If you hadn't noticed, I'm 14. Next year is my last year in middle school. I'm messing with you. See? You need friends or everything anyone does, no matter how subtle, will turn you into a blushing high school girl from a cliché anime. Also, I'm 16. What? But you're so tall. I don't blame you. I thought you were a lost preschooler. Izuku gaped. I'm obviously taller than all the preschoolers in existence. If you say so, green bean. Izuku frowned and bit his lip. What is it? Life has been really rough on you, hasn't it? I can see it in your eyes. You know what you're doing out here. I think you have more experience than anyone I know. The way you speak too. I'm not going to deny any of that. Danny paused and shrugged. It is what it is. It doesn't matter so far we understand each other and connected, that's good enough for me. Izuku thought out loud. All this time I thought you were an athlete or a model. You also seemed like the type that rides a motorcycle. Danny laughed. So I'm in the Olympics, a runway model for what? Victoria's Secret? And I'm in a biker gang? Shit, I'm living the life. Izuku cracked a laugh too. That's a better image to show to the world than this. Izuku indicated from his head to toes with a hand. Apparently, I'm a preschooler with anorexia who's an expert at social distancing and has zero interpersonal skills. A guffaw escaped Danny before he could cover it up with the inside of his hand. My kind of man. Danny winked at Izuku's direction. Higher your standards, will you? Izuku gave a small shove to Danny's arm. I think I won the lottery right now. Shut up. On and on they joked around and fell into silence like a record. The quietness wasn't awkward like Izuku feared. He was glad to be having a good time even if the circumstances were far from what he imagined. Izuku became even more alert when Danny's arm shot up to stop him from taking another step forward. What is it? Danny took out his black phone and turned the flashlight on. Just straight ahead the ground they were walking on was missing. It made Izuku gulp. It looked like a black void. He was sure that he would never, in a million years, follow this path even with his phone fully charged. Had Danny not stopped him, Izuku would have fallen and broken something, perhaps even remained there at the bottom, unconscious for days. Danny pointed the flashlight straight ahead of them and saw the ground starting off again. Danny stepped close to the edge of where they stood and looked against the wall. We're good. There's a ladder against this wall, and there's another just further up ahead. Danny checked the GPS on his phone. The train stop is nearby. 5 more minutes once we cross over. Here, take my phone. Danny handed the device to Izuku, lowered himself, and started to climb down. Izuku crouched down when Danny was on both feet and carefully tossed the phone to him. Izuku followed suit and nodded to Danny when he lifted his chin towards the ladder that was next that would soon end this darkness around them. He climbed up again and so did Danny. How did you know about this? Have you done this before? Yeah, and I got bored. Wow, interesting. Tell me more. Only if you take my hand. Pass. No thanks. Izuku skipped and walked backwards wearing a childish smile. You're lost, kid. You're a kid too. I sure haven't been one in years. Much less treated like one. Izuku stopped in his tracks, facing Danny, and took a wide step to the side to get in Danny's way. Danny raised an eyebrow and appeared unimpressed. Izuku noticed Danny sulk his shoulders in a lazy stance. Izuku didn't take his eyes from Danny's as he stepped forward and hugged him. Izuku stepped back with his hands resting on Danny's shoulders. You know, if home sucks, you could come to mine. My mom is really kind, though I hardly see her save for a few hours during a week if I'm lucky. If you lived with me I wouldn't be alone. Izuku smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. Izuku glanced back and forth from aqua eyes, contemplating something. Danny noticed, but decided not to make a comment about it. Instead he waited. Izuku finally cleared his throat and breathed out slowly, as if making up his mind. He said, You know, my mom once took a kid from the streets. He should be around your age now, but he left. Danny frowned and examined Izuku's face. What? Yeah, he was just gone. The door to our house turned to dust. Izuku worked out his thoughts as he spoke. My mom had rescued him when I was still in diapers. She had already signed papers to officially make him a Midoriya, but he must have left in the middle of the night. My mom cried for weeks. Was it his quirk? Yeah. Mom said he was traumatized and abused. There was an accident that happened with his family. She said he could disintegrate anything with his quirk. Tenko. Shimura Tenko was his name. I don't remember him much, but my mom still does. She's searching for him still and we celebrate his birthday to this day. She used to be a busy nurse, but ever since Tenko disappeared she kinda obsessed over it, so now she's a PI. Wow. Danny could connect the dots as easily as adding one and one together. He knew Izuku did too, said accident plus the nature of an untamed quirk made him feel sorry for the missing kid. Around his age, huh? Damn. Izuku stepped beside Danny and they both started walking in silence. Danny, whose real name was Tuya Todoroki, villain named Dabi, felt touched that upon getting to know him for a short time, Izuku had shown him genuine kindness and honesty. It was brave to trust someone like him. Kindness because they were still new to each other, but have already gotten over some walls, and bravery for telling him about his life. It wasn't easy to disclose personal information. Even now, Dabi was lying to the green-haired and freckled boy. Another noticeable quality that was just as important to Dabi was reacting positively bemused at Izuku's casualness. A place to stay. How nice did that sound? A place that he didn't have to force himself to find. In order to lay low for weeks at a time and even months, one had to find a hiding spot and claim it. Dabi was able to do just that with his quirk. He wondered if Izuku would behave this way around him if he looked like Dabi. The only way he got out and about without raising questions as he walked on the surface like everyone else was because he looked like Tuya Todoroki. If Dabi had not taken the extra precautions of finding and threatening some sketchy underground doctors with healing abilities to work their magic, he would have been approached by the police as soon as he stepped out of the shadows. And the police weren't as dumb as Dabi had believed them to be. He glanced at the boy whose eyes were brightly lit up in the darkness with a quiet determination. There was possibly a place for him to stay. He thought the place he was raised was the last place he could ever call home. His hand twitched. Suddenly, he wished he could return the hug.to feel the warmth and comfort of another. Dabi ignored what he knew was skin hunger. Izuku's mother was a police officer. Now that was risky. Dabi had long accepted that surviving his father's violent and merciless abuse would lead to sleeping on cold floors and old mattresses. It was also risky, with all the security, to sneak into hotels' rooms to bathe. Izuku, I want to, but I don't know. You should come with me. I don't want to brag, but my mom has the kindest heart. She loves kids. She believes every kid deserves all the opportunities it takes to find a home and happiness. So come with me, Danny. Dabi stayed quiet for a while before he began again. My situation is really complicated, Izuku. Dabi could feel the tears that were supposed to fall from his eyes, but could not because his tear ducts were still in need of extensive repair. On the bright side, his lack of ability to shed tears concealed a weakness whenever he was hurt, sad, or afraid. However, what made him grit and grind his teeth painfully tight was that it made him question if he was even human anymore. I don't care. I'll help you in any way I can because we're friends. Besides, we can't make it out here alone. We have limits, and to lessen those limits we need people's help. I know you have a good heart. It's just this world, like you said, it needs fixing. I know you aren't to blame for the reasons you have for your goals. Whoever hurt you needs to pay in some way. If we work together, the person who hurt you will have no other way to look but you. You will be seen and so will I. Izuku's smile wasn't childish or bright anymore. There was a promise held in his eyes. Something dark that instantly won Dabi's respect and made him feel just a tad intimidated. This kid is serious. Just how far is he willing to go for a stranger? Was he out of his mind? Dabi. That's my new name. My villain name. Danny is another lie. What you're seeing right now is a lie. Not to me. Is this entirely made up from your imagination? Izuku pointed at his face. No, he answered slowly. I forced these shady unlicensed doctors to heal me. Dabi. Izuku's mouth and eyes gaped in worried shock. Unlicensed? That's dangerous. They could have botched you up or drugged you to harvest your organs to some buyer in the black market. Blue eyes widened and stared into green ones. The laughter bubbling up from his stomach reached the surface and made him crack up so much until he doubled over in pain. If he actually looked like Dabi right now, anyone taking a look at him would be horrified and frozen in place, thinking he was unhinged and ready to strike at anything that moved. What the hell? Kid, I told you I'm a villain and you're more concerned about my organs? Your organs are important. They started walking again. When they finally saw the light of the train stop, they were met by a last smaller empty void than the previous one. The climb down and up the other way. Dabi poked his head into the light and saw people sitting on benches against the wall and others standing up waiting patiently for their train to pick them up. There were 2 police guards keeping watch. Dabi looked back to Izuku and they both nodded to each other. Without missing a beat, Dabi found a clear and went into the light with Izuku trailing close behind him. Just like that, they blended in and adapted to their surroundings like they hadn't been trapped in the train tunnel or walked a considerable distance because they didn't want to wait around. The wide staircase that lead up and out of the train stop was easily spotted. When are they installing elevators? This is Japan. Come on, Petunia. It's only stairs. Izuku only groaned. Yeah, you can say that because you're in shape. I'm already sore by looking at the stairs. Dabi waited patiently and laughed openly at the wheezing mess, whose curls were pressed against a sweaty forehead. He clapped encouragingly and cheered like Izuku had finished winning first place at a marathon run. Izuku's small body quaked when he finally made it to top of the stairs. Izuku waved a weak hand, face entirely flushed with exertion. Give me a minute. My legs are burning. Is my heart supposed to be working this hard? I can't breathe. Dabi just slapped a hand to Izuku's small back. Kid, you're fine. It's called exercise. I hate it, Izuku whined. Dabi made a funny face in disbelief. When Izuku caught his breath, they started towards the mall. They passed a lot of businesses, stores, and restaurants. The aroma of warm meals wafting heavily through the air made Izuku's stomach growl so loudly that some people stared in shock, earning a tomato-faced blundering mess of apologetic bows. Even Dabi was pretty impressed. His stomach had growled faintly minutes before, but now he and Izuku, mostly Izuku, were in need of a meal. So Dabi got to work. Follow me. Izuku dragged himself, but followed closely behind Dabi. As exhausted as he was, he didn't miss what Dabi's hand was doing as he walked by the busy streets. Dabi's hand was blindingly fast. Izuku was amazed. Izuku would have remained oblivious had he not been walking so closely behind. What do you want to eat is? Some katsudon and ramen. Izuku followed right behind Dabi like a duckling. Was Izuku afraid of getting lost? No, he was making sure Dabi's long legs didn't step on anyone's face. This seems all right. Dabi glanced back at Izuku, whose chest was heaving from Dabi's fast walk. They entered a small restaurant called Hot and Ready, and sat on a table of their choosing. You should teach me your ways, oh wise one. Izuku wriggled his thin eyebrows and smirked innocently. Green eyes gleamed mischievously at Dabi's poor feigned act of not knowing what Izuku meant. I don't know of what you speak of, oh young one, Dabi smirked, a devilish smile appearing charmingly on his smooth face as he rested his chin on his unmarked knuckles. Dabi had to remind himself that his skin, that had always been very close to being charred from purple to black for years since he could remember, was perfectly unscarred. He had always been forced into the habit of using his quirk past its limit, an unbroken habit drilled in him from his brutal training regimes. When he caught a glimpse of his reflection from the glass next to them, he couldn't help but stare and marvel at how normal he looked. Was he really that good-looking? The reflection staring back at him told a superficial story of a perfectly happy boy with perfect grades and friends, but that was all. The world would never know what hid underneath, the damage inside him and those he cherished, but could no longer be with. Because of his father, he felt alone, empty and wandering. The rage, like an uncontrolled fire, burned brighter every day he didn't get justice for himself and his family. But Dobby felt far from normal. He wasn't going to be okay, not until he made his father pay. You were pickpocketing, why was it only men though? Dobby tilted his head and opened and closed his mouth. Izuku was more observant than he believed. He noticed on the train how awfully calm Izuku was compared to the rest of the passengers. Everyone was too busy losing their shit to realize the flickering lights. Because I wanted to. But changed your mind about me already? A waitress came and took their orders. Izuku ordered exactly what he wanted, 2 large bowls of ramen and katsudon. Dobby ordered a medium bowl of spicy ramen, curry rice, yakisoba, and cold water. When the waitress asked Izuku for his beverage of choice, he decided to order a milk tea to go as a dessert after he finished his 2 meals. With a final nod, the waitress left them alone. Izuku moved momentarily to the sides in his cushioned leather seat in happiness before stopping and regarding Dobby's question. Dobby waited, he took a gulp of his water and chewed on an ice cube. You only took from mean-looking men. Why would I change my mind about you so easily? It takes more than that. If it weren't for you, my stomach would still be empty. Besides, you must have your reasons, right? Izuku tapped a freckled cheek with a single finger. Personally, Izuku felt like most, if not all, of Dobby's unaware victims had a pissed-off expression etched into their faces, like those working men had lost the ability to smile, like they had forgotten how. It was something to go off on, a pattern. A type of key or an eye into Dobby's past. The green mess of curls didn't feel sorry for them. For some reason Izuku could not explain was that if he were given the option to be alone with any of them or let Dobby snatch some dollar bills, he'd pick the former. Was he already being influenced by this attractive villain prince of badassery? I know how to read people. Dobby said unsympathetically and then smiled. Funny, what hunger can make people accept? Dobby teased. Are you enjoying the rebel life, Izzy? The giggles erupted from Izuku's pink mouth. Yeah. This has to be the funnest and most unexpected time of my life. Dobby gave a soft snort and shook his head. Now that's just sad. But I'm happy, Sue. Well, at least I was useful, got to save someone from going hungry. I wish it was always that easy, that simple. Dobby's voice sounded far away, his eyes distant and unfocused. His words trailing into a hunted whisper that was followed by the nightmare of his past. When their piping hot plates of food came together at the same time to their table, they perked up with awaiting eyes and hands ready to pounce. They feasted and saved their words until their plates were empty. They gave a collective but content sigh and leaned back with full stomachs. A nap feels right now. Izuku kept his eyes closed and hummed as he patted his belly. Are you going to get dessert, Dobby? Dobby took his time organizing their plates in stacks and cleaning the mess of food smudged or laying on the table with a spare napkin. Nah, I don't really like sweets. Dobby popped his back and ran a hand through his white, straight hair. The truth was that he couldn't find it in him to enjoy the things he was forbidden to have in his childhood. He grew up eating meals that would only benefit his health and the ruthless training he was forced to undergo. Dobby only felt nauseated when he attempted to keep sweet things down. He couldn't enjoy sugary things without hating himself or feeling like he hadn't earned it. I love milk tea. It's worth being alive for that it's a little pleasure. Izuku nodded, agreeing with Dobby's wise words. How cute. Izuku practically crooned in girlish delight when he was handed his dessert in a cup. They slid out of their seats. Dobby left a few dollar bills underneath his empty cup. They strolled out of the restaurant and into the streets, into the direction of their only destination. The busy chattering of the city life never ceased. Izuku took but the smallest sips through his straw in hopes to make his dessert last as long as possible. So good. Dobby huffed in annoyance. He glanced at the green bean who was chirping and looked like he was practically skipping in a field full of sunflowers and bunnies. I'm craving but not the milk tea. The greenette choked and coughed, his emerald eyes tearing up and almost popping out of his head. Dobby! What? I wouldn't have said anything, but you're making a big fuss. You act like you're experiencing some different kind of pleasure. Izuku went red from head to toe, and like a broken record said, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." The shorter boy took larger strides to get ahead of Dobby. See? That's something you typically hear on certain websites. Dobby easily caught up to Izuku's side, but, you sound really cute, kinda helps me see another side of you. Izuku shifted his backpack and secured on one hand a yellow mustard-colored strap. With the other he made sure his cold drink wouldn't slip from his wet hand, and took off running. Perv! Izuku squeezed. The wind blew his curls out of his forehead and didn't ease the persistent blush on his face and neck. Is that any way to talk to someone who took you on a date? And you run super slow. Dobby smirked and sped up, leaving Izuku behind to gape at how stealthily he maneuvered around people. The amazing way his white shirt waved from the speed he was running, contouring his defined back and narrow waist. Holy! Come on, green bean. Keep up or you'll never get there. Izuku wasn't so sure if he ran to check out the hero stores anymore. Izuku surged forward, his legs were burning from overuse to keep up with Dobby's blithely form. Both of them moved in a flurry, like leaves dancing away by a sudden gust of wind. Izuku felt his lungs were going to burst and his furious heart was going to escape out of his ears. There were some onlookers who stopped their strolls and shot their eyes at them with disfavor. Izuku was tempted to slow down to a walk and give endless of apologies, but though his body faced no danger, it was doused with pure adrenaline. He wasn't running from bullies, nor was he rushing to hide in his room. Each leg that strided ahead of the other made him soar with glee. Izuku was nowhere near catching up to Dobby, and he didn't care to. With their combined efforts, they eventually arrived at their final destination much sooner than they would have if they had walked. Izuku's panted deep puffs of breath, his face was noticeably hot and damp with sweat. Curls stuck to the side of his face and forehead as tiny beads of sweat drops rolled down his neck. The small greenette struggled to catch his breath, noticed his dessert had sloshed out of the open spaces where his straw was in. The plastic cap and the entire cup was covered in moisture created by the warmth of his hand and the temperature of the day. Izuku cleared his dry throat and popped the straw between his lips and guzzled with greed. Izuku hummed as the tepid, but still sweet drink revived him. He chewed absent-mindedly on the honey-flavored boba balls, his breathing slowing down to normal. Dobby and Izuku crossed a final road, crossed a large parking lot that left no free parking space for the cars that kept circling around. It almost made Izuku think there were celebrities or merchandise being handed out for free. Civilians, who seemed to have a lot of leisure time on their hands, sported casual clothing. Whole families were untroubled and groups of friends of various ages were absorbed with one another and into the vibrant merchandise found in every corner of the stores. All in all, it was impressive. Izuku's eyes widened in amazement. This mall was much bigger and had a polished look of modernity, making the old mall look like a hand-me-down pair of old shoes. Whoa, Izuku exhaled out of his round mouth. Not bad, Dobby whistled. The enormous building looked polished and tall. Each store screamed with colors and offers that could not be ignored. Izuku glanced at Dobby and couldn't help but shuffle in place. This was it, where they went their separate ways. What is it, green bean? Dobby lifted an eyebrow and then furrowed them. We're here, Izuku blurted out sadly. Yeah? I'm here to check out some hero stores. That means goodbye, I guess? Izuku curled his bottom lip outwards. His solemn disappointment was clear on his face. We could exchange numbers? If you want. Dobby only stared for a few moments, but his expression instantly turned into a teaseful smile. He nodded once slowly with a smug smirk. Oh, I see. You're already missing me even though I'm still here. Izuku waved his empty cup across his face and tripped over his words. No. I'm just saying that we have different places to go. Hero stores, huh? You do look like a fanboy. Dobby brushed the space above his upper lip with the length of his second finger. The shorter boy hunched his shoulders. So I've been told. But heroes are cool. Some of them are legit. I like anything about quirks. It's super interesting and cool. Heroes sucks. Dabi shrugged, whipped out his phone from his front pocket, unlocked it and handed it to the vibrant rant in front of him. Izuku's mouth opened a little in shock. He looked from the phone to Dabi's face in confirmation. Really? Are you serious? Yeah, give me your number. A small huff escaped Dabi's lips. He scratched his cheek lightly and turned his face away from the sparkling green eyes. If his appearance had been a foe, then the scarred broken skin underneath would have itched and made him wince in discomfort, something Dabi found ironic since abusing his quirk did so much damage he couldn't even feel anything anymore. Izuku smiled widely in excitement and snatched the phone away. His dainty fingers flew across the screen and he handed it back to a half-amused and half-perplexed Dabi. Izuku dug into his own pocket and tilted his head at Dabi, and waited with shiny stars in his eyes. It took several seconds for Dabi's head to order his body and mind to work together again. Izuku was certainly some otherworldly being for peering too intensely into his eyes, like Dabi was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity Pokemon card he needed to collect, or for much of a better word, a rare All-Might figurine. Dabi's face flushed a little at the green bean's behavior. It was cute and it was welcomed. All right, kid. Don't get too excited. Dabi tapped here and there across the keyboard and pressed send. He pursed his lips to prevent a smile from Izuku's unconstrained, gleeful jump when he stared down at his phone until his phone dinged softly. Dabi covered his mouth with the back of his hand to stifle a laugh as Izuku found the source of his new text. The noise that didn't leave Izuku's mouth, but was trapped there, was a combination of a small animal's tail being stepped on and of a drowning person coming up for air. DBI. Why? Izuku whined. The pained expression on his face made Dabi turn his hand so that he could laugh into it. Seriously, Dabi? Show me yours and I'll show you mine. Izuku shook his red head and practically jumped forward into Dabi with flinging skinny arms that did nothing, but caused Dabi to bend forward to rest his head on top of Izuku's shoulder and guffaw uncontrollably. You know what? Blocked. Izuku joked half-heartedly into Dabi's broad chest and warmed considerably when Dabi wrapped his arms around him in a tight hug. It's a joke, Green Bean. It's stuff friends do, you know? Dabi patted Izuku's hair as he dabbed his watery eyes. He froze and stared at his wet fingertips in incredulous astonishment. What the fuck? Izuku frowned with concern at the sight of Dabi, who was crying more freely now. Are you all right? Izuku brought his backpack forward, shoved his empty cup in, and brought out an unused, clean hanky. Here. Dabi breathed in deeply. I'm crying. Can you see? Dabi stared at the teardrops that had fallen into the palms of his hands. Without thinking twice or asking for permission, Izuku started to carefully clean Dabi's tear-stained face while the former stayed in a transfixed state. I can see. I see you. Izuku's words must have brought Dabi back into the present because he snapped his eyes to search for something in Izuku. He couldn't help but squirm at the not-so-readable gaze that Dabi's brilliant blue eyes were giving him. They were sharp like ice, deep like the ocean, and vast like the sky. Izuku took Dabi's wrist and said, "Let's go find the restroom." Izuku found no difficulty in locating a map of the building that indicated where everything was. Exits were labeled in red, restrooms in blue, stores in different colors. He took his time memorizing where they needed to go as well as the names of the stores he recognized to be hero-themed. Izuku led Dabi and released his wrist once they were inside a fancy-looking restroom. Izuku washed his hands with soap and dried them, then took out the hanky from his pocket and placed it under the faucet where a gentle stream of water fell on the center. He turned it off and without considering Dabi's boundaries, he began cleaning underneath and around his eyes. Why are you doing this? Why are you so nice to me? Dabi said softly, his lips trembled. I'm not good enough. Defective. Ugly. Izuku gave a small kind smile in return. I'm nice because you're nice to me, because I live every day being defective, weak, and ugly. Izuku stopped to think thoughtfully. We are different people with different stories, but share the same pain. The unwanted and the useless. Izuku breathed out a quiet laugh. It's been years since I cried. I thought I would never be able to. Dabi brought his knuckles above his brow and sighed tiredly. He ruined me. At least I know he didn't destroy my tears too. Dabi's heart throbbed with hatred and darkness for his father, who did nothing but destroy what was supposed to be his duty to love and protect his family with his life. That was all his father taught him, that his quirk served no purpose but pointless destruction. It didn't clean or gave birth like water, and it wasn't like an earth quirk that could be a bed of nourishment for all living things. There was no fair exchange that fire could give. It only burned everything in its path away to nothingness. Dabi's phone dispelled the intimate moment they were having. Izuku took a few steps away to give him some privacy and space. I need to go pick up my order. I'll see you around, Dabi sighed without looking at the smaller boy and walked out of the restroom. Izuku didn't even have a second to say goodbye or even make a noise in understanding. He was left alone and sad for his friend's own sadness. He rubbed his neck and sighed before unzipping his backpack and taking out the empty cup that had contained his milk tea, and threw it unceremoniously into the trash can. His bladder, already full to the point Izuku thought it would burst, sent him scurrying for a stall. He was about to throw open the door and go inside when a man grabbed him forcefully from his backpack and hissed, "Move it! I gotta go!" Izuku fell on his behind on the cold, hard floor, and he stared in disbelief, ignoring his bladder, at the man who didn't even bother to close the door to give himself some decency. Izuku found his voice, "Teeth the door." He trampled over the weight of his backpack and got up. There were urinals lined up along the wall, but Izuku hadn't felt comfortable at the idea of his back facing the entrance door. It was a weird setup, maybe an architecture mistake that made him feel exposed. What the hell? Izuku shook his head and ignored how the man went for his stall when there were empty ones that were much closer to the entrance. It was difficult and unavoidable to not listen to the loud sound of the man finishing his business, since the marble walls and floors caused the slightest of noise to bounce off in echoes. Izuku was annoyed and embarrassed that if he were to pee, anyone in the restroom would know, but for now it was only him and the man. So, he opted to wait a little longer. Izuku went into a stall and was about to latch the door shut when the man tore his door open and forced his way inside. Izuku yelped and was about to demand for him to get out when the man flicked a pocket knife open. All thoughts of screaming died and Izuku raised his hands. Cold sweat broke from his pale face and he waited for his assailant to speak. The man wore a hat that didn't cover his face and Izuku wasn't sure if it was supposed to or not. Even so, he appeared to be in his late 20s and was built like a boxer. His eyes were a softer and a much lighter green than Izuku's, his hair short and light brown. The man wasn't ugly, on the contrary he was incredibly handsome, so handsome Izuku thought maybe this man had a bad drug addiction or had a big enough reason to steal from him like a family emergency. He did not look like a bad, dangerous person. Nevertheless, it caused the hairs on Izuku's neck and arms to stand. This was not how he pictured a bad person to look like. Is he going to rob me? I have no money. I know I look like I have no money. Izuku tried to look for an explanation for this awful turn of unfortunate events. Was he going to die here alone and with a full bladder, without fulfilling his trip to see some hero merch? But his desires were so simple. How could this be happening to him? Your pants, take them off, the man said. He wore no smile or a drop of uncertainty. What? Why? Izuku's eyes might have rolled off out of his skull. What does he mean? What is happening right now? The nameless man slammed a hand on the wall, making a furious noise resonate inside the restroom, causing Izuku's heart to jump out of his chest. His green eyes teared up and his body trembled from head to toe. Take off. The man spoke calmly, the corner of his lip lifted. Izuku undid his button and unzipped his front zipper. Silent tears streamed down his freckles. Why? What are you going to do? You, the man answered so nonchalantly that Izuku thought he was going to break out in laughter and say, CK. If only this was a cruel, cruel joke, but it was not. Izuku could see the high tent in front of the man's pants. No, please. Izuku hunched over and lowered his head, a hand gripping the open material of his school pants. I could always take you. God, you look like her, said the man who still held a strong grip on his knife and palmed his clothed erect member with another. I look like who? Her? A woman? Seriously? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut at the sight of the man's hand beginning to stroke his covered erection. He shook his head and whimpered. The man increased the movement of his hand into a faster pace. He alternated between gentle and harsh rhythms. His face began to flush and he huffed in pleasure. A wicked and smug grin formed into a cool smile. Mother! Izuku's eyes snapped wide in shock. What? It was then that the door behind the man opened wide to reveal, yet again, his savior. White, full hair and deadly blue eyes wasted no time in exchanging words. Dabi bitch slapped the man's head into the steel wall before the man could glance back and bring an elbow to hit Dabi square in the face. The man seemed to know how to take a hit because he shoved his member into his pants and began to punch and strike forward with his knife. An empty water bottle fell out from the back of the man's waistband and Izuku saw there was a hole in the middle of the cap where heavy droplets were dripping onto the floor. He faked it? Izuku's head spun in horror and disgust. Who would do such a thing? It was premeditated? Had he been targeting me? For how long? Dabi was not impressed. He looked at the shameless predator with great contempt, though strangely enough his facial features did not contort into ones of hatred. He was unconcerned with his opponent and perfectly evaded each attack, maneuvering his body so gracefully it made Izuku wish he could somehow record Dabi's movements on his phone. The eyes are the window to the soul, Izuku thought, and, if looks could kill, Dabi must have had enough or gotten bored because he held a single hand to the height of the man's face and unleashed his quirk. Fire. Blue flames, beautiful and unstoppable, deterred the wide-eyed man in his tracks, but it was far too late. He was found howling in agony on the floor. The loud pain the perverse man was emitting would surely bring people's attention, so Dabi wasted no time in bringing the bottom of his shoe and stomping the man straight on his raw, melted face. Izuku looked on, not in fear, but in complete awe. Wow, he was utterly breathless. The fire wasn't blinding, it was easy on the eyes that Izuku's imagination took him and Dabi on a chilly camping trip where they had s'more sandwiches and were surrounded by a sky dotted with millions of stars. A fire so blue and bright, so warm and powerful, it would melt away evil and fear. How spectacular would those roaring flames look in total darkness? That's not a reaction I get when I use my quirk. I'm starting to think you're missing a few screws, kid. Dabi smirked darkly. I like you. Dabi, that was amazing. Izuku cried and threw himself forward without giving a single shit about stepping on the unconscious and gravely injured pedophile like a red carpet for the Grammys. Dabi remained amused and stoic at the same time that Izuku made a mental note to practice such a cool expression on the mirror once he got home. Dabi stretched his arms wide open and embraced the petite boy in his arms. I got here in the nick of time, I hope? Yeah. You did. You saved me 3 times already. 3. Izuku looked up into Dabi's cool and unaffected aqua eyes and then buried his face affectionately into his shirt. You're the best. Yeah. I know. Dabi ruffled Izuku's wild curls and wavy locks and said, We have to go. Don't you have to fangirl before you go home? Oh yeah. Izuku broke the embrace, zipped up his pants in place, and lastly rinsed his face from the traumatic experience that would have been so much worse if Dabi hadn't returned. Oh, I need to go. Izuku dropped his backpack on the floor beside Dabi and ran inside a different stall that was untainted by the highly unpleasant experience. Izuku did his business and dropped his shoulders with a content sigh of relief. Damn, you could save a rainforest. Dabi chuckled and Izuku could hear Dabi dragging the aggressor into an empty stall and leaving him there. When Izuku was done, he flushed and left the stall to thoroughly wash his hands and face. He ripped a brown paper towel, dried his face, and threw the paper ball into the trash can. Done. Let's go. He pointed a victorious and childlike finger towards the exit of the restroom and threw his backpack on his back. They both left like normal as a cheery Izuku pranced with each step he took. Today's a good day. He nodded once. I'm so lucky. I don't want to ruin your good mood, Green Bean, but the day isn't over. That's fine because I have your phone number. Izuku grinned. I'm not your bodyguard and I'm not All Might. Dabi narrowed his eyes and gave Izuku a pointed look. But, you're my friend and my hero. Well, if you're so grateful, why don't you pay up with a kiss? Dobby sensually licked his lower lip and bit it. Blocked. Dobby chuckled and grinned. Wow, ungrateful. Guess the title of the manga that I based the guy from. Hint title, 2 words name initials, OS. Edit, no one bothered to guess I guess. Sad whatever, I'ma give you the answer, it's Killing Stalking. I love that manhwa, it set the bar really high for me. Oh Sangwoo. TBH, I want to write a BNHA story similar to Killing Stalking. I don't think y'all are ready for it though. What do you think? Sets of shoes squeaked on the shiny tile floors of the mall. Izuku and Dobby were not dragging their feet, it was something they noticed in vacant spaces, but the sound was easily drowned out as they immersed themselves into the crowd's continual noise. Izuku was at ease and thankful to Dobby for saving the day once again. Being rescued was a sign that reassured him there was much goodness left in the world. Dobby, you came back. Why? Izuku's green eyes shifted to Dobby's face, his freckles becoming rosy in self-consciousness. He wanted to cover his face, but he needed to know Dobby didn't return because he was weak. Izuku swallowed carefully, prepared to not cry a cascade of tears if he had made Dobby feel burdened by leaving him behind unaided. It was true that he was weak, but he didn't want to make people feel obligated to give him protection. Because we're friends. Dobby said straightforwardly. Yeah, but... Izuku's voice faltered, glad he didn't open his mouth to prattle any further over the possible reasons why Dobby would come back. Izuku knew exactly what he wanted to say, but didn't want to push Dobby to explain himself. It was Dobby's first time to smile sheepishly. Friends don't leave without saying goodbye. There was a pause. I just needed some distance to cool off. I also needed to pick up an order. Dobby held his arm up, a small black bag hung there. The bag was rumpled, obscuring the neon name of the store. Izuku scratched and breathed out a quiet laugh. Oh, right. In truth, Dobby needed to run away. His tears were a shock to him. For a moment he zoned out and it was difficult to command himself to stay focused on the present. He believed the dampness of his tears were a lie, but his heart beamed in nostalgia for a time when he didn't know pain, before his quirk manifested and all he had known was peace. Now, he was grown and unsure, most of the time, if his pleasant childhood memories and fond feelings were a fictional creation of his heart's deepest desire. So, he left out of need. He planned to walk around aimlessly until he calmed the sorrow swirling like a waterspout, giving ferocious life to the turmoil within him. Instead he hanged his head low, his white bangs shielding his vision. He pulled out his phone that displayed a text message of his order being ready to pick up along with a link to guide him directly to the store. The store, Spence, wasn't far away. It was around the corner of the restroom and 5 stores down. He entered Spence without much forethought, his body on autopilot. The store had a black aesthetic and crazy neon colors lifted his mood and suited his tastes than most of the traditional stores catered to families and normal functioning people. Dobby walked up to the small cashier counter in the middle of the store and held up his phone as evidence of his purchase. The lady eyed him with interest, her hair was dyed and faded out into uneven hues of purple, to read and nod at his screen in understanding. Dobby could have picked up his purchase anywhere else, but he enjoyed Spence. It was different and the trip to the store unwinded him temporarily. He watched stoically as the lady verified the contents in the bag one last time before handing it to him. He walked out of the store feeling bizarre. His tears, appearance, Izuku, this entire day left him so out of place. He thought he wasn't in his body, but sitting on a couch looking at himself from a television screen. He looked inside his bag and found items he could not imagine himself being without. Stainless steel and titanium surgical staples and a disposable sterile stapler. Just in case he was forced to go all out in a fight. Dobby turned and made his way back towards the restroom. He hoped Izuku hadn't left. Leaving the way he did wasn't fair, he could see the green-haired boy bawling like a little child. What he found made him wish he was deaf or that his ears could bleed to demonstrate how disgusted he was at his findings. Izuku, the boy who had brightened his day and kept him company, was inside a bathroom stall, but was not alone. Every breath and hum of pleasure was heard. The restroom was empty except Dabi could clearly see an extra pair of legs occupying the same stall as Izuku's. "I could always take you, God, you look like her." Dabi glared through the door, hoping to will this sorry excuse of human existence to stop. His fingers twitched. What ended up sprouting him into action was when he heard this nameless piece of nothing moan, "Mother?" He didn't regret burning the trash away. Dabi was pleased his skin remained normal as he unleashed the power he was born with. Whenever he did so on the right people, it felt empowering. Dabi was sure Izuku, the younger boy who exuded nothing but naive wonder, was going to want nothing else to do with him, but sure enough Izuku proved him wrong again. Wow! Dabi's chest fluttered in awe, amazement that he refused to show on his face. He felt like a child being praised for the first time. He wanted to cause the pervert more pain, to beat and torture him with his flames, but the disfigured and unconscious face laying on the floor was lucky. Had they been in an alleyway or anywhere that wasn't a public area, Dabi would have made the living scum believe he was dealing with a living nightmare. The devil spawn himself. Izuku ran to him, into his open arms, and Dabi felt territorial with the self-imposed task to protect him no matter what the cost to himself was. An image, a memory of a red and white-headed boy running towards him in high-pitched screams of joy invaded his mind. The youngest of the Todoroki siblings considered him his favorite, a fact of the past that warmed him. Dabi had last laid his eyes on the little brother he loved so dearly with worry. Even in the present he felt guilt eating inside him for leaving Shoto to replace him since his quirk placed him in a coma. Someday, Dabi thought, I will get back to you, but not before I set things right. Not only was Dabi making a promise to little Shoto, he was vowing to do what he must for his mother, his sister and his brother Natsuo. Izuku and him walked out in an unhurried pace, with such normalcy that snugged him and comforted him. He was not a monster after all. He was accepted by the one person who ought to fear his power the most. The quirkless, such as Izuku's kind, would have stood no chance in fighting down his assailant. If he had decided to stroll around to rid his personal riptide of dark thoughts, Izuku would have surely suffered pain worse than the third-degree burns he inflicted on the real monster. Dabi snorted out loud when they stood outside the see-through glass doors of a store called Super. No, I'm not going inside. Dabi shoved his hands in his pockets, his bag sliding down his wrist, and turned to walk away. Izuku grabbed the back of his shirt with a force that made his blue eyes pop out of his skull. His shoes almost slipped under polished tiles, but he quickly regained his balance. Dabi glanced back in disbelief. He rubbed his throat where the collar of his shirt practically choked him. He glared at the clueless green-eyed boy whose eyes were stubbornly glued to everything about the store in front of him but his surroundings. Kid, if you do that again, I'm going to hit you. Izuku's hand paled as he tightly curled the material of Dabi's shirt. You can't leave. We just got here. Don't you want to see? This is the first of its kind. It has merch from every popular, legendary, and trending heroes. I can see villain merch too. At that, Dabi walked a few steps backwards and spun around. "'Kay, let's go." Izuku finally released his shirt and pranced inside. Izuku's eyes took in everything. His journey, wild but fruitful, was worth it. All the heroes from the billboard chart were on display. Clothes, comics, toys, collectibles, puzzles, school supplies, tech accessories, furniture, and so much more left Izuku hollering, I can die now. So amazing. Wah, gotta take pictures. Dabi cringed and walked away to the small-scale villain section. Embarrassing. I don't know him. Even when Dabi was at some distance from Izuku, he could hear sniffs followed by, best day of my life. Dabi shook his head. What a kid. Dabi believed he was going to be hours before Izuku was ready to move on to the next store or decided it was time to go home, so he took his time browsing to avoid boredom and the eventual trailing behind Izuku like an exasperated mother. He hadn't thought about it, going back to Izuku's place. He played with the idea, but decided it was too much of a risk. Of course, Izuku was going to make an offer like that. The kid had stuck around him this entire time and had questioningly recuperated too quickly from the restroom experience like it had been nothing. Dabi had already established the fact Izuku was a wacko. However, there was no way to say or guarantee Izuku's mother was as kind as he firmly believed. She could take him to the police station, arrest him on the spot, or gain his trust to buy time for the cops to arm themselves to the teeth to show up outside her place. Dabi was sure Izuku didn't know his mother's change in character when she was on the job. For one, Dabi didn't want to find out. It would be too much trouble if things did get out of hand. Dabi made up his mind. He was going to go as far as walking Izuku home, or walk him halfway, depending how far and safe it was. His blue eyes almost revealed his dumbstruck expression when he caught sight of a red headband and a white mask. Whoa, I can't believe they have hero killer merch. Do people even know about him? I mean, he's a wanted villain, top 20, and has a higher body count than your average villain, 30 or so last time I checked. Dabi almost jumped, but didn't turn around to address the green eyes looking over his arm. He's interesting. A fundamentalist that doesn't kill without reason. No one knows what his quirk is, but if you look closely at his villain costume you can see so many blades of different sizes. He must be good at long and close-range fights against his opponents. His name is Stain. Maybe he has a blood-related quirk? Or the name could just be part of his ideology, to stain society of its selfishness and greed by purging the fake heroes. There are no videos of him. It's too bad. I would have liked to see his quirk in action. I have many theories about him, Izuku prattled in excitement. You realize you're going gaga over a villain? What would your poor mother say? Izuku laughed nervously and surveyed around them in a jumpy haste. The coast was clear. I'm just saying. I'm someone who enjoys analyzing quirks. It's only fair to judge a superhuman person objectively at a glance until I actually meet that superhuman in person to properly observe their quirk and fighting prowess, and listen to what they have to say. Oh, what can you say about me? Dabi lifted an eyebrow and waited stoically with disguised interest. He expected Izuku to say something sweet like, "You're my friend," but that was not the case. Not with the green bean, he learned. At that Izuku's large eyes gleamed and a hand darted to hold his chin. As if in a focused trance, Izuku began to ramble. I don't know your circumstances, obviously, but when we first met you asked me if I was a runaway and then you confirmed you were one. You're confident. You know how to get around and talk to people. From a glance you prefer to appear enigmatic. You are very cautious and can be dangerous, like anyone is capable of being if they're pushed too far and are living on their own. Your quirk is incredible. The temperature of your fire harms your body, but I only know that because you mentioned the thing about the doctors. I can't say much with full certainty, but I do know you're still a good person. I'm evidence. You let your guard down around me. You care, because I mean no harm to you. It's clear that the things you were required and forced to do are not your fault. A family member, maybe? Oh, and I think you like Stain. You were staring in deep thought, I think. And you said you hated heroes, too. Everyone likes heroes, our ages especially. Maybe you met one personally and something happened? Is it because heroes are followers who lack individual convictions and save people for a hefty paycheck and government-endorsed publicity? Dabi pressed his mouth into a thin line. He was impressed, but it was annoying and made him feel uncomfortably edgy to hear someone verbalize a profile of himself. It was his fault Izuku knew as much as he did. Dabi, the villain, wasn't someone who was supposed to be soft for anyone. Izuku was evidence of his weak will and creed. When he awakened from his coma, he decided right then and there inside the hidden, unmapped room within the hospital to leave Tuya Todoroki behind, but it appeared the fearful, pathetic child still lived inside him. He was supposed to be incognito, traceless. Dead. What was he to do now? Kill the rambling boy? Dabi hooked the paired headband and mask back in place and sighed gravelly. Stain's will. I will be the one to make it a reality. Izuku, done with his long-winded chatter, dropped his hand and straightened even more. You hate them that much? Don't you have a hero left to look up to? Yes. The hero killer. Izuku's face looked visibly dejected. Is there no one left to help you? Not even the police? No. Izuku's stare was downcast at the ground, lifted and slightly pouted his lower lip outward. Are you mad at me? I'm a villain that I could kill you in seconds. My flames would leave nothing behind but a charcoal print. Okay, are you going to kill me? Because if you are, I guess. Not like I can do much against anything really. If you made up your mind, Can I send my mom a voicemail? Oh, and I would also like one last milk tea with extra honey-flavored boba pearls. Extra large. It's the least you can do since you came all this way with me and even went out of your way to save me. 3 times. Dobby gawked for a second and then stared and stared with a blank expression on his face. His mind processed Izuku's easy acceptance of death by his hand and last request over and over. Just what the hell? Fuck, kid. Dobby crinkled his eyes and chuckled. What? Aren't you going to run or even scream? I'd rather get it over with. Izuku had determined eyes and gave a curt nod. Death is death. No one is immune, my end has to come eventually like all things. I'm not afraid. Izuku didn't even flinch, instead he giggled when Dobby reached to brush his messy curly locks of hair. You're a mess. The biggest nutcase I've met, crazier than my old man. Thanks. It wasn't a compliment. Izuku blushed and scratched the nape of his neck. I wasn't joking that I still want another milk tea. Okay, Curly. Dobby motioned to the front door of the store. 2 large milk teas for Izuku, 3 hero stores, a restroom break, in a different restroom, for more hero stores, and a salted pretzel for Dobby were out of the way before Izuku decided to call it a day. Dobby, can you walk me home? Are you going to kiss me if I do? No. Then why should I? Because we're friends? Yeah. Because you're nice. Not really. What if I don't get home safe and sound? Dobby smirked and shrugged nonchalantly. Survival of the fittest. Mean. Will you put out? Oh my god. Why you like this? Are you not a, Izuku whispered, virgin? Do I look like a virgin? Looks have nothing to do with that. I was joking, green bean. I say things, you get red in the face, I win like friends do. It's simple really. Oh, so are you going to leave me alone? I want to, but you're nagging me and making me feel responsible. Oh. There was a drawn-out silence from Izuku and Dobby finally let out a long, silent sigh. Kid, you need more friends. Did Izuku take everything so seriously? Dobby dug his hand into the forest of green hair. Yes, I will walk you, just don't cry or I'm leaving. So before there is any heated debate over Dobby being a Todoroki or not and whether his hair is white or red, I must say that, in this story, he was born with red hair, but his hair color changed a little after his quirk manifested because Crapdad Endeavor started to beat the living shit out of him. Hair change is due to severe physical and emotional trauma in this story, hence Shigaraki's hair. Kirishima doesn't count, he just dyed it. When a character reaches a major breaking point, basically. I realized just now that I don't know how to write fighting scenes. If you'd like to help me out, you can recommend me stories. Please. In the comments, it can be your favorites, too, about any ship pairing, I don't care. I just need guidance and ideas. The more I read, the better I will get. Something I recommend to you readers, write and have fun doing so. Edit. Do you guys ever look at your writing and think, who the fuck wrote this shirty? Honestly, I forget the plot, so I have to sit back and think about it. It always changes, I think that's cool. The train ride back home was much quicker and quieter than he expected. Chaos seemed like a lifetime ago. Izuku's worn-out bones and heavy-lidded eyes closed the second his head touched Dobby's shoulder. He yawned and a voice above him exhaled slowly through a long, straight nose. Not fair, green bean. I'm getting sleepy too. Dobby let out a quivering yawn as he stretched like a cat in his seat. Izuku napped, and when the train's wheels finally came to a piercing stop, he grumbled. His body turned sluggish, making him wish he could teleport to his room and drop dead until his alarm blared his ears off. When they exited the train, they shuffled through a calm ocean of people. Izuku took his turn to stretch. Tetsuin Station was soon left behind on their backs as the streets relinquished the buzz of the city life. There was a shy breeze that barely moved the ends of their hair. Suddenly, a ding from his phone reached his ears. Izuku pulled out his phone, unworried and already knowing who was at the other end. Mom? Are you home? I'm going to be late. Don't forget to take out the trash. Izuku, almost. I'm taking my time though because, exercise. Okay, I'll try not to forget. Mom, be careful, Izuku. Watch where you're going. I'd rather you not take your time and get home safely ASAP. Let me know when you're home, okay? Mom, did you have fun? Izuku, it was interesting and pretty cool. I had a good time and I made a friend. Did something happen, Mom? Mom, no, yes. Things always happen. I was checking in on you. I thought you'd be home by now. Mom, a friend? Izuku, he's 2 years older than me. Izuku glanced, happily, at Dabi, whose face was attentive on Izuku's. He raised a slight eyebrow and returned an asymmetrical smile. It's my mom. Can I tell her more about you? Izuku brought the dim screen under his lower lip. The second it made contact with his skin, it lit up. There was another ding. Mom, that's nice. Did you meet him at the mall? Izuku read the message and read out loud as he typed. Izuku, I met him on the train. He made sure the passengers didn't knock me unconscious. Omega, we went to the mall together and checked out some hero stores. It was fun. Mom, how nice of him. Oh, Izuku, you should learn to speak up. Dabi brushed his arm against Izuku as they walked. He leaned in to read the messages himself and mumbled, cute, when he saw his mother utilize emojis. Izuku lifted his hand so that the older friend didn't strain his neck. Green eyes met vibrant sky blue. So, the white-haired only looked on thoughtfully and cracked his neck. I don't know. Izuku's slim fingers flew across the digital keyboard, stopped, but did not press send. Mom, my friend has a situation that he told me about and needs a place to stay. He doesn't want police help because blank. Could he come over? Because, Dabi exhaled. Because his father is an abusive lowlife who happens to be the number 2 hero. He's untouchable and rich. Izuku stopped in his tracks and almost fumbled to keep his phone cupped in his hands. He spluttered like a fish out of its bowl. W. He breathed out and whirled to face Dabi. Your dad that he's abusive? And he's the number 2 hero. Endeavor. The Endeavor? Dabi clicked his tongue against teeth. I wouldn't call him Dad. Izuku filled out the blanks in his text and read everything Dabi said out loud, intentionally leaving out the abuser's hero status and identity. Send it. Izuku swallowed, hands sweaty and nervous, and did as he was told. He didn't waste time adding the following. He doesn't want to involve the police. They have failed him and his family several times in the past. Sounds about right. Send it. They only waited long seconds, but eventually a ding captured their attention. Both held bated breaths, but huddled together in curiosity. Mom, I understand. How about I meet you both outside the precinct parking lot, or, if he prefers, in the local supermarket a few blocks from the station. I'll give you both money, so you can eat snacks and watch movies. Izuku couldn't contain his jump and a raised, victorious fist. See, my mom is nice. Dabi stared dumbfounded. Just like that? A part of him wanted to disappear and leave Izuku and his waiting mother behind, but his chest clung for the possibility of having people on his side. Dabi huffed. Fine. The supermarket, but tell her to come alone. I don't need her to bring some social workers. K. Izuku's mother didn't waste time getting back to them. Mom, of course. I wasn't going to if he wasn't ready. I don't want their help. Izuku stepped beside Dabi. I know where the supermarket is. Follow me. Fresh, cool air hit them as they walked in the cold supermarket. Izuku's mom, having arrived faster than them, waited with a kind smile on her face. Izuku admired his mother's strength. Everything she gained she earned on her own with her 2 motherly and calloused hands. Inko Midoriya went from selling cell phones to being a hairdresser, a nurse assistant, helping out the homeless and the poor in non-profit events, to finally going to the police academy and climbing her way to independent work as a private investigator. She was 5 feet 3 inches, slim and bright-looking. Her hair, long, sleek, and green with the signature look Izuku has always seen her sport since his infancy. A half-bun hairstyle. Inko waved and bowed respectfully. I'm Inko Midoriya. His mother didn't waste time with formalities. How long have you been on your own? Years that I'm Danny or Dan. Izuku perked up at that. He remembered Dabi was a villain name. It made sense not disclosing that identity if Dabi was resolute on the path he was willing to take in the name of revenge and justice. I see. What about your schooling? Izuku looked back and forth with patience. He took note of Dabi's calm appearance and the smooth way he answered. He was never one to shy away or stutter into a mess of words like Izuku was prone to. I went to a private school and I was tutored at home at the same time. Dabi said unreadably. He shoved his hands in each of his pockets. Your education is important. You are free to stay with us if you like. If not, I know of some places you can stay. They don't make you fill out anything or ask any questions, but if you stay with us I could help you take online classes at home where you'll be safer than out here. Why are you kind too? You don't know me and yet here you are offering your home to a perfect stranger. He gave Inko a critical and pointed look. It's who I am and you're no stranger, you're a child deserving of a place to stay. Dabi looked at her in disbelief and a dash of ridicule. Children can be dangerous. Inko was unfazed by the expression on the taller boy. She stared firmly. We are all capable of being dangerous, but as I said you don't have to stay with us. I won't force you to go anywhere, just know that I care. Dabi looked from one Midoriya to the other and gave a funny expression. I see where Izuku gets his crazy from. In unison both Midoriyas answered, What? Huh? It's called caring. At last, Dabi simply raised and dropped his shoulders. I don't know. I didn't think something like this was going to happen. Why don't you stay and decide if you are comfortable? I don't want to be a freeloader or a leech. Dabi pressed his mouth into a sour thin line. You're not. As long as you help around the place by cleaning and cooking, I'll be happy and repaid. Inko nodded at the idea of extra hands taking care of the household chores she was never looking forward in completing. Why are you like this? Dabi sounded perplexed and looked a tad exasperated. It's a lifestyle to be selfless. All life is worthy and precious. Inko stated simply. Dabi's eyes widened. Even villains? Those kinds of beliefs can get you killed. He shook his head, not agreeing with Ms. Midoriya's line of thought. Even villains can have sincere remorse and not all of them picked a future of criminality. I'm not saying there isn't real evil and darkness in the world, but in order to correct the wrongs of this society one has to be prepared for change and be able to forgive. Mercy on human life is what I believe in. Inko spoke from personal experiences. The world hadn't been too kind or understanding to a young, single mother who refused to remarry. She was judged for not focusing her time on a single task, but Inko believed in being able to raise her only child and succeeding as the breadwinner in a male-dominant society. It was a long, unforgiving struggle. One hurdle after another made her cry hopelessly, but she pushed a step forward and then another until she reached the point of her life where things were beginning to fall into place. It wasn't easy nor foreseeable. Life was tough economically and she faced a lot of prejudice from her male bosses and co-workers. If her intelligence and other capabilities were not the problem, then her past chubby self became the center of people's jokes. The heavy criticism and failures forced her to develop a thick skin, something that had become her greatest asset. Inko Midoriya was able to survive with her son because of her sheer perseverance. Life might not be perfect, but she believed it would improve as long as she continued to move forward. Some people don't deserve mercy or second chances. A delicate layer of venom aroused from his voice. I know. Inko gave an empathetic nod. There was a short and pregnant pause before Inko spoke again. Does your father pose a danger to your well-being? Dabi snorted. That's an understatement. He almost killed me. I see. Danny isn't really your name, is it? If you'd like I could give you a temporary identity for school purposes. No, it's not that I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss school. What name would you like, or would you rather I choose one for you? I guess Taiyu or Teo would be fine. Would you be fine with our last name? You would blend in more. Sure. Teo, Midoriya it is then. Izuku hooped in guileless glee. I searched names similar to Toya and I got Taiyu Teo. In Japanese, it means sun and means ocean. I love it because it suits his quirk and eyes. What do you guys prefer in the meantime? Taiyu or Teo? Would it be fine with y'all if I introduced the characters from another anime? Inko departed but not before making a bigger impression on her son's new friend and addition to the humble Midoriya household. Dabi flushed in awe and almost stuttered a thank you when the slim, yet athletic short woman dropped $30 on his hand and Izuku's hand. Endeavor would never, how, he remembered getting all excited as a kid when he'd snatch a single $1 bill from the asshole, so for someone to give him this amount left him ecstatic and spoiled. As a resentful, fearful, and furious child, he stopped taking money even though it was in his right after all the forceful training and abuse from his crap dad. He hated feeling like a beggar whenever he held his father's wallet in his hand. Endeavor will forever disgust him as a person for making him feel like he was a nothing, deserving of nothing. The shorter green-haired Midoriya gazed with wonder at the generous bills in his hands. Really? Are you sure, Mom? You're so nice. Izuku fanned his face with the paper bills like he held all the riches in the world, like an emperor who would never run out of gold. Inko contained her grin as best as she could and nodded at both boys. For snacks and food. Taiyu, don't worry about clothes, I'll get you some as soon as I'm able. Dabi couldn't even give a dumbfounded nod. He only stared with a slightly parted mouth. With the Midoriyas he was going to be Taiyu, a name that was painfully similar to his birth-given name. The name itself humanized him, and the behaviors of the Midoriyas, as strange as they were, made his chest feel painful. He just met Inko Midoriya and the reaction was immediate. His chest didn't feel like a forgotten, unexplored, and feared ocean. It felt like a sunny beach where waves crashed calmingly into each other in a heartfelt song. He walked so long looking like Dabi that he'd forgotten what it felt like to be Tuya. When his skin was unsightly and severely damaged beyond repair, people refused to see the beach as an unthreatening place to go. They would even refuse to take long walks on the beach, to drop their guards down for a moment to listen to the waves. As Dabi, he was a cursed ocean that inhabited dangerous forms of life, monsters that would reach above the surface to lure innocents and victims down to a great profundity. The woman walked out of the supermarket, content, and rushed back inside. Order food, Izuku. Stay away from the kitchen. Izuku laughed, glancing nervously at Taiyu, and waved his hands across his face. Mom, that was one time. The woman left them alone to make decisions with their freedom, even greater independence with the cash that now belonged to them. Taiyu. Izuku began testing Dabi's new name as he observed through the long aisles. Dabi did the same, muttering his new name under his breath. You're good at picking out names, Dabi. They aren't random at all. Danny was. I think it doesn't count if it was only one letter. Since Dabi didn't have much experience cooking and preparing meals and he reached the conclusion that Izuku was a forgetful klutz in the kitchen, they opted to get cheap, delicious snacks, desserts, and pre-made meals. Their arms were filled to the brim. They ended up balancing everything as much as they could in front of the store where they could get a cart to put everything in. They laughed as they entered into a sudden competition of who could reach inside a cart first. They moved like oversized penguins. Some items fell, but still they moved, chuckling like idiots on a mission. An elderly employee reprimanded them, but a glint in her eyes held the contrary. She was amused and huffed softly, children. They left the store with full plastic bags and leftover money. Say, Dabi, I think I'm going to call you that when we're alone. It sounds like a secretive code name. I'll call you Taiyu when there's people around. That's essentially the purpose of a villain name and a fake name, Green Bean. I was just clarifying. They continued to stroll in content silence. We can watch movies, or we could play games on my computer, or we can go to the park, or we can read my comic books. Yeah. To everything? Izuku bounced excitedly. Dabi nodded, a genuine smile that showed he was looking forward to doing normal kid stuff. Is your house far away? We're almost there, about 5 more minutes. They were about to walk past another ordinary alley when they heard a soft cough and a gasping curse. A boy with short maroon hair supported his upper body on his knees. He was out of breath and had a white medical mask. Izuku didn't fail to show his interest and turned to walk into the poor-lit alleyway. Kid. Dabi sounded cautious. He did not shake his head in disapproval, but his voice very much sounded like it was. Izuku paid Dabi no mind and stepped closer, making sure to keep a safe distance towards the hunched boy whose golden, distrustful eyes snapped to the new presences in the alleyway. Are you heroes? The boy demanded. He wore a simple black shirt and pants. Izuku and Dabi recognized his quirk-nullifying white gloves. He had white shoes and a green hooded jacket. No, Izuku chirped and Dabi said in a monotone voice. Leave. Dabi shrugged and was about to turn around when Izuku said, No. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? My name is Izuku. This is Teo. What's your name? Dabi threw his white head to the sky and groaned quietly. If he could, he would facepalm his forehead. It's none of your business, the boy said with an icy tone, his golden eyes filled with venom. It can be. We can help you, Izuku supplied. We, Dabi snorted and eyed the boy in front of him. Kid, he doesn't want our help. He's too much of a wuss to want anybody's help. I can tell he thinks he's too good for the likes of us. His skepticism will probably get him killed. Come closer and I'll make you eat your words. Izuku began waving his hands between the two even though the distance between them was larger. His smile was jittery. Come on guys. No fighting, there's no need for that. We just want to help, really. We can all be friends. Izuku's eyes were serious and his body stance was firmly grounded. Nothing was going to make him leave this golden-eyed boy until the nameless boy gave them an explanation and assured Izuku he was 100% safe. I take back what I said. You are going to die, Izuku. Dabi made a mental note to snitch on Izuku to his mom. The woman believed his son was safe and sound. Ironic how her job was to solve cases and help people when her own son constantly chose to place himself in danger. Poor mother. Dabi was going to ask for Inko's phone number and have her on speed dial, and, if Izuku didn't open his wide naive eyes to the dangers presented in the world, he was going to use Izuku's dumb actions as blackmail. I'm a babysitter for this dumb kid. You want to help me? Tell me your quirks. And give me something to drink. At last the auburn-haired boy straightened, his breathing back to normal. His height was about half an inch shorter than Dabi. Then again, Dabi had a lot of hair that was stylized similarly like Kaken's. Sure, here, Izuku searched in his plastic bag. I have milk tea, sweet green tea, and Yakult. The tea, the boy answered as he rolled his jacket sleeves to his forearms. He caught the bottle thrown at him and lowered his mask to his chin, took a few sips, closed the cap and put away the cool bottle in the front pocket on his pants. Quirks. I'm quirkless, Izuku huffed a nervous laugh. The irritable boy lifted an eyebrow, something neither Dabi and a smiling Izuku missed. Dabi changed the bags from one hand to the other, leaving one hand free. If this little shit tried anything, he was going to leave another dismantled face behind. I don't have to tell you shit. You first. Dabi had made the decision, right then and there, to tackle Green Bean when they got to his house and put him in a headlock, give him a wet willy, and make Izuku slap himself until he learned not to reveal his quirk status. His quirklessness could easily turn him into fast prey. Was the idiot seriously not thinking about his safety? Izuku was lucky to be spared the runaway life because he was not about that life. Then don't waste my time. I'm hiding. You want to hide? Try inside a dumpster or the sewers, Dabi said coolly. Wait, who are you hiding from? The boy glared at Dabi and tucked out his green tea to drink from again. He put the bottle away and addressed Izuku. A villain is chasing after me. He wanted me to join his league, I refused, now he wants to steal my quirk. Izuku's eyebrows shot upwards, vanishing under his wavy bangs. A villain capable of taking quirks? How dangerous and fascinating. Izuku's mind went to overdrive. It's not great news for you, of course. The short, green-haired boy muttered away under his breath. For how long can he take people's quirks? Is there a limit? Oh, man, what if he can stockpile all the quirks he wants? It's totally possible that that's scary. He's a real threat. How come I've never heard anything like it before? Do the heroes know? Is that why they keep it under wraps so there isn't a backlash from the hero society? Everyone would want this villain locked up in Tartarus. They'll even want him executed. This villain has the upper hand, he can do anything he wants. He can even be All Might's rival. Does All Might know about this villain? Have they fought before? What does this villain hope to achieve in the long run? What is he planning? What goals does he have for Japan's society? What is he doing? Dabi felt embarrassed and wrinkled his eyebrows together, fangirling. I know. You can hide at my place, we have snacks. Izuku shook his bag in the air, hoping to tempt the boy in front of him. We can watch movies while you wait him out. Dabi face-palmed his face so hard it stung. His hand landed on Izuku's shoulder and he began bickering with him. Golden eyes pondered for a moment and spoke above hushed whispers and protests. Fine. Lead the way, Izuku. Ooh, really? Cool. Let's go then. Izuku jumped in his turn and beckoned to the boy with a carefree wave of his hand as another wave of dynamism hit Izuku out of the alleyway. They fell into step, side by side on the sidewalk. The boy with golden eyes walked next to Izuku's left and Dabi on Izuku's right. We better hurry. Not gonna lie, I have a big fat crush on Kai. Check out this amazing and completed FIC, highly recommend. Laughing face. Kaken, title, Izuku Katsuki and Izuku Kai. Kyukacoin, author. https archivoforon.org works 176560076 chapters 4163820. Some art https twitter.com Lirot status 119513598647438950 photo 1. https twitter.com paperzombie status 107059245229643366 photo 1. Amidst their rushed footsteps, short giggles escaped the shorter of the trio. Dabi didn't hesitate to strike the back of the greenette's head, not hard enough to knock the little guy unconscious, but enough that it stung like the slap he had given his own face. Ow! Izuku winced and whined. He faltered in his run for a second and resumed with a hand soothing the pain on the back on his skull. Dabi just had about enough, but kept his voice leveled and clear. This isn't a game. We're in danger because of you. Why do you meddle where no one asks you to? What about your mom? What will she think? Izuku chewed on his lower lip, a bit of indignation passing through. What's the big deal? I'm helping someone who needs it. He was just trying to be helpful. Useful. Since when had that become a bad thing? That's not the point. You just met the guy and he's already tagging along? That's not normal. Dabi pointed at Kai not too nicely. Kai narrowed his eyes towards icy blue. What do you mean? I met you today. Izuku pouted a little, upset at getting scolded. Kai raised an eyebrow, deciphering the scene and the relationship between the two people he just met. Seemed like a lifetime ago to Dabi. He fumbled quietly for words. Yeah, but at least it wasn't right away. We spent hours together. I don't see a difference. We're here, see? No harm done. Kai stood idly, examining the two twin buildings sitting next to each other. He looked hesitant. Spit it out, Dabi said, his glare and tone hostile. Let's hope we weren't followed, Kai said simply. Leave then if it's that dangerous, Dabi said. Izuku ignored the personal space of the boy whose name they didn't even know, took his hand, and marched forward towards the staircase that led up to all 8 floors. Nope, you're stuck with us now. Whatever happens, we'll figure something out. This is fucking insane. Dabi couldn't help the pang of betrayal and jealousy. He has known Izuku the longest and the kid was already being chummy with somebody else. For a second, more like hours, he believed he was special. Funny, how you're so cautious over me when you're as much as a stranger as I am. Funny how Izuku knows my name, but is opening the doors to his home to a nameless, dead man walking. Kai stood his ground, glared away, but eventually broke his eyes and looked away. Dead man walking. The words were the truth, but Kai didn't want them to. Tai, that's mean. He started it. I'm Kai. Kai Chisaki. Izuku was starry-eyed and he looked at Dabi hoping the white-haired friend would share his excitement. He didn't. Could be a fake name for all we know. Dabi glanced at Kai in suspicion. Why are you talking from experience? Kai snapped back. Izuku stopped at the door number 217, unlocked the door for all of them to hide inside. The AC was bliss. They sighed at the same time. This is it. It's not much, but it's pretty spacious for all of us. Izuku suddenly looked abashed. Dabi rolled his eyes. That's what the crazy green bean cares about where he lived rather than his well-being. Dabi was beyond annoyed. A headache was surfacing on his temple. I'm going to check the window. Dabi strolled coolly and carelessly away. Don't. The villain doesn't have eyes, but he is still able to see. Dabi threw his hands up. Wonderful. Izuku was more concerned about organizing the snacks on the table by color and putting the drinks and store-bought sushi rolls in the fridge. He didn't mind that his two acquired friends were arguing back and forth. This should make me react a certain way, but it doesn't. I'm having fun. Izuku was going to let them blow off some steam. The situation was far from ideal, but that was life. Izuku smiled and nodded. Destiny found its way to meddle in someone's life with an unstoppable force like All Might's Detroit Smash. It was a good sign that he suddenly had two friends. He shouldn't turn his back on them. His friends were his, like a pack of cool wolves. Things will be all right or not. Izuku wasn't going to run away anymore. He got out of his comfort zone for once, broke his routine, and ended up having the time of his life. Things were changing for him. Izuku could feel it. He wanted to be braver than usual. How can you be sure if he can find us? Fine, let's assume you're right that he has empty eye sockets like a freak. He can't see us from 8 floors up. He's a legend. The villain boss of Japan and the United States. He's been rumored of gathering an army of followers way back in his day just so he can assert his strength over them and kill them all. You can't know more than someone who's over 200 years of age. Even more reason for you to go. If I hand you over, then this guy will be appeased. How do you even know this information? Sounds like a bunch of bedtime stories to me. Kai chose to respond to what he deemed necessary. He ignored Taiyo's question, as if I'll let you touch me. Go ahead and try. I dare you. Okay. Izuku stepped in between. No one is handing you over, Kai. You're my friend now. Izuku smiled kindly. Dabi groaned. What is wrong with you? This is why you don't have any friends. I care about you too. Why is that weird? Izuku couldn't maintain eye contact with Dabi. Don't talk to him like that. Kai narrowed his eyes in distaste. Izuku deserves better. I wouldn't raise my voice at him. This riffraff thinks he can belittle him because he's quirkless. Or what? Gonna scare me with your quirk? Go on, use it. Dabi stood straighter, his hands curled as he waited for a strike that was never going to come. Stop! Izuku pleaded. Teo, why don't you go ahead and take a peek? He nodded towards the window. This seemed to distract Dabi, who began walking away again. He's got a diseased-filled mind. Kai shook his head as he smoothed a glove and examined it for dirt. Dabi murmured aloud, fuck you. No, he doesn't. People with quirks aren't different from quirkless people, Kai. They just happen to be gifted. Izuku tried to rationalize. One too often Izuku was filled with unexplainable hate that seemed to grow inside him like a black hole. He couldn't allow that. Kai needed to see the world through different lenses. Gifted to ruin everything around them, Kai crossed his arms and then unfolded them to take off his jacket. Kai, you have a quirk. If I were quirkless or had an inferior quirk, I wouldn't be able to eradicate everything wrong with this society. One needs power, wealth, and intelligence to implement new ways and change things in this filth-riddled superhuman society. Kai examined his jacket and folded it neatly into a square. Just because I'm quirkless doesn't mean I'm innocent, Kai. I can be just as bad as the heroes you despise if I wanted to. Dabi chuckled at that. Izuku mumbled at Dabi, you shut up. Oh shit. Kai and Izuku snapped their heads to Dabi's back pressed against the wall next to the window. His blue eyes were wide. I told you. Kai hissed, unclenched and clenched his hand repeatedly. He stopped and walked towards the window, but was too afraid to lift the curtain to the side as if the villain's face would be right outside on the 8th floor. Izuku didn't feel fear, but concern for his friend's behavior. So, he walked calmly and quietly to the window, motioned Kai to follow behind him. Kai narrowed his eyes and the small Adam's apple moved slightly when he swallowed harshly. Dabi didn't shake his head to the sides, his eyes remained wide. Kid, don't. Let's pretend we don't exist. But I'm curious. Maybe you got the wrong guy. No, I didn't. I'm pretty sure a tall-ass man with a tuxedo and an ugly faceless head to match fits the description of a villain. Dabi didn't fail to see Kai. Flinching. Izuku, Teo is right. Leave it. Izuku began to rationalize again. As long as it isn't you who peeks, we will be all right. It's not like he knows me or anything. Izuku used a single finger to lift the curtain. He couldn't see directly down because the balcony was in the way, but his eyes looked past that and immediately found the villain standing in the middle of the road facing the apartments. "He's ugly." Izuku shivered and squinted his eyes. The villain smiled and a black, misty portal opened for him to walk through it. The villain left through some portal. Izuku let go of the curtain. Dabi punched the smaller boy on the arm. "Nice going, Izuku, you just put yourself and your mom in danger. I hope you're proud." They stayed in silence for long minutes. "My mom's got a gun and a telekinesis quirk. You haven't seen her when she's angry." Izuku smiled and shrugged a shoulder. "I'd kill you right now, but friends don't do that." Dabi breathed out deeply as he pinched the bridge of his long and perfectly straight nose. "What are you going to do now, Kai?" Izuku turned to the auburn, seemingly distressed boy. It was Kai's turn to shrug. "Keep moving. What else is there to do?" Izuku waved his arms. "You can't leave." "Maybe he left because you were in a tough place to kidnap. If you go out he'll get you for sure." "You're screwed either way is what he's trying to say," Dabi said. Kai's face became crestfallen at that. He turned to sit on the couch. "If it's not the heroes, it's the villains. Everyone's a problem, such a disgusting society we live in." Izuku tiptoed around Kai, unsure of what to say, so he ended up blurting in a haste, "If I had a quirk, Kai, I would protect you." "Thanks, Bunny, you're an angel." The mask on Kai's face hid the smile underneath, but his gold eyes expressed his fondness. "I wouldn't. I'm disgusted by the way," Dabi said quietly and turned away. He wanted a reason to hurt Kai. Kai rolled his eyes. "Your quirk makes you selfish. That's why we need more quirkless people." "Then have the villain take your quirk," Dabi snapped. "I would if I didn't need it to change this superhuman society." Dabi was about to ask how when the phone rang. Izuku walked to check, unknown caller ID. He shrugged and left it. "My mom made some katsudan. Want some?" "Yeah, sure." Like we weren't about to get killed because of hypocrisy here. "Like you're any better than me." Kai stood up and walked to pull out a chair to sit around the kitchen table. Izuku watched his favorite food heat up inside the pot when a message went to voicemail. "Hello? It's been too long since I last called. How are things? Are you and Izuku doing all right?" There was a pause. "Is school treating him right? Has he made any friends yet? Anyway, I'm busy chasing an important business deal at the moment. I'll send money sometime this week for you and Izuku. Tell Izuku I think about him every day and that I don't love him any less because I'm not there. Everything I do is to keep him happy, strong, and safe. I'll try again later or tomorrow. Bye." "Thanks, Dad." Izuku's heart jumped in hooray. He didn't rush to pick up the phone like people would expect him to. Frankly, he didn't have the courage to talk to his father. He was afraid of bawling his eyes out and telling him how horrible people had been in his short time on Earth. He was afraid that if he ever spoke to the man he would beg him to relocate him to America. Izuku couldn't do that to his mother, his parents couldn't know. So he always avoided picking up the phone. His eyes glued to the slowly bubbling sauce surfacing above his katsudan. He didn't remember his father's face, but he had a few pictures. His voice, on the other hand, he could pinpoint it out in any crowd with a blindfold on. "That's nice," Dabi commented as he laid on the couch, his head resting on the armrest as he chewed on a crispy potato chip. Kai was speechless. In a swift motion he stood up, the chair behind him thudding hard on the floor. Dabi jumped in his spot and threw a potato chip at Kai's arm. "What's wrong with you?" "Izuku, where is your dad right now?" "Abroad in America." "And what you and I mean to ask is, are you okay?" That's the villain's voice. Kai looked slightly horrified and amazingly composed. "Dude, you're paranoid," Dabi snorted softly. "I think I would know the voice of the person who is trying to steal my quirk and even possibly kill me for rejecting him." Kai picked up the potato chip and threw it back. It hit Dabi right on his eyebrow and fell down to the crook of his neck. Dabi gave him the middle finger and nonchalantly ate the chip from his neck. "Disgusting." Izuku smiled funnily. "That's not possible, Kai. I have a picture of my dad somewhere and he's not ugly. He can't be abroad without eyes." He shook his head and chuckled. "Explain that, rich boy. Weren't you listening to the voicemail? His dad is nice and he genuinely cares. I can tell. I'm telling you that I'm not wrong. All right, Tomorrow we'll spend time outside and wait for him to show up. Dabi lifted his head, gave him "Are you fucking crazy" look. There is no we. I'll go, Izuku said, using a spatula to move the deep-fried pork cutlet, eggs, vegetables, and other condiments already mixed in. Dabi snaked a stiff arm over the armrest of the couch to point a finger at Izuku. No, I'll tell your mom. Oh yeah. Should we tell my mom? I don't think she can do much with a gun and some bullets, Kai said. She's a PI. She could know something. There has to be people who know about that villain. She likes solving mysteries and connecting the dots like a really cool detective. It was just Kai's luck that Izuku's mother happened to be a PI and have a quirk as well. What kind of character did she have? What were her values? Did she abuse her quirk for the wrong reasons? Was she simply a follower for this messed up society? No. You can't tell her. Why? Because my guardian is a retired Yakuza leader. Dabi stopped chewing. Does it still affect you if he's retired? Izuku tilted his head in curiosity and awe. No, he's been retired for more than a decade and is a CEO of Equinox. He does a lot of charity work for children and the elderly. He also sells cutting-edge medical technology, equipment, and other supplies. Rich jerk. It explains a lot actually. Dabi lifted his head again to narrow his eyes up and down at Kai in confirmation that his unlikable personality stemmed from wealth. The villain wanted to meet his granddaughter because she has a one-of-a-kind quirk called Rewind. Aries' quirk allows her to reverse a living individual's body back to a previous state, allowing her to heal injuries and undo bodily modifications. She has even shown the ability to rewind someone's body to a point before they existed. As a result of her quirk mutating her body, Aries' blood is able to attack an individual's quirk and stop its activation. Her quirk is also an accumulation-type quirk, which means the power it emits has to build up over a period of time before becoming usable. Pops and I have been watching over her and getting her the help she needs to control it. Once we were in a government building where Pops had a short partnership with and entrusted her with a professional personnel of doctors and quirk specialists, but we found out too late that they were hurting her and experimenting on her. One day she had enough and she made a lot of them disappear. You can see why that villain would be interested in taking Aries' quirk. He's already overpowered, there's no need to give him any more ammunition. I stayed behind to give Pops and Aries the time to escape out of Japan with new identities. There was a silence as Dabi and Izuku took in everything Kai said. Dabi sat forward and propped an arm on the cushioned armrest. Fucking hell, damn. Is Aries your sister? Kai attempted to keep a blank face and show his carelessness instead. She might as well be. I couldn't let that villain find her, she's only 5. Dabi smirked. How cute. I have tons of siblings too. I haven't seen them in years though. I'm 16 by the way. I'm saying because Izuku over there thought I was a grown-ass man. I'm 16 too. Kai thought for a moment. Pops needs to settle down somewhere safe and be careful with who he communicates with. He won't be able to wire money to me. I'm on my own. Welcome to the club, rich boy. Dabi gave a lazy high five in the air. Kai was mildly amused and gave a curt nod. Don't call me that. Princess. Pig. Izuku suddenly spoke. Then Eri-chan can defeat this villain if she learns how to master it, but she would have to know how to read her opponents and fight them, especially against the scary face we saw outside. It will be years before any of that happens. She's still much too scarred and traumatized from the treatment she was forced to endure. And even if she was prepared and in control, it would ultimately be her decision. Which hospital was it? Dabi asked, his interest piqued. Jaku General Hospital. Dabi stayed quiet. That hospital is fucking weird. I wouldn't step inside it again. Izuku got distracted by the food bubbling loudly behind him and jumped excitedly. Katsudon is ready. https bokunoheroacademia.fandom.com Wiki Eri. Please accept this offering that I pulled out of my ass, laughing face. I don't even know what I'm writing anymore. This was lazy to be honest. The trio around the table appreciated the hot meal before them. Whenever Dabi and Kai made eye contact with each other, they would narrow their eyes in quiet comical banter. Izuku chewed appreciatively, his gleaming green eyes shifting between the two. When they were done, each took their turns to wash their plates and settled in the couch to idly watch television. Izuku settled various snacks on the small table in front of them and scooched in the middle between his friends. He was in control of the remote control, but he was pleased to browse the channels for either Kai and Dabi. The news channel caught their attention. Breaking news: a man identified as Oh Sang-woo from South Korea was found unconscious in a bathroom mall. The biggest mall yet to be built in Japan, with a total of 295 stores to satisfy everyone's tastes and needs, had a grand opening not too long ago and already has over thousands of visitors each day. The numbers are increasing exponentially by the day. There has been a debate about new security implementations, security patrols for civilian protection and order, but the question everyone is asking themselves is, why wasn't there a single person around to witness the altercation against Mr. Sang-woo, who is now found in a hospital bed fighting for his life? There are no leads at this moment, but the right authorities for the job are working around the clock to bring Mr. Sang-woo justice. If you have any information, please call at. On another note, justice? They don't know he's a pervert. Izuku pointed with the front end of the control remote at the television screen at the short clip of paramedics carrying out a man on a stretcher bed. I wonder who did that to him. Guess it will remain a mystery. Dabi's hand was cupped to his lower face, but the tiniest of smiles could be seen. Kai made sense of what happened based on what was said and concluded, so he was filth. Izuku and Dabi agreed. They watched some more news, changed the channels, and munched on snacks. I'm gonna get some towels for you too. Izuku left to find some towels, spare toothbrushes, and some of his oversized clothes. Kai casually addressed Dabi when Izuku was out and about, so it's a fire quirk. Yeah, it's a really hot quirk like its owner, Dabi smirked. Kai stared unreadably at Dabi and blinked slowly. No. It's kinda sad how two homeless dudes are Izuku's first friends, Dabi said quietly, listening to Izuku's shuffling feet. I'm not homeless. You are. Dabi took a towel, a plain new toothbrush, and clothes from Izuku's hand and sprinted to the restroom before Kai got up to take his share of materials. Kai looked after him and rolled his eyes. It's not a competition, you ape. Dabi gave a cool, lopsided smile and gave him the finger once again before shutting the door shut. The sound of water reached their ears. I can tell you'll be good friends, Kai, Izuku commented from his homework. Highlighters and textbooks of different subject were opened. Izuku worked in a diligent haste to finish it. I hope not, Kai said and grabbed the remote to lazily press through the channels. Izuku stacked his homework papers neatly inside a folder and then transferred it to his backpack and double-checked his notes. Pleased with his work, he placed the remaining books into his bag and left to drop off his backpack in his room. This idiot has been in the shower forever, Kai said with an irritated look in his face. He impatiently tapped his fingers on the armrest before he got up to knock on the bathroom door. Hurry up. Make me, Dabi said past the running water. Dabi finally came out of the restroom, flushed from the steam, exiting the small shower room. Looking pleased. He was dressed in a white shirt that said oversized shit instead of shirt, with long dark shorts that reached above his knees. Figured. What are you trying to say to me when you gave me this shirt? Dabi threw a playful, accusing smile at the greenette, who in turn covered his mouth in amusement. I didn't mean anything by it. Be glad it fits you. Izuku then motioned Dabi to follow him into his room. Wanna read comics? Oh, comics. Thought you were gonna offer something else. Dabi cackled as he dried his snow-white hair with the towel Izuku provided him with. Izuku flushed a little. No, he squeaked. The shorter boy walked behind Dabi and pushed him into his bedroom. Whoa, kid, we're not alone here. Arj, stop saying things like that. Get comfortable. My room is your room. With that, Izuku walked out of the room and closed his door ajar. Nice. Dabi smiled as he picked up a comic book. He glanced at the variety of Izuku's collection sitting perfectly organized on bookshelves. He examined the front cover and decided he didn't want to read about Superman first, so he fished out another comic book to fit his mood. With a refreshed sigh, he flopped on Izuku's bed and patted a pillow under his head. Kai stood outside the restroom waiting for the steam to clear out when Izuku returned. There's an air filter. Izuku flipped a switch and the restroom gradually cleared out. Izuku got a container of newly bought sushi rolls out of the fridge as well as his milk tea and Dabi's unsweet drink and balanced it on the plastic container. Him and Dabi were lounging with comic books and popping sushi rolls in their mouths as they discussed which characters were more interesting and stronger. It wasn't long before Kai exited the restroom, placing his toothbrush in a separate plastic cup he requested for beforehand, with a towel around his neck wearing another white shirt that said, "Shirt." "Sushi." Dabi raised a roll above Kai's waist. "You touched it." Kai's hand traveled around Dabi's hand, who shrugged and ate the sushi anyway, to get another sushi roll for himself. "Move your legs." This time Kai inserted himself in the middle of Dabi and Izuku, who was laying on his stomach. Izuku left without a word and came back to hand Kai a pillow. He left again and returned with 2 futons. He unrolled them on the floor besides his bed and got back to his spot on the same reading position he was before. "I was thinking that what should we tell your mom about Kai? Is it really smart to not tell her about the villain? It can be dangerous for her." Kai considered Dabi. "We can say I'm your homeless friend." "Izuku, why don't you call your pops?" "I want to confront him." "Well, why?" "You can't confront him, he's not in Japan," Izuku said without looking up, his legs moving back and forward in a childish way as he flipped a color page. "I'm going to say you're my slutty, homeless friend." Dabi's face was hid by the comic book, but Kai could tell he was smirking. "Then I will say I gave you an STD so you can be taken to Jaku." "Wouldn't you be taken too?" "Dumbass." He placed his legs over Kai's to purposely get a reaction over him. "How about you don't say anything?" Kai pushed Dabi's legs off his and gave him a pointed look. Dabi snickered. "Can't anyone take a joke around here? I bet you don't have friends either. Your little sister doesn't count." "Izuku?" Kai asked again, ignoring Dabi and slapping his foot away when it inched close to his face. Izuku is on the right on his stomach, Kai's back is leaning on the wall. Dabi is laying down on Kai's right. "I don't want to call him, you call him if you want," said Izuku with an innocent voice. Dabi smirked. "Fine. I'll call him." Kai got up and left, causing Dabi to sit up looking impressed and not quite believing Kai was actually going to follow through. Dabi followed him out and came back. "Green bean, don't you care?" "I do. I just don't want to talk to him." Izuku dropped his side of his face on the cool pages. Dabi observed him carefully. "Why?" "I might cry to him about the bullies at school and tell him to move me away to the US." Izuku sighed. Dabi nodded and smiled mischievously. "I could scare the shit out of your bullies, you only have to say the word, green bean." "No. It's okay. I don't want to ruin his chances of becoming a hero." Dabi frowned his eyebrows in dislike. He was about to say something to that when Kai came inside the room with the phone dialing on speaker. Izuku's eyes widened. "I'm not saying anything, Kai. I mean it." "I know, Izuku. I heard." "Don't worry," Kai smiled. His mask, not being reusable or washable, was thrown away in the trash can before he took a shower, leaving both Dabi and Izuku to experience how likable Kai's face could look when he smiled without a medical mask in the way. The dial continued, but eventually it picked up. "Hello." "Hi, Mr. Midoriya. I'm Izuku's friend, Kai Chisaki." There was a long pause before it was replaced with an upbeat, "Oh, how wonderful. I have to say your voice sounds awfully familiar. I told Izuku that I was convinced your voice belonged to the villain that was chasing me a while ago." "Don't worry, Izuku is asleep. He doesn't know I'm calling you, but you should understand that I'm speaking to you to confirm my suspicions because I know I'm right." Dabi's eyebrows shot up and he gave a faltering lopsided smile to Izuku. "Oh shit." Izuku pressed his mouth in a line and looked giddy with mischief. However, he did a double take to the phone on Kai's hand when his father's voice spoke next. "I'm disappointed, Kai. The rewards for joining the League of Villains would have been immense had you accepted to join." "Izuku, I know you're not asleep. How can you be when you have company over to entertain you? I'm glad you have friends, Izuku. I know you must be lonely. I know how unfair people are capable of being to the quirkless population." Izuku was about to speak when Kai beat him to the punch. "Are you a fool? How can you admit the truth over the phone? How are you so sure Izuku is even up?" Dabi's bright blue eyes were screaming what the fuck? As he glanced from Izuku to Kai and the phone. Because I'm outside and I have a sensory quirk. The three boys froze and a deep chilling voice cackled smoothly, and you all fell for it. You really are outside, aren't you? Dabi spoke up in defiance. Yes. Dad, I don't believe you're a villain. Does Mom know? Izuku finally found his courage to speak to the man he was firmly avoiding talking to for years. That I am. All I know, Izuku. But I have my reasons. You have to know that not all villains are quiet so bad and heroes aren't all that good. I can prove I can be good. I'll stop chasing after Kai and the girl. I was actually going to do her a favor by taking an unpredictable quirk like hers out of her hands. My intentions was only that, taking quirks. I can't help myself, the quirk I was born with demands more. If I don't comply I get out of hand. Were you going to kill Kai? Izuku glared at the phone. I was chasing Kai to force him to use his quirk to its limit out of curiosity. Quirks strengthen in life and death situations. I was only acting like I was going to kill him. That's the honest truth, Izuku. It was a fun chase while it lasted. Why do you look like that? Izuku braved himself to ask. See, my good old friend, all might ruin my face. I can't go around so much on my own without the right equipment to keep me alive. That's what I've come to. Someone with my potential to create change in the world shouldn't be shackled to poor health. Not to worry, I hurt All Might as much as he hurt me. I wanted to visit, but not looking like this. I've been searching for a quirk to fix my face. Can you imagine not looking like yourself? The way you were born like and have people run the other direction? Dabi nodded his head. It sucks. Fo chuckled. It really does. It's confining and impractical. There's some shady doctors underground with healing abilities some miles from where the pro-hero Endeavor lives. Hurt him, don't kill him, and I'll take it as a thank you. Word has reached my ears about a boy with promise, with the right amount of vengeance. I was going to find you actually to offer you leadership within my successor's league. Is it true the celebrated number 2 acts villainous towards his own family? I'm not all that surprised, but I would like to know your side of things. Yeah. He's a scumbag. Dabi curled a fist. If you're a father who truly cares about his family and knows there are heroes who aren't worthy of their title, then you have to hurt him just enough. Hurt him? How? Mr. Midoriya sounded pleased. Give him a vertical scar on either side of his face. Dabi answered too quickly with a wicked smile displaying and contorting his attractive facial features. I can do that. Anything else? The hero killer, Stain. Do you know him? Where can I find him? Stain, yes, I know him. He's always on the move, working tirelessly and not easy to find when he doesn't want to be found in the first place, but I'm sure I can find him for you and arrange a meeting if you consider my offer. I'm free to go? How do I know you won't turn back on your word to hurt me and the girl? You could send someone to kill me, Kai stepped in. Like I said, I have no interest in Izuku's friends. Not to worry, Kai, there are plenty quirks to go around. The world is an all-you-can-eat buffet. I wasn't kidding about chasing you for fun, he chuckled. Fine. I'm in just fine, Stain, Dabi said. Perfect. Dad, how can you talk so casually about villain shenanigans in front of me and offer my friend to meet a villain? What will you have him do in the League of Villains? And nothing better happened to Kai and the little girl, Izuku demanded with a refusal to believe this was actually occurring. It's the life that I lead, it's also business. A mutual exchange where, hopefully, trust is built. I want my successor to grow a following, I'm helping him take things into his own hands. He's someone who deserves to make his wishes come true. Kai shot a pointed look at the voice coming from the device in his hands. Like you did? You grew an army and killed your own. That I did. Because my own army turned their backs on me and fought me in hopes that I could be forced to pass my original quirk to them. They were threatened by me, and I rarely forced anyone to join. When I did it, it was someone I particularly hated. What was I supposed to do? Let them wipe me out and all the progress I've made? Back in those days, I was more unhinged and out of control, so I understand why many villains didn't like me. I've had quite some time to learn about my abilities. You give us dirty money? Izuku made a face. All money is dirty and I don't take it from those who don't deserve it, Izuku's father said. What about Mom? Mom knows nothing about what I dedicate my life to. You can tell her, but you should be prepared for the consequences your actions will bring. What does that mean? Izuku frowned. It means she's in a good place. Her life will fall apart when she learns the awful truth about her husband. Mom's heart is gentle when it comes to family. If you tell her about me, she'll want to confront me, and who knows how that will turn out. I don't want to fight Mom, Izuku, but I won't let anyone try to end my life. Would you really hurt Mom? I don't know. I wouldn't want to. As a villain, I'd like to say yes, but that's a scenario that's much too complicated to give a sure answer to. His father paused shortly and asked, Izuku, would you be okay if your own mother injured and killed your father or vice versa? No, Izuku answered immediately. I would. In a heartbeat, Dabi answered. I'm sorry about your circumstances. Your father is frankly the worst. I'm surprised, but also not, that a hero that above the ranks is left unhinged and unchecked to do his job. Mr. Midoriya clicked his tongue against teeth in disgust. You father is Endeavor? Kai looked vaguely caught off guard as the information made sense. Dabi barely nodded. Unfortunately, yeah. It's late and you have school tomorrow, Izuku. I'll call when I'm able to, or call me when Inko is not around. Hey, good night, Dad? Good night, boys. Mr. Midoriya sounded amused. The three of them settled on their beds in silence, processing on their own. They were wide awake and sleep was nowhere on their minds. The front door opened and came in a cheery, tired voice of Inko Midoriya. I brought pizza. Dabi sat up, nice, and Izuku chased after him. Yay, pizza? Kai sighed. Is food all you ever think about? He got up from the nicely bedded futon and made his way to the kitchen. I ate 2 slices on my way here, but I got 2 large boxes since you're growing boys. Inko handed paper plates, napkins, and cups. She took an unopened bottle of Coke and poured in the sizzling drink in red cups. Mom, Dabi's friend needed a place to stay too. So I dragged him here. Izuku slammed a playful fist on the table as another hand held a pizza slice and a string of hot, melted cheese hanged from his mouth. That's nice of you, Izuku. Call him to have some pizza. The bright woman didn't look bothered or anything as she placed another cup, plate, and set of napkins on an empty spot around the table. Kai was already in the room, watching the interactions from a safe distance. He initially thought Izuku's mother was going to be overwhelmed or displeased with the company that was taking over her home. He found it strange and surprising that she wasn't like he pictured her in his head. You know, I said it once and I'll say it again. You two are insane. I bet Izuku could fill this apartment with strays and you would be all like, what size of clothes do you all wear? Speaking of clothes, I got you some. Inko playfully hit Dabi with a paper plate on top of his head. She raised a bag of clothes and dropped it in his lap. Kai, come on. Pizza, Izuku said through mouthfuls of cheesy goodness. He's too much of a princess for pizza, Dabi said as he picked up another slice and took a large cold sip of Coke. Kai stepped closer into the kitchen and stood awkwardly. I'm Kai Chisaki. I'm Inko. Sit and eat, Kai. Inko was finished her 4th pizza when she started to look sleepy. Yeah, I'm about to drop. Kai had grabbed his slice, but was wiping down the glistening grease on his pizza. Dabi snorted at Kai. Dude, you're lame. Why don't you mind your business? Kai said as he threw the greased paper ball on Dabi's plate. Inko stood up and went to the kitchen to grab more absorbent paper towels. Here you go. Kai gratefully accepted with a handsome smile on his face. Thank you. I'm turning in. Mind your volume. Pick up after yourself and tidy things up. Oh. Store the leftover pizza in the fridge. Inko waved tiredly out of the kitchen and went into the restroom to brush her teeth. Are all parents like that? I'm asking since I'm adopted, Kai asked. Inko's green head appeared around the doorframe of the restroom with a toothbrush inside the corner of her mouth and foamy, white toothpaste. Me too, she pointed at herself. Well, that explains everything, Dabi said, biting a pepperoni slice when his mouth was already full of pizza. I'll get you some clothes tomorrow, Kai, Inko smiled. See? Insane, Dabi whispered to himself. Izuku acted like nothing was out of the ordinary with a content smile on his face. Oh yeah, I forgot about the cinnamon rolls. Inko coughed slightly as she spoke with toothpaste in her mouth and disappeared to rinse her mouth. Dabi's and Izuku's eyes shone in glee. Dabi was closest to the bag and pulled out the box inside. He opened it to reveal 10 beautiful cinnamon rolls the size of their hands, 2 of which were gone. "Good night. Don't leave the lights on, okay?" Inko raised an open hand in a motionless wave and left into her room. When the mess from the kitchen table was thrown away, pizza and cinnamon rolls put inside the fridge and teeth brushed again, the boys found themselves in Izuku's room, fully happy, safe, and full to their stomachs. Pretty soon they all fell asleep. Dabi snored softly, sprawled on his bed. Kai slept peacefully with his blanket uncreased and covering him perfectly, and Izuku slept on his side curled up like a child. The happiest smile etched on his little mouth. Kai found AFO's number under Dad or H, Midoriya. He tried Dad first and got it on the first try, laughing face. AFO is a chill, adaptable guy who goes to extremes to experience people's reactions for fun. AFO and Izuku are more alike than you can imagine. Inko loves children. She'll protect them with her life and gather them like Pokemon, laughing face. Izuku and Inko are more alike than you can imagine, laughing face. When AFO admitted he was a villain, Kai, Dabi, Izuku shared a Pikachu face XD. What Kai's face looks like when Dabi speaks, also Kai's face in general. Izuku's face when he found out his dad is a villain. Kai when Dabi says something hurtful to him, like when Dabi said he was a dead man walking. When anyone tries to reason with Izuku about not picking up strays. Izuku in general when he cries. Not allowing Izuku to keep his newly acquired friends and having to say goodbye. When Dabi says something hurtful to Izuku. Izuku in general. Dabi's face when Kai shows up out of the nowhere and is already tagging along. The face he gives Kai in general. Dabi when Kai didn't give him an excuse to fight him. Izuku and his dad in general. AFO when he gets his way and wins a fight. Unrelated but needs to be said. Kaminari's face when people make fun at him when he fries his brain and calls him dumb in general. Sad face. Don't be mean to Kaminari. Todoroki's face when he doesn't understand something and in general. Katsuki's face. This is Mineta in general. Bubis Vamun boobs. Lazy writing, laughing face. Edit. Izuku, Dabi, and Kai only know Izuku's dad is a villain and really old and powerful. The world doesn't know this specific villain even exists or that he goes by AFO. Izuku woke up snorting in panic when the screaming of his alarm momentarily deafened his right ear. He slapped the phone against the wall, his eyes still closed shut in refusal to adjust to a brand new day. His phone clattered when it fell through the very narrow space beside his bed. He whined and groaned, pressing his wild hair against the soft fabric of his pillowcase. He didn't want to wake up yet. Mornings were a struggle for him sometimes, but sat, rubbed his eyes, and sighed. He felt like an old man. If time was a concept created by man, then he'd rather not be human at all. A lazy cat or a fluffy cloud sounded like better lives to live if he was completely honest. Izuku reached for his phone, making noises from straining his arm and scratching the edge of his rectangular device. He was about to cry and allow himself to throw a tantrum when his teary, frustrated eyes saw his phone sliding away from his reach. He turned to see Dabi's fluffy white hair appear from under his bed. "Kid, you weren't seriously going to cry, right?" Dabi's voice was rough and dry. His eyes were heavily scrunched up from having been woken up. He could sleep deeply like a rock when he wanted to, but sometimes his hearing was hypersensitive to every little noise that he had to see for himself what all the whiny fuss was about. His instinct as an older brother was to smack Izuku upside the head for annoying him so early when he wasn't ready to be up yet. "Shut it." A golden and very pissed eye seemed to glow in warning next to Dabi's futon. Kai turned his back to face away from both Dabi and Izuku, lifted a blanket over his short maroon hair and hummed softly, enjoying the unused cool fabric of the pillowcase against his face. Apparently, Dabi began slowly, his thoughts a mess and his voice beginning to stop working. "We aren't morning people. At least we agree on something," Dabi huffed quietly, tossing the cell phone on Izuku's bed before throwing his blanket over himself and curling up on his side. "Next time I'm throwing the whole kid out," Dabi promised. Show yourself out too while you're at it, Kai said sassily. His voice was just as deep as Dobby's, but his annoyance was untamed. Jerkwad. Filth. Bitch. Trash. Ho. Wannabe hero killer. Mafia piece of shit. Daddy issues. Prissy rich princess. Cruddy. Grimy. Loser. Kai and Dobby proceeded to cuss themselves out until their voices diminished into a whisper and they fell asleep again. Izuku gave a soundless yawn and unlocked the screen to get rid of his alarm. If he didn't, the song would scream again in 10 or 15 minutes. He hated alarms, but they did the job nonetheless. It was his mistake to lay down again on his bed. Only a few more minutes, he thought. He only meant to rest his eyes, but he ended up falling asleep for 2 more hours. Izuku ended up cracking an eye open to look at the time on his front screen, believing he had only shut his eyes for a few minutes. But his shock caused him to step on Kai's hand and Dobby's ankle as he jumped and rushed to get his uniform out of his closet. Kai's hissed and his hand disappeared under his blanket while Dobby cussed and curled into himself to rub at his ankle. Fucking hell, kid. I might just step on you. Sorry. I overslept. I gotta go. Izuku sped out of his room already dressed in his school uniform and a backpack in his hand. He washed his face twice with cold water, brushed his teeth, and harshly wore deodorant on his underarms. He rushed to brush his hair, not that it made any noticeable difference, but at least it wouldn't be tangled. Finally, he rinsed out the mouthwash and fixed his backpack in place. His feet might be small in size, but the sound of his steps became loud like a giant's as he rushed out of the restroom and out of the house. Izuku was out of breath as he flew by houses and picked up his pace when he crossed roads. He was late, super late, and he had no excuse to give to the secretary at the school's entrance office or any of his teachers. Izuku brought a small thin hand against his classroom door to announce himself and very well disrupt the teacher's lecture. Something his teacher detested more than anything. She was strict, scary, and passionate about everything that involved English. It was 4th period around this time, and Izuku allowed himself to step inside the room. He avoided to look around the classroom of students and quietly apologized. Excuse slip, the teacher demanded, her hand out and waiting. I don't have one. Izuku winced. I'd overslept. Go, the teacher glared and dismissed him to his seat at the back of the room, her eyes back on the paper in her hand, and returned to her lesson. She was particularly serious about her favorite novel, Frankenstein by the English author Mary Shelley. Izuku took his time to relax in his seat after he quietly rushed to take out his materials for class. He took notes, and while he was writing and listening to his teacher, the realization that he had no one to ask for the notes that he missed in the beginning of this class and the previous classes he didn't attend in time made him worry for his grades. He was a dedicated student with the highest marks in school. He shouldn't worry, really, but he did. He bit the skin of his lower lip in deep thought. He didn't want to miss out on any information. After 2 more periods passed, the bell rang for the students in his grade level to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Izuku decided to skip that time to seek his teachers and ask for the work that he missed out on. It was embarrassing because they were busy grading, lounging around by themselves, or speaking to their colleagues, or eating. Sometimes the teachers had folders stapled on the wall with the missing assignments tucked in for students to take their own initiative and complete what was incomplete or replace their lowest grade. For that he was grateful because he didn't need to interact with anyone, but when he had to, he never knew what to expect. A teacher lowered his face, causing his glasses to fall to the tip of his nose. Your Midoriya, yes? It's not a good idea for someone of your status to be so irresponsible. Quirkless individuals have to work 10 times harder than their gifted peers. I was made aware that you did not provide a valid reason for your absence. In the real world, such behavior will not be tolerated. The elderly man then changed the topic. With your grades, you could attend a good university. Have you given any thoughts about your future? Izuku dreaded these types of pragmatic, non-sided discussions and commentary on his civilian quirk status, which was an obvious non-applicable or none. They riddled his conscience with guilt. In the end, he only felt like an enormous failure. He shouldn't have been late for no good reason at all. This discomfort could have been avoided had he not closed his eyes for a short rest. Izuku was aware that quirkless people earned less than the majority of the gifted population. It didn't make sense to him as to why the world he lived in was structured in such a way where power was above intelligence. If you had both, no one could touch you, but when you had nothing, all you were was that nothing. Quirkless people were freaks. Ordinary. Boring. The world wanted to wipe them out. Everyone was waiting for complete generations of zero quirkless persons, a total country of superhumans. That would be an occasion of celebration. Some places, overseas, have already succeeded in having a 99.9% population of superhumans. Everyone, in Izuku's opinion, was waiting for the quark singularity era. Otherwise he wouldn't be struggling so much in this society or be treated like an unfortunate nuisance in the way of his country's record. Quark singularity was a theory long forgotten, but amidst his research in trying to comprehend his purpose, his role, and the behaviors of others towards him, Izuku dived deep into the internet to find solutions and explanations. The quark singularity theory was essentially about newer generations becoming too powerful and difficult to understand. There were many generations to go before the theory proved itself to be true, Izuku thought. When it did, it would be complete chaos. Izuku thought back of the interviews many counselors and teachers were known to give on television on behalf of their co-workers over how they were practically given the responsibility to raise a generation of super children and how they weren't paid nearly enough. They asked parents to do their part in educating their children at home, for parents to teach their kids how to act in different settings as well as setting boundaries when it came to using their quirks. There was a time and place for everything, and manners should always be upheld no matter where they were or who they engaged with, because many students ignored and disrespected their teachers, and the teachers dreaded to imagine how they acted outside of school. It was a real struggle to guide and teach countless youth to learn about quirk control and responsibility. Teachers, to everyone's surprise, were becoming a soaring demand in the workforce, a mantle no one wanted to take. If they did, they would soon quit. Some studies have shown how teachers had stress levels as severe as a hero veteran and an on active duty hero with PTSD. Everyone laughed at that, thinking it was ridiculous and that teachers were making a big deal over a couple of rowdy children. Parents merely dumped their children in the school's front steps and expected the teachers to take care of the rest, but when you're a kid, nothing is taken seriously. Children didn't ponder about their actions or the consequences bred from their recklessness. It was normal, dangerous, worrisome, but nevertheless normal behaviors of children. It was simply too much work for one person to handle alone, and it didn't help matters when no one seemed to care. Teachers weren't asking people to feel sorry for them, they wanted help. Izuku believed in the quark singularity theory and his mind conjured Kai's face. In a way, people with quirks were a disease. An incomprehensible virus that evolved beyond distinction. An uncontrollable attack that was going to eventually destroy its entire host from the inside and out and vice versa. It was undetectable and it was everywhere, altering and spreading. Quirks changed people. Izuku witnessed this firsthand. Perhaps, it was the first thing he learned before the tender age of quirks could transform people into meaner, selfish people. Izuku's mind then conjured Dabi and the number 2 hero. Everything was wrong. The world was heading into a terrifying direction Izuku was hoping he would not be alive to ever see. The only reason the quark singularity theory is not discussed and buried away from the public's knowledge is because of restrictions. In general, people don't enjoy their quality of life and autonomy to be negatively affected by bothersome limitations. However, it was also a human tendency to adapt to changes. Typically, human nature disliked rules, laws, and whatever forms of blockades imposed on their lives. If they were hindered beyond their comfort level, they would find loopholes or submit. Either way, there was unhappiness. Heroes already had certain restrictions that took away certain liberties when using their quirks while on the job, something that was hotly debated on television and radio podcasts since villains went all out without the concern of potentially murdering their enemy. When licensed quirk users had a taste of freedom of using their judgment and their quirk, they sought more and more. If the public started to take into account the future of Japan instead of leaving their safety and the progression of Japan up to the heroes, they'll realize that they are actually in irreparable danger, but the world preferred not to see, not to create another path. Things were left as they were, and it was only going to come back later to bite the behinds of every living person. Power was addicting, Izuku imagined. If it wasn't, then there wouldn't be competitive charts for heroes to earn a momentary spot of popularity. The spotlight fed the heroes, like a drug they couldn't resist, causing the heroes to return for extended public exposure. Top heroes were rewarded with a lot of leverage, freedom to act however they saw fit. They could obtain privileges, wealth, and fame, things everyone across Japan were growing to wish for. Even the unheard crevices of the country desired all the things given to the select few. Heroes went down in history books as role models and leaders influencing society. In many ways, people were being influenced by power without them knowing it. It wasn't just physical appearances and personalities that people criticized nowadays. When quirks came into the equation, as they always did, a lot of people were left bitter with rejection for living in a picky society. They chose partners to create a better version of themselves, a future hero to be proud of. Quirk marriages were outlawed, but in some ways the arrangement of relationships were constructed based first on the quality and strength of a person's quirk. It was practically instinctual, like a quirk was mandatory for survival and a prosperous future. Izuku realized that the surface of anything was disguised as something else, while underneath was a horror no one was willing to address openly yet, but a select few. Those few, being a villain Izuku happened to be related to, and two newfound friends who happened to have strong beliefs about heroes. They were all different, but shared a torrent of urgency, anger, a bittersweetness that could only be resolved by working together and understanding one another. If they could not, a compromise was also a choice. Dabi and Kai seemed to get along fine, at least they were starting to. Izuku wasn't sure about his father. His father, a villain of all things, said he has a quirk that demanded taking possession of other quirks, otherwise his mental state would go berserk. Izuku was fascinated and worried. He never heard of a quirk like his father's. Was he telling the truth? Or was he misunderstood and trying his best? A handful of unknown people fell through the cracks every day. They were lost, helpless, and victimized. Dabi was an example. Izuku guessed he was sort of a victim, too. Tenko Shimura was undoubtedly blameless for the accidental death of his family. Izuku shivered. He couldn't even imagine or want to vividly picture a scenario where he was in Tenko's shoes. He was confident his mother wasn't going to stop until his older brother was found. Izuku was never going to make the mistake of judging a book by its cover, but by their reasoning, story, personalities, and current goals. Many others factors mattered, like principles and a person's moral compass. But even when all those things were taken into account, things were still complex and complicated. All Izuku could do was follow his heart. If his inherent tendency was to be kind and supportive, then he will follow through till the very end. He worried about people's well-being and he protected the people he cared about. That was never going to change. His quirklessness didn't matter. He would jump in front of a train, in a heartbeat, to do what was morally right. He refused to believe people were completely evil. People were born good and capable of choosing the right choices. People made errors in judgment and could not always shut down their emotions like robots. It was tough to be objective. Sometimes impartial people were leaders who really wanted the best for their homeland, but were portrayed as greedy, apathetic, heartless, and even lazy. So, he was going to get to know his dad with an unbiased state of mind. He was naturally open-minded, so it wouldn't be that much of a problem. All Might came to mind. The number one pro-hero seemed to have endless strength. Izuku couldn't find a weakness on his inspiration, and he had been studying the number one hero since he could speak, maybe even before his quirk was supposed to manifest and did not. What if All Might was a living example of the quirk singularity theory? No one could understand All Might's inhuman speed and power. It was discussed. Assumptions were made. All Might himself continued to evade questions about his quirk with his usual good-natured and booming laughter. Interesting. It was a dangerous game overall, one that could easily and understandably be mistaken as a simple reactive method to deter villainous crimes. Everyone had intricate reasons for their choices sometimes. The mind was a maze of processes where people battled against doing what was right or wrong. An incessant struggle between selfish desires and individualism. You have to know that not all villains are quite so bad and heroes aren't all that good. Izuku was beginning to understand. Yes, I've thought about it. I'm going to change this society as best as I can. I'm quirkless, but I'm smart enough and dedicated enough, I think. Perseverance is key for individuals like yourself, Midoriya. The teacher handed Izuku the missing work and a template with a long list of bullet points over important topics, people, and terms discussed in class. Izuku thanked the man with his usual smile and exited the room. Individuals like myself, huh? Izuku said, a bit bitterly. There was no need to say it like that, no need at all. He knew the path he had to take was different than the rest of the population. He was, after all, the only quirkless student in this school. He felt so alien in his own skin even though he looked just like everyone else. When Izuku sought down the remaining of his teachers and obtained his missing work, he went to the rooftop of the school to complete it and simplified the information from his textbooks into his journal. It wasn't windy, which made it easier to leave his papers on the ground without putting his pencil case or a notebook over his papers in case the wind picked it up. His stomach growled, but he didn't mind. Izuku curled a strand of hair behind his ear and kept a fast pace in his note-taking, mumbling, and reading information. By the time lunch break was over, he was done and putting his things away. For the remaining of his classes, Izuku sat upright, his pencil flying across paper, and listening attentively to each lecture. The same old comments were made about his goody two-shoes behavior and his freakish OCD when it came to neat notes, and of course, muttering under his breath a mile a minute. The treatment in the hallways as he walked from one class from another was the same too. People accidentally bumped into him a little too harshly. The students behind him pushed him on purpose, hands tugged meanly at his yellow backpack. People glanced at him when he walked by and added their two-bit insults. Izuku's face didn't burn with humiliation at people's antics. He felt braver and stronger because he wasn't alone anymore. His mom. His dad. He had people on his side. They were hurt by society's ways just like he was, and now they were going to go against the current together. Izuku could feel his future changing, molding into a life he could control at will. The days of being a mere spectator were going to end, he was sure of it. He might not be able to be a hero, but at least he wasn't cruel like the school was to him. Last period came by, and Izuku was about to drop, his stomach having growled several times throughout the day. He was dying, and concentrating in class was getting difficult. He entered his last classroom, went directly to his seat, and sighed defeatedly. Izuku didn't need eyes to know people were murmuring and talking about him, laughing at him. He was like an exotic pet to them, to stare at and poke fun at. He didn't care. Food. Izuku whined silently. He wanted to demand food to anyone until he was given something warm and delicious. The sound of a door opening and the voice of his teacher made him force himself to pick his head up. One more class and he was free to go. The corner of his eyes caught Red staring at him with an unreadable expression. Izuku looked away for short moments, but could still feel Kaken's red eyes trained at his face. The blonde broke his one-sided stare down and sat in a slouch to face the teacher. Izuku shifted uneasily. That was strange and so unlike Kaken, he whispered. Class was dismissed and Izuku jumped in his seat feeling excited and enthusiastic at the prospect of going home, eating, and seeing Kai and Dabi again. With renowned energy, he shoved all this school materials in his backpack and for once was the first one to beat everyone out the door. Izuku breathed out when he stepped out of the school compound and enjoyed the warmth of the sun on his face. He rushed his walk, but stopped abruptly when he heard an, "Oi, Deku." Izuku didn't think twice. Nor did he turn around to look back. He sprinted like there was a fire on his ass, because when it involved Kaken there might as well be. Izuku was able to hear Kaken's yelling even though his ex-childhood friend was still inside school property. How did Izuku know this? He had counted the distance with his footsteps from different areas of his school to and from his apartment out of boredom, and could tell precisely where Kaken was based on the clarity of his very clear but far-away roar. "Don't follow me. Just bug off. I don't need your help, you extras." It didn't take long for Kaken to catch up to him. His arm reached out behind him until his hand was able to clutch the material of his uniform. The blonde pulled back and whirled Izuku around, causing Izuku to crash into him and both of them to fall down. Ow! Izuku winced and pushed away from Kaken, whose breath was knocked out of him. "Fuck. Shitty nerd." Kaken got up, rubbing his nose with the back of his hand where Izuku's forehead had hit him. Izuku gulped. Now he's done it. It was no use to flee, Kaken would catch him again in no time. Apologizing would only piss of the blonde, like throwing alcohol to a fire. Izuku decided to shift uncomfortably from one foot to the other. He avoided Kaken's eyes and decided to stay quiet. He'd rather get it over with as soon as possible so he could go home. Izuku shut his eyes closed, waiting for the long, unwinded series of profanities to knock his self-esteem and self-worth to the ground, followed by empty flaming threats from Kaken's explosive quirk. None of his expectations were met. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up at Kaken, whose eyes were trained fixedly and unreadably on his own. Shortly, a little after their first year at Aldra Junior High, Kaken turned a blind eye to every little thing that would normally irk him. Izuku had not been used to that at all. The Kaken from elementary school suited the blonde more. Izuku rather have the old Kaken than someone who didn't even bat an eyelash at his direction. He was fine getting picked on and ignored by everyone else. It still hurt, but it was a different pain when it was someone Izuku once considered a very close friend. His first friend. He couldn't help it. He tore his forest green eyes away, opting to focus anywhere else but the blonde in front of him. Deku, Kaken said, his frown deepening as he struggled to get the words he wanted to say out in the open. The sight was so strange to Izuku. It was unlike Kaken to ever slow down for anyone or anything. Kaken's style was to act first and think later, or act and think as he jumped into action. Kaken had always been brutally frank and went straight to the point. He never sugar-coated anything. He was an open book just like Izuku. Books that sat on the same shelf, but contained different paths and conclusions. Kaken was a book Izuku always wanted to be a part of, but was only allowed to admire the book from its cover. It wasn't enough to be a bystander and read Kaken's story. He wanted to be someone important and critical in his book, an important character close to the protagonist and not a simple, nameless extra. Izuku's small and thin hands tightened around the yellow mustard straps of his backpack, waiting for the certain blow that was expected to come like it never failed to for the past few years since Kaken cut him off from their inner circle of friends. Was Kaken going to finally snap after ignoring him for so long now? Waiting for the scenario that would leave him bruised, hurt, and shaking like a leaf on the ground left Izuku feeling terribly anxious. Why wasn't Kaken beating him up yet? Where were the cruel words? Kaken contemplated and cleared his throat. Be careful, shitty nerd. Watch yourself. Izuku pressed his mouth into a thin line and nodded weakly. Kaken. There was a creep outside the apartment buildings. He looked like trouble. I tried calling the police, but the old hag thought I was making shit up like always. Izuku's eyes widened. Kaken was concerned about him. But after all these years. So you saw him too? Izuku said in a submissive voice. If Kaken only knew that Creep was actually his dad. Katsuki stayed awfully silent and stared gravely at Izuku's facial features. His signature freckles, untamed hair, wide eyes that screamed, innocent and vulnerable. The nerd hadn't changed one bit. He was the same as ever, still helpless and physically weak. A million things were unsaid about what happened in freshman year. Could it be their meddling and playing detective and hero was coming back to silence them? If only he hadn't wanted Izuku to worship the ground he walked on one last time, none of what they experienced would have changed them so much. To outsiders they behaved like they normally did, but only they got out of the situation they put themselves in, carrying disquieting trauma and a tangle of mental conditions. The world was more horrible than they ever imagined. Messed up things that made him calm down and quit his stupid fucking shit. His instinct was to push Izuku away out of fear, shame, and guilt. Now, his gut was warning him that the nerd was in danger. Something felt off. Maybe it was the paranoia of getting out alive in one piece or not having gotten in any actual trouble with the authorities. No one had any idea of what they went through, and it was going to stay that way. Even though it was in self-defense, they still murdered, not one or two, but a group of mindless freaks. It was unlike anything he imagined taking a life would be, even if what they killed wasn't exactly human anymore. It still sucked. There were manufactured monsters called Nomus with non-human speed, powers, and a thirst for blood. Those things were serious business that had no business existing in the first place. You're staying over. Auntie's not going to mind and the crazy witch will want to see you anyway. He didn't care if he wasn't posing a question. The nerd was weaker out of the two of them, those things could come for him first. Katsuki tried to push down the embarrassing fact the shitty, quirkless Deku had saved him again. It was fucking shameful. Rescuing wasn't exactly his job, not a hero aspect he was especially excited to learn about, but kicking ass certainly was, one that he was awfully proud of. But he knew now he was weak. Katsuki was messed up, he hated to admit the obvious. He was a perfectionist, there was nothing he didn't excel on the first attempt. His lack of strict upbringing and the endless praise and privileges thrown at him got into his head, but he wasn't a monster. He was an insensitive asshole who acted and spoke like a bully, a brute possessed by the devil, the Antichrist in some people's books, but he wouldn't think twice about leaving someone out to die or be torn into shreds. He made up his obstinate mind. He was going to protect Deku like a hero would, even if that meant pitching the nerd across Japan with an explosion so he could be out of harm's way. Except this ungrateful little shit said, "No. I can't, Kaken." A vein in his forehead pulsed like a wild bull ready to run over anything that dared to move. Huh? Which meant, excuse me. It's a long story, Kaken. I don't think you'll care enough to listen, but I really am safe. The fuck does that mean? Are you saying I'm too stupid to get shit, Deku? No, Kaken. Green eyes widened, the nerd breathed out slowly through a pinkish button nose. Stupid Deku was always easy to get sunburns. You stopped talking to me after dot, but before that you were mean. If I trusted you, you'll probably hate me even more. Deku, Katsuki gritted out, he wasn't good at this shit. Where did he even begin? I'm not sorry that you dot shit. The nerd looked like someone shoved a lemon in his mouth, but not before squirting lemon juice on his eyes. That was awful, Kaken, but thanks. I guess. I fucked up. I've been thinking a lot after that. I've fucking changed, okay? The wild mess of hair only gave a weak lopsided smile. You mean ignoring me like I don't exist at all? I rather get beaten again. Katsuki flinched, balled his fists, and shoved them inside his pants. His ears were burning with shame. He ignored the humiliation that was sparking inside him, the one that commanded him to not think about emotional shit and people's feelings, but he forced it down. It was fucking weird because he never had to. Ignoring Deku had been easier, but generally doing the opposite of what had been an instinct since he was a brat, now felt so unnatural and foreign. Was he still himself even though he was changing? Was he even doing it for himself? Because it was the right thing? Or because the world was winning and laughing at his weakness? Who was he now? Was he still Katsuki Bakugo? Did he turn into a pussy? He felt himself sweat more nitroglycerin than normal, more than the sun normally made him produce. His breathing increased and his body began to shake. Kaken? Are you okay? Izuku scrunched his eyebrows in concern. He's making fun of me. He's looking down at me. Deku is beneath me. Katsuki's closed fists were perspiring pools of sweat. He roughly shook them out of his pockets and unleashed a deafening bang from his right hand. A detonation so loud, it made Izuku draw back in panic. It sounded like death bells. Surely everyone had heard the wrathful explosion that echoed around them. People were going to show up to investigate, to alert the police. They were going to get in trouble if they didn't rush out of the scene at once. Izuku couldn't move. He was terrified. Kaken finally cracked and was about to use his quirk on him. His voice trembled. Kaken, don't. You'll get in trouble. Think about you. He braced himself for what was about to come and what would inevitably injure him in unforgettable, searing pain. When he said he'd rather have a violent Kaken bullying him, he referred to minor burns, but this dot could be deadly. Izuku watched Kaken, still frozen in place like he was experiencing something from an omniscient point of view. Kaken was in pain, conflicted, and struggling with his emotions. For once he didn't know how to help the blonde. Kaken, I forgive you. It's okay. Just stop. We need to leave now. Kaken clenched his teeth and shook his serrated hair like a vulnerable animal forced to admit defeat as sharpened weapons were pointed at him. He raised his hand, making Izuku's eyes widen in shock, and activated another loud bang. Kaken brought his thundering open palm down in one swift and unfaltering motion down to his left, clothed, arm. Smoke raised in the air like a nightmare as his uniform was completely ruined and disappeared like a sick magic trick, just to be misplaced by the smothering smell of burning flesh. Tears fell from Kaken's face just to evaporate from the intensity of the explosions he was releasing on after the other. His hand gripped his arm so tightly Izuku was sure he wasn't going to let go until there was an uneven arm on the crimson-stained sidewalk. Kaken! That's enough. Please. Stop. Izuku lunged forward, ignoring his blurred eyesight. Tears were without a doubt falling freely down his chin, but none of that mattered. He pried Kaken's hand of his arm and felt him stagger to the sides. Izuku took a hold of Kaken, careful not to hurt him. He supported Kaken's weight with his own, clumsily taking his good right arm around his neck, and wondered if it was best to let the police come. They could escort Kaken to the hospital or ring up an ambulance, but then they would inevitably question him about what and why this happened. Kaken could lie and cook a story up, but as hard as Izuku racked his head for a believable explanation, he could not. What if they determined Kaken was a danger to himself? Suicidal? That would blemish his record. UA looked into its potential students' mental well-being. Izuku walked, dragging a half-conscious body along with him, who had broken into a cold sweat. What should he do? Maybe his dad could help? He wasn't even away in the States like he initially believed. He could help, but then again his father hadn't had a clue where to find help to restore his face until Dabi tipped him. He must not have the means to cure himself on his own with his abilities if he depended on machines. If he took Kaken to the hospital, social workers would want to meet his parents for a brief interrogation just to verify there was no sort of domestic violence at home. Knowing Auntie, she would raise a ruckus over the slightest implication of mistreating her family, especially since she kinda looked the part with the way she behaved. Izuku reached the open gates of the twin apartment complexes and wasn't going to dismiss going up the stair steps as being an easy walk in the park. He was out of breath. The extra weight he was practically hauling off and supporting around his shoulders was painful, and the lack of strength it required from his legs was burning his entire skeleton, but he pushed forward, ignoring Kaken's slippery nitroglycerin sweat accumulating underneath his hand and the absurd high temperatures perspiring through his half-tattered uniform, which was causing Izuku to sweat bullets. He was such a mess by the time he reached his front door. Kaken had passed out what seemed like a long time ago. Izuku brought a hand up to the dark green door and knocked with real urgency. In split seconds, it was ripped open. Kai must have seen through the tiny peephole before opening up. Izuku, is this your idea of being heroic? Kai crossed his arms, uncaring that there was an unconscious body hanging from the grenette's side. He stepped aside without helping either of them. The carefulness of his movements clearly suggesting not wanting anything to do with making physical contact with sweat. Kai wrinkled his nose and didn't hide his disgust and displeasure at the sight. You need a shower, Izuku, he paused. I wanted to hug you. He sounded disappointed and narrowed a glance at Kaken like a pest impinging in his plans. Izuku panted, now's not the time, Kai. Though a little help would be nice. Izuku was about to give up and drop defeatedly on the hallway entrance of his home when Dabi appeared in front of him. Why am I not surprised? Dabi's face was aloof and righteously pissed. Help, Izuku whined. Please, I don't know what to do. Dabi looked over Izuku's slumped and petite form to give Kai an annoyed look. He stared Izuku in the eyes for a few moments and then without a warning took the collar of Kaken's uniform and roughly dragged him like a bag of potatoes across the apartment until they reached the living room sofa. He dumped him on the couch without a word and crossed his arms, imitating Kai and standing right next to him. They looked like two really cool teenagers who couldn't be bothered by something lame and bloody. Izuku dragged himself, dropping both his and Kaken's backpack on the floor, and threw himself on said floor to lay on in delight of not exerting himself physically anymore. It bothered him how no one cared about Kaken's physical well-being or cared enough to offer him a cold glass of water. With shaking arms he forced himself to sit up. He leaned against the couch. You guys are mean, Izuku whined and lifted his chin to the ceiling like a child. And you're stupid, Dabi said. Kai closed his pretty eyes like he was royalty with his naturally long and curled eyelashes and hummed in agreement. Out of the two of them, Kai looked more bored than caring to hear some type of explanation. Dabi, on the other hand, waited with a pointed look. His dark aqua eyes wordlessly demanding Izuku to speak. I think he was trying to prove he was sorry, Izuku sniffed. I told him I forgave him. Izuku tried to lift his arms in the air to emphasize he was actually sincere, but his arms felt like limp noodles. He was always expressive with his body language and hand movements. He hoped the expressions on his face were enough, but Kaken used his quirk on himself. I don't know why. He's an idiot. Kai opened his bright golden eyes and examined his nails. What do I do? Izuku implored for some answers. For starters, you should have left dumbass over there for the ambulance to take him, Dabi said as a matter-of-factly voice. I can see his humorous, Kai said. I don't think he found anything humorous. He was in real pain. Izuku kicked his weak trembling legs vertically a few inches from the floor. Dabi gave a snort and would have guffawed had he not coughed instead. Kai face-palmed. His bone Izuku. Look. Izuku paled, he refused to look, he was already picturing it. His face reddened. I had nothing to eat all day. My head's fuzzy and you're making fun of me and not helping me is giving me a headache. Izuku shot a look at the white-haired boy smirking and chuckling lowly, and at the short-haired, stoic germaphobe. I thought we were friends. Izuku's cried, his eyes watered in frustration and exhaustion. He couldn't contain the tears in his eyeballs anymore. He let the dam run free. Dabi jumped and Kai looked at the smaller boy in wonder when Izuku's tears shot upwards like fountains that were literally touching the ceiling. Holy shit kid, stop. You're gonna flood the place. Kai sighed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He walked to the couch, yanked Kaken's busted arm up, causing Izuku to cease his temper tantrum and look in between noisy sniffles. Kai scowled at the hives breaking across his skin, disgusting, and proceeded to place a hand above Kaken's wide-open gash, which made Izuku yelped and scuttle backwards in horror at the white shiny bone in plain sight for anyone to see, and activated his quirk. Izuku's mouth fell open and Dabi's eyebrow raised coolly, when Kaken's arm twisted and appeared to liquefy under Kai's hand in a split second before regaining its former healthy appearance. The blonde was oblivious to everything. Izuku marveled at Kai's ability. That's amazing, Kai. He jumped, thank you so m-dash, and stumbled backwards as his eyes fluttered shut. Kai reached a hand to pull the smaller boy towards him, whose undiseased body immediately got rid of Kai's hives. No, thank you, Izuku. Kai smiled genuinely and patted the top of Izuku's soft, but damp hair. He chose to push down his instinct to wash his hands or immediately prepare a bath to throw Izuku in. Izuku woke up feeling groggy and empty. He pushed himself off the floor to find Kaken touching his whole arm. Are you okay? Izuku blinked, his body weak and already sore. Kaken said simply and turned to look at Ocean Eyes. I meant what I said, Deku. Kaken stood up, found his backpack, and left. The fatigue evident on his eyes like the weight of the world rested on his ruby eyes. The blonde had been unaware of the extra 2 people preparing food in the kitchen. Though he must have heard knives working and the sound of soft clanking pans being moved on the countertop, but made no indication that he cared. The door shut silently behind Kaken and Izuku felt like everything had been too surreal. Only 2 days had passed and everything was super crazy and more than enough for him to take a vacation. Who knew making friends was a kind of responsibility and so much work to maintain? At least, for now, Kaken was too tired to even think about Izuku sleeping over. Izu, take a bath, Kai ordered without glancing behind his shoulder or paying the blonde no mind as he showed himself out. Dabi munched on baby carrots as he sat on a chair around the kitchen table and looked besides a brand new laptop. Yeah, green bean. You look like crap. Izuku groaned weakly and mumbled, I'm hungry, before stalking off. All he wanted was food. Izuku took his time showering and sighed when he wore fresh clothes. His uniform was damp and smells heavily of burnt caramelized sugar. Hoped Kaken was working things out with himself. He went to the washing machine, separated the whites from the dark clothes and dropped the biggest pile into wash. Izuku walked in the kitchen and started crying when Kai already had a steaming bowl of beef stew and the fluffiest white rice he had ever seen. "Kai!" Izuku cried and walked over to the auburn-haired cook who was putting his apron away and threw his arms around his waist, which Kai greedily relished and returned. "I'm jealous," Dabi said somberly. "You never hugged me and I saw you first." Dabi took a spoonful of white rice and shoveled a bigger spoonful of stew into his mouth. "You'll get your turn, Teo. Promise." Izuku sing-songed, buried his small face into Kai's shirt, and rubbed himself affectionately against Kai. Kai was grateful to Pops for saving him when no one else did. He lived in unsanitary conditions. He had no kind memories of his parents, but he knew he was abandoned without a second thought, like he wasn't worthy of love. He was left to fend for himself until one day a quirkless man gave him everything he never hoped to imagine, unless his imagination created the ideal circumstances seconds before he passed out of starvation and intense heat waves. Pops gave him a place to stay, an education and knowledge about people and the world. His debt to the old Yakuza man was infinite. His Pops had expressed once an old wish of seeing the Yakuza return to its former glory, something Kai remembered at the back of his head every day. Eventually, old age changed Pop's view about it, and he chose an honorable career choice where he could lead a decent lifestyle for the sake of his only grandchild, Eri. By then it was too late for Kai. He had already been exposed to the ways of the Yakuza, but respected his Pop's wishes. The old man took a different identity, name, and started a different, ethical empire from scratch. Kai was there since the beginning and learned an awful lot. For years he simultaneously attended two of Japan's top universities with two sets of fake names and identities. The old Yakuza lifestyle had already provided Kai with the top educators in the world to teach him privately. Pops even gave him complete leadership for some years to lead the Shai Hasaikai, something he thoroughly enjoyed and excelled at. He only left the world behind out of respect and loyalty to the man who rescued him of a bleak and unpromising end. In many ways, Kai was glad he rose to the surface to blend in, because he learned about business in the legal sense and didn't have to worry about bothersome enemies. It was a strange facet that showed him a perspective through the lenses of a normal civilian. The guys further brushed up on his charm and mannerisms towards every person he met. He can proudly say he had mastered a well-rounded character in different subjects and specialties, both invaluable in the ordinary world as well as in the deep underground world. Unfortunately, he found himself newly disgusted at certain aspects of this poisoned society, like when he looked at Izuku, his guts twisted in hatred at the unavoidable certitude that the boy was going to be indebted for the rest of his life because Japan's education cared not about giving scholarships, grants, or reasonable loans to quirkless students. It was a way of discouraging and trimming out the undesired fat. People without quirks were exceedingly rare, their numbers diminishing because the world simply placed no emphasis over their value as members of society. Kai later found that a great part of the small quirkless population lived in poverty and could be found in sickness and death in the same impoverished environment, near a waste disposal landfill he grew up in as a child. He was not going to allow that to happen to Izuku. He had the means and the intelligence to build himself up from the ground as many times as he needed to if Pop's turn to kick the bucket ever came. The Shai Hasaikai was currently in a hiatus, but the members of the 8 Precepts of Death were still active and waiting for Pops or Kai to call on them, to issue a command they were ready to accomplish with crazed and devoted gusto. Kai missed hurting people. Filth who dared to disrespect the Yakuza were disposed of, but not before experiencing the most gruesomes of deaths, an excellent stress reliever if Kai did say so himself. When Eri showed up, Kai had been apprehensive about Pops going soft because of her. It did happen, but his fear was quelled when Pops was still his fearsome self when people tried to dupe him during business deals. It took some time to warm up to the girl. She had a quirk and he didn't want her near him or want to deal with her in any shape or form. His Pops, however, placed Kai in situations where he had to babysit and interact with the child. For the most part he ignored her, and he admittedly neglected her, leaving her to play with her toys, color in her books, watch television for hours on end. He only bothered to prepare meals for them both and start the bath for her. The rest was up to her. If Kai was able to clean up after himself at her age, she could too. It wasn't until the fated day when Eri began calling Kai Big Brother that he started to actually care. So she saw him like family, something Kai believed Pops was only capable of showing. Kai was convinced that only the quirkless were pure enough and worthy of his mercy and generosity, but he was slowly beginning to learn differently. He wasn't going to lie, he felt more of an immediate attachment to Izuku than he ever did towards Eri, who he had known for a longer time. If Izuku had been Pop's grandson, Kai would have been the absolute best doting big brother Izuku was ever graced to have. But Eri was infected. Her quirk was disgusting, a freak mutation she didn't ask to be born with. Still, he protected her, made her an exception of his ruthlessness out of the gratitude he had for his Pops. There was a large conflict inside him that refused to be forced to be complacent with inhabiting the same space as those whose quirks he originally planned to eradicate. A smaller portion was interested in showing pity and leniency. Kai didn't know which side was going to overtake which, but he was going to try. All he knew was that he had Izuku now, someone he wanted to protect and looked forward to seeing besides his Pops. Kai was sure Izuku deserved to live in a world that was more appreciative of his cleanliness. Someday the need to return to the underworld was going to be too great to ignore. It was going to be necessary if he wanted to start enacting real change. The unchanging society they lived in would remain the same as bills were prolonged in a supposed modern society that refused fairness and justice for all social classes. People were cheated out of their rights. There should be a cure to eliminate quirks, and it should be an option for people to eradicate their own quirks. Abilities that served no purpose but feed the ridiculous childish belief of heroics and villainy. Adults played hero and died pointlessly, but to what end? The cycle was the same, with younger generations being brainwashed to willingly give their admiration and support to grown, irresponsible adults addicted to the high of danger and life and death situations. All in all, the overrated notion of saving people was a laugh. If the world returned to its former state before the quirk phenomenon, adults would focus on achieving rights and equality, fairness and justice, like it was meant to. There would still be evils and imperfection, violence and other difficulties, but at least every single person will be on equal grounds. Quirks were not a blessing or the answer. It was a handicap out to divide heroes, villains, and civilians, where heroes were the ideal person to be the answer. The logic distorted people's views, making them selfish and erroneous. People abused their quirks even if laws threatened civilians without quirk licenses, reserved only for heroes, with large fines and jail time. People never learned, they only became crazier. There was once normal pressures, the ones he read in books before the quirk phenomenon happened all over the globe. Now, the primary pressure was quirk genetics, not traditional beauty standards or job titles, but quirk strains. Like cattle, excellent breeds got to reach the top of the pyramid and call the shots. They were the ones who could become the butchers of lower classes. Many things were left unaddressed. Problems weren't being tackled straight on or dwelled on anymore. Issues were accumulating, and someday, nowhere soon that Kai could foresee because people were idiots, it was going to cause a violent rebellion. God forbid, a warfare of quirks. If there existed someone with rewind like Ares. His overhaul. A villain who could steal quirks like Izuku's father and an unstoppable force like the repugnant All Might, who's to say someone won't be born with a quirk that's exactly like a nuclear weapon? The world was going to go to hell, Kai was sure of it. The only person who could understand Kai's predicament and exigency was Izuku. The boy who grew up living with discrimination, his fresh perspective over what the world ought to be was valuable and a real rarity. The boy who had a never-ending concern for the diseased like himself and the rest of the populace. Initially, he believed Eri was the answer, but he refused to resort doing whatever was deemed absolutely necessary to correct and purify this society. He did not have the desire to experiment or break apart a little, diseased girl. It would go against the debt he owed Pops. The answers were out there itching to be found and utilized correctly. It was more interesting to have a challenge anyway, a race against time to find every possible solution. He learned as he searched far and wide. And then the answer literally came walking towards him to offer him a bottled drink of green tea. The answer was Izuku Midoriya. Now, don't get him wrong. He would rather die than hurt someone totally undeserving like Izuku. However, as he held Izuku, he had a telltale hunch in his gut that the boy was special, a really distinctive individual from the rest of the cattle. Eat while it's hot, bunny. I made plenty. Kai gently patted Izuku's hair with a gloveless hand. If you were ever to be touched without his gloves, it was a sincere compliment of his willingness to see a person as a person and not a disease. A fondness that Kai could not deny. The blonde didn't count, of course. Izuku nodded in joy and unwrapped himself from Kai to gulp down his bowl of stew. Delicious, Kai. Thank you. Kai sat down on his spot, elated by the compliment and unbothered by the adorable mess of smudged stew beside Izuku's pinkish mouth. Not bad, Your Highness, Dabi smirked, getting up to get another bowl of stew. Kai ate and picked up Izuku's quirk analysis notebook that he left sitting on the empty chair beside him. Izuku flushed. Kai. That's embarrassing, don't read it. Dabi returned with his bowl and sat down. Why not? I already read them all anyway. They're good, green bean. I had to slap Mafia's face with your journals to convince him they were good. It was unnecessary. I had said no the first time. Kai glared and fed neat spoonfuls to himself. Yeah, but now you can't stop reading, can you? Dabi pointed his spoon at him. You do have a good eye, bunny. I've learned a lot. I knew you were smart. Dabi rolled his eyes at the pet name. I learned about heroes, villains, underground nobodies, and normals I've never heard about before. It sucks how you were born quirkless, green bean, with the information you could kick some serious ass. Weird how you were born quirkless when both your parents have quirks. That's rare nowadays. Kai narrowed his eyes at Dabi like his words were directed at him. It's a blessing. If the number 2 hero wasn't born with a quirk, your life would have turned out differently. Dabi glared, sarcasm heavy in his voice. That's never crossed my mind. Tell me more, princess. Dabi didn't stop there. I obviously meant it as a compliment, bird brain. If you haven't noticed the bold, black lettering in front of every journal, that he wants to be a hero. I think the kid knows he's quirkless. He knows shit's unfair. Izuku chewed slowly, the taste of food still great in his mouth and his stomach still an empty well. His lowered his saddened gaze, something both Kai and Dabi noticed without a beat. Kai said, Izuku, heroes aren't a big deal. You only think so because the world glorifies them. Dabi looked from Izuku to Kai and back to the smaller boy. Yeah, it's true. Heroes suck, but no one should tell you what you should be. If your dream is to be a hero, then try to be one. Dabi said awkwardly. He has never encouraged anyone to be a hero, but Izuku looked like a fragile, kicked newborn puppy. He loads heroes to the moon and down the pits of hell, but he liked Izuku. He wasn't bad at all. Dabi wasn't about to be jerk when he could easily, and normally, be one. Kai was about to open his mouth, but Dabi beat him to it. Shut up, I'm not done. You're quirkless. 2, you're weak physically and you cry easily. I've never heard of a quirkless hero, have you? No, we haven't, because it's suicidal to let a normie run around when heroes have been training their quirks since their early childhoods. They die even with reinforcements. Heroes are always going to have their way in the end because the system is structured around them. When they die, they'll always be remembered for all the good things they accomplished on behalf of the government's fine and dandy's intentions to keep the public safe. The serious mistakes heroes make are overlooked and excused. Villains and criminals, on the other hand, are okay to kill because they are bad. Slap the word villain on the newspapers, say it on the news, and nobody gives a damn. If you're not a hero or a civilian, you deserve to die or be locked up for the rest of your days. Heroes are fucking cruel, Izuku. They are easily blinded by stupid, insignificant shit like wealth and fame. Why should they get paid an absurd amount to save people? It's their jobs, isn't it? They signed up for that. But because their lives are at risk when they fight villains? What about the villains? It's perfectly okay to hurt them and kill them? That's the message that's constantly being sent out to the world. What about the kids who are born with villainous quirks? Those kids grow up to be treated like villains or criminals. The assholes who become heroes? They are eulogized. I'm not saying some villains don't deserve to die or that some criminals have entirely good reasons for the shit that they do, But the status quo is about making money first while changing the world to fit people's needs, and providing authentic security comes last. Change won't come until there's finally a big collective protest from civilians demanding the government to take responsibility for shit. Izuku processed everything with a different kind of starvation. His sharp, innocent eyes holding an insightfulness that was commendable. They continued to eat. Izuku's mood lifted. He liked listening to Dabi's perspective. Now he felt like he better understood him. I suppose we aren't that different after all. I hope to make business with you in the future, like a partnership. We could get a lot done, especially since we're already getting to know each other and starting to build a foundation of trust and familiarity, Kai stated, formally, chewing politely and flipping a page. 2. The laptop. I was meaning to ask, when did you get it? Izuku's eyes shone at the sleek laptop. Kai bought it for me to start my online classes. Dabi turned the laptop for Izuku to see the blackboard where all his courses were held. Izuku stared in awe from the fancy laptop to Dabi and Kai. My mom enrolled you already? That was fast. No, it was Kai. His dad sent him some money, but before that we got talking about our tragic backstories. I have a fake ID, papers, and money too. I'm still taking the temporary name your mom is giving me to get around normally, just in case. Oh, and Kai knows about my villain name. All this happened without me? Izuku didn't hide his hurt from his voice and face. That's how I felt when you picked him up. Dabi pointed a thumb at Kai. So, what are you gonna tell my mom about the online classes she's planning to enroll you in? Izuku ate some fluffy rice. I don't know. I'm already enrolled in the general classes I didn't get to take, and I'm also enrolled in college classes from the University of Tokyo. Dabi smirked. What? That's so cool. That's the best of the best. Izuku squealed in excitement. I know, and not to sound like a cocky shit, but I already know I'm going to ace everything. Dabi gave a lazy, lopsided smile. Dabi was surprised how he wasn't as dumb as he had believed since he escaped his crap dad. Guess his dad did something right for once. With all the extra help, he paid dozens of expensive tutors to show up at the house to teach him personally about different advanced shit for hours, every day, over the years. I want to take college courses too. Izuku gave Kai a starry-eyed look. I don't know, Bunny. It might overwhelm you with the work you have right now. Kai flipped another page without looking up. I can handle it. I know what it's like to always be overwhelmed anyway. You know, with being quirkless and... Izuku shut his mouth, which made him sound more incriminating. Dabi gave Izuku a serious stare that was staring straight through him like a knife stabbing a crystal ball music box. Kai finally looked up. They waited, but Izuku ignored them and continued to eat. Spill it. I won't think any differently of you, Bunny. Will you enroll me in university classes if I tell you? Izuku inquired carefully, like a literal baby bunny left out in the field facing all the dangers of the world on his own. Kai contemplated. It depends. Izuku made a cute, uncertain face. You won't believe me anyway. Never mind. Forget it. Kai looked more curious. Try me, Dabi said with confidence that no matter what the green bean dropped on them, it wasn't going to raise any red flags. It was probably another experience with bullying, he figured. He wished he had been right. That's how Dabi Tuya Todoroki looks like in this story. No one can convince me that Mirko is not Katsuki's real mom. Mitsuki is actually Katsuki's older sister. Mitsuki and her boyfriend, now husband Masu, decided to take care of her little brother as her baby son because she's infertile. Mirko was perfectly okay with that. Katsuki doesn't know because how can you question your exact replica? Shit, you know what? I may edit the tags real quick. Mirko-chan will join the chat. Fuck it, number is happening in this story, it's gonna happen. Hells yeah. Izuku bit his lip. He thought now the elementary school years were over, things would get easier. However, things only proved themselves to be more tiresome than ever when middle school came around and Kaken, being the loud-mouthed kid that he naturally was, decided to take the opportunity to claim the new school as his sole territory. A kingdom ruled over by the blonde's intimidating personality and readiness to take on anyone down who threatened him from his rightful throne. The greenette, small and timid, hopeful and anxious, believed Kaken would move on to prey worthy of his time. That was not the case. Bigger school grounds and a higher student body made no difference to the red-eyed, golden. Izuku had taken his syllabus out to scan his freshman courses and room numbers. His first day of class had started off smoothly. Kaken and him rarely saw each other even if they were close neighbors with less than a minute walking distance of each other's houses. Kaken could have asked his parents to enroll him into a private school, but the blonde didn't see a point in wasting a lot of money when the education was exactly the same. Besides, Kaken's future didn't include going to a university anyway. Kaken must have realized that Deku would be attending the same school from their town. The results were the same when the blonde met green, large eyes. He snarked and almost popped a vessel at the sight of Izuku's scrawny form that always set the blonde off without fail. Ah, shitty Deku? What the hell are you doing here? Katsuki's uniform was untucked carelessly, making him appear like a bad boy delinquent. His school bag was thrown over his shoulder, the end of the bag resting on his broader neck. As a child, he carried himself tall and proudly. Now he had a slouch that made him look cool, but with his usual I don't care attitude still intact. Izuku's eyes widened marginally as he backed away with a nervous smile as he glanced his big eyes back and forth. He didn't know what to do. Kaken was in so many ways indecipherable to Izuku. One wrong move or lack of response would rile up the blonde into a frenzy of relentless bullying. It looks like Kaken has been working out lately, maybe over the summer? He looks really cool. Hi, Kaken, he said nicely, because what else could he do? Retaliate? Izuku cringed on the inside. Perhaps acting all buddy-buddy wasn't the best approach towards someone who hated his guts. Izuku shook the former. No, it wasn't him Kaken happened to hate, but his quirklessness. Kaken couldn't tolerate people who weren't on equal footing or met the basic prerequisite of genetically inheriting a quirk. Fuck off, nerd. Don't call me that. We ain't friends, you hear? You snot-nosed loser. Kaken walked past him. Stay out of my way, Deku. It went without a further word what the blonde's reaction was when he found the source of his irritation to be with him in more than one class. English, math, and PE, that didn't include breakfast time in their homeroom class and lunch at the cafeteria. Neither of which Kaken happened to appreciate in the slightest or failed to notice. Izuku tried not to one-up Kaken on general subjects like English and math, but some things were unavoidable. He couldn't help it when the answer rested on the easy act of raising his hand and the answer was on the tip of his tongue whenever the teacher asked for volunteers to answer. It wasn't his fault, he always happened to know the correct answer. Intellectually, they were more or less on the same level, though Kaken preferred to keep to himself during class to keep his image of not giving a care in the world about his education. It was only when no one in the class could come up with an answer, and there was an uncomfortable and embarrassing silence that Kaken would finally open his mouth to snide angrily over everyone. There were a few times where Izuku secretly relished the feelings he felt whenever he'd beat Kaken's wrong answer. At the same time, it was terrifying to outsmart his bully in their classroom. When he did, Kaken would give a deadly glance of a promising torment after class or school. Whichever was the case, it was bound to be unpleasant for him, something that skyrocketed Izuku's anxiety to the roof and mentally drained him. It was tiring to look over his shoulder, okay? A lot of his peers laughed at him for it, but he personally preferred to see Kaken and his lackeys coming his way rather than be cornered and shocked. Izuku made a sound of agreement without skipping a beat whenever the blonde told him to quit his shit. Izuku had many weekly moments that made him the laughingstock of his grade level, and possibly the entire school. For example, Exhibit A, his pitiful and cringeworthy attempt of complimenting Kaken when he did something impressive in PE class. Everyone had turned their heads to look at him like he was crazy, their eyes incredulous and saying, "The sore loser is verbally praising his bully. What the hell is wrong with him?" Students called him pathetic, called him messed up, and were freaked out by the display of his eyes shining in admiration at the school's living trophy. But Kaken only smirked, having witnessed Izuku backed himself deeper into a social two-edged sword. Izuku's face burned unbearably hot for the remainder of the day as people pointed fingers at him and laughed. Why did he have to act like an elementary schooler? What did he think was going to happen? He couldn't chase after Kaken like they were kids anymore. Their childhoods were over and they were growing up. Izuku needed to change his public behaviors. Kaken only grinned maliciously and continued to flawlessly get the crowd of spectators to woo and awe at how far he could throw, jump, and run. Every little thing Kaken did was praiseworthy. Izuku would never experience what it was like to be in Kaken's spotlight. Sometimes, he lamely daydreamed of being in Kaken's shoes for a day while in class, to have but a few seconds to experience everyone's good side and free showering of never-ending compliments. Man, did Kaken have it good. He was living his best life. Izuku hurt in ways that made him feel disgusted with himself. The physical and verbal damage to his psyche was nothing compared to the nasty feelings of jealousy and envy he had towards Kaken. Overall, he would rate his life as 50 good 50 bad. He was grateful for his life, as bad and hard as it was sometimes. He was grateful for his mom. He knew it was good to be alive. Izuku looked forward to a warm katsudon meal prepared by his mom, the latest news and achievements from his favorite hero All Might, and analyzing every new superhuman he found. Izuku, on the other hand, was dead last. Physical exercise wasn't his forte. It never was, but he knew it in his heart that UA was his calling. In his heart, he knew he was born to be a hero too. It was to Kaken's annoyance that his parents, Izuku's mother, and Tsubasa's parents got together to support the Mr. and Mrs. Tsubasas at the police station in hopes for a sign that their missing son was still alive. Growing up, Izuku's chased after Kaken and his clique of followers everywhere they went. Back then they were 4. Until Tsubasa, a round kid with wings, went missing. Not a day went by where Tsubasa's parents didn't move on. The grief and denial wore them out. The exhaustion was carved around their eyes. Izuku supposed it was always 3 all along. He didn't really count ever since he came back with his mom from the hospital with terrible news. The number turned again to 3 when Kaken found another like-minded follower to fill in the available slot in their group. Kaken and him waited outside the small police department found locally in their perceived peaceful town. The blonde had his hands inside his pockets, his back against the wall, and a leg bent with the bottom sole of his covered feet resting behind the building wall. Izuku kept a respectful distance, not too close or too far away, but Kaken didn't seem to care. He was smart enough not to be yelling at a time like this. It seemed like Kaken did have a limit, after all, to his ill-tempered manners and did know there was a time and place to turn up the volume. Good to know. It's pointless. I don't know why we are still doing this. Don't they know that after 72 hours the likelihood of finding a missing person, especially a minor, is 0 to none? It's been years. What is another year going to yield? Nothing. The police are useless. They didn't know shit then and don't know a squirt of piss now. Could have moved on by now or had another kid. Red Eyes looked up carelessly up in the sky. He didn't address or turned his head to Izuku as he spoke and finished speaking. Izuku grimaced. There was truth to Kaken's words, but it was cold nonetheless. It's a parent's job to never give up on their kids. Kaken scoffed quietly. Yeah, well, if it were me, I wouldn't want my shitty parents to waste their lives away hoping for jack shit. They stayed outside in silence. Izuku looked into the wide rectangular see-through glass and easily spotted 5 parents huddled around a police officer and a detective last in charge of Tsubasa's case. The looks on their faces said it all. Nothing new rose to the surface. Not a hint, not a piece of bodily evidence left anywhere to confirm Tsubasa's death. Nothing. By now it was practically tradition to come every year in memory of the childhood friend that went missing without a trace. No surveillance camera ever caught anything, no witnesses saw a thing or ever came forward. After all these years, the results remained depressing. If only we could do something, Izuku said with refusal of defeat, as well as sadness and determination clear in his eyes. What the hell can you do? Cops couldn't do shit and many of them have quirks. Get your damn head out of your ass, Kaken said with a small snarl around his mouth. Izuku tightened his fists. It was true. They even had a few pro-heroes to investigate into the matter and searched where Tsubasa's possible whereabouts could have been and apprehended possible suspects. I know, Izuku looked down, but there has to be something. A small black smoke escaped Kaken's palms. He's fucking dead. That's reality, but you sickos keep telling yourselves different. Accept the fucking truth already. The blonde turned away, his body tense and frustrated with the need to lash out with his quirk. He chose to give a harmless punch against the wall and kicked it a few times. Damn idiots! Izuku sighed and decided to go inside. It was better to leave Kaken alone when he was like this. Izuku realized that he was the last person Kaken wanted to be around in such a vulnerable state of mind. Kaken didn't mix well with his own emotions, or with emotions in general. No one paid him any mind when the bell over the door chimed his presence inside the building. He was okay with that. Today wasn't about him, it was about Tsubasa and his heartbroken parents. He headed to the restroom without actually needing to go. He didn't know what he was doing. Actually, he had an idea, but he was nervous to put it into action. If he got caught it would get him into trouble, but he couldn't stop his legs from opening the small office door where Izuku had memories of all 5 parents waiting anxiously in the first few days after the kidnapping was reported in. His heart beat crazily, his throat swallowed harshly, perspiration was gathering at the tip of his nose out of all places. Usually Tsubasa's parents made an appointment so they could all arrive at a punctual time instead of showing up and waiting on the plastic seats lined against the wall of the entrance for the detective to retrieve the case in question and put aside work that currently demanded his attention. With an appointment everyone was prepared and there was no guilt from unexpectedly showing up to intrude anyone's valuable time. Izuku felt silly, like an amateur delinquent. He couldn't even summon up the courage to raise his hand during class to excuse himself for a restroom break half of the time. The vanilla paper case file rested on a disorderly desk. Boxes of paperwork and full shelves occupied the entire office. It was suffocating to put it simply. Izuku gulped and glanced behind the closed door. His panic made him rush to the file. He pushed out, as best as he could, all the consequences out of his mind and dared to venture to look inside. His eyes scanned the printed information, messy note-taking, and photographs as quickly as he could. He pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and clicked the camera app. With the snap of his phone he took pictures of the suspect list, last known whereabouts, and background crime histories. It wasn't that much of a big file, which meant that there hadn't really been any concrete leads, like Kaken had said. He snuck out of the office and walked stiffly out of the building unnoticed. He breathed out loudly and hopped from one foot to another. Now if they could leave home immediately so Izuku could cry in fear of getting handcuffed later for doing something so illegal and pretend he didn't break the law for taking pictures of sensitive information without anyone's permission along with breaking and entering into a police officer's office, he would be fine. Technically, the office door wasn't locked, so that he was fine. But it was still wrong and felt gross to go through people's things. It was personal and it was none of his business after all. He was just a quirkless, freshman kid with zero experience and no real understanding of the world. What was he thinking? Long minutes passed by, but eventually 5 parents seemed to end the conversation. The Tsubusas left first as was customary. Uncle and auntie looked tired and seemed to have a quiet conversation, but Izuku caught the words, "I can't imagine," and "terrible." Izuku saw his mother speaking to the police officer inside. So he went in after her out of curiosity, maybe she was asking about his big brother Tenko again. Instead he saw a police academy flyer in his mother's hands. His mother noticed him taking notice of the paper and smiled nervously. Before he could say anything his mother beat him to the punch. "Izuku, why don't you stay with the Bakugus for a few hours?" There wasn't room for Izuku to add anything after that. It was his mother's special talent. She didn't need to look or have a certain tone to get her intended message across, so Izuku complied with a last, "Oh okay, Mom. See you soon." He paused and added, "Good luck." He gave an encouraging smile because his mother, as frugal as she was, wasn't afraid to try new things and tackle new obstacles to get somewhere new. His mother smiled at him and returned to speak to the uniformed man with his shiny badge and upright pose. The Bakugus seemed to already be informed of Izuku tagging along for the ride and a place to stay for the meantime. The car ride to the Bakugo household was pleasant. Izuku was filled with butterflies when his aunt and uncle asked him questions and told him how much he was missed around the house. Izuku was not related to them, but all the time he spent with them as a little kid essentially made him into an adoptive Bakugo, like a second, well-behaved son. Izuku was found in the familiar, spacious kitchen table where Aunt Mitsuki was cooking something homely and comforting. A warm aroma filled the house as Izuku busied himself with his assigned readings and homework. To his excitement, his auntie made a hot batch of cinnamon rolls and laid 2 big rolls on a plate for him, while she passed by the kitchen to the living room to hand out sweet glazed rolls to Uncle Masaru and Kaken. Both father and son were sitting leisurely on the couch watching TV and readily munched on their yummy treats. When he finished his work, he started to eat the second cinnamon roll as a reward. His eyes lit up when a hero documentary came up on the TV. By then Kaken and Masaru had finished their cinnamon rolls a long time ago, and now Kaken's head was resting on Uncle Masaru's lap. Izuku smiled and startled when red eyes caught him staring. Izuku snapped his eyes to the TV and nibbled on his cinnamon roll. The food was eventually ready and they all ate until their bellies were full and happy. Uncle Masaru excused himself to his study room where he was known to work on his multiple projects for the company he worked for, while Aunt Mitsuki retreated to shower and start her long skincare routine. Izuku thought of the pictures weighing down on his front pocket. He glanced at Kaken, who was washing dishes, but couldn't bring himself to say anything when his mouth opened. When Kaken was done, he dried his hands, snapped his neck to the sides, and brushed his soft bangs back out of his face. The blonde locks immediately sprung down like the blinds of a window into the spiky style Kaken refused to change. He couldn't summon the courage to speak, and eventually Kaken closed the door shut of his bedroom door. Izuku stayed in the silence and pushed himself to his feet in a jittery stance. He made his way outside of the blonde's door, and a large part of him wondered how Kaken's bedroom looked like. He shook his wild dark green hair, it wasn't the time for that, and knocked. No response came. He breathed in and opened the door to find Kaken cross-legged on the floor, completely immersed, watching adult boxers punching each other bloody inside a square ring. Beside him was an open Top 50 Hero magazine. Izuku gulped in awe at how mature Kaken's room looked like. There were no more posters or figurines of heroes, unlike all the All Might paraphernalia hoarded in his room. Kaken stayed hyper-focused on the fight, unaware of the extra presence in his personal space. Izuku swallowed. He didn't know what to do. So, he closed the room shut behind him, startling the blonde and himself at the same time. Huh? Kaken glared annoyedly and picked up the remote control like he was caught watching something embarrassing. The hell do you want? Izuku brushed a fingertip against his freckled cheek and said dumbly, I have something. Kaken narrowed his eyes, his impatience and temper showing on his face. Izuku's shaking hand took out his phone, pressed 4-digit numbers, and located the incriminating pictures. He nervously licked his lips and handed his phone to the awaiting blonde, who was suspiciously not lashing out at him. Kaken didn't break his eye contact with Izuku for another long moment until Izuku squeezed his eyes shut under the unblinking and scrutinizing red eyes. Freaking nerd. Kaken exhaled through his nose and finally took the phone in his hand. Red eyes grew as he swiped picture after picture. The fuck? Izuku noticed the frown growing on Kaken's face as the blonde took in the information on his device. Kaken pondered angrily. I don't know why I did it. Okay, I do, but I shouldn't have, but I did it anyway. I should probably delete them. It's not like the information is useful if it wasn't for the police, right? Izuku rationalized in a ramble of thoughts. Yeah. Obviously. Kaken handed the phone back to Izuku with his eyebrows still knitted together. When the device was on Izuku's hand, there was a phone call from his mom. He picked up. Okay, I'll be there. Izuku hanged up and looked around awkwardly. Well, I have to go now. Bye, Kaken. The greenette said his thanks and goodbyes to his uncle, who would pass on the message to his auntie since she hadn't gotten out of the boiling hot bathtub she was taking, another ritual to get rid of the stiffness in her joints and to help her relax. Returning to his small apartment to hear his mother's resolution to get fit to pass the physical exam to enter the police academy was wonderful. If she succeeded, she was told she could have many doors open up for her since her quirk was rare, but with some tough training she could strengthen it until her quirk became something fearful and truly valuable for their community. I don't know, Izuku. It's different. It's a male-dominated career, and what if I fail and embarrass myself? There was a silly and sheepish smile on his mother's round face, like the idea itself was ridiculous and just something to entertain. For fun. No. Mom, you should do it if it's what your heart wants. Never give up is All Might's motto. Give it your all and you'll make it, and if you don't you can try again. There's no limit, is there? There's an age requirement. I've passed it, but they said they'll determine whether or not it'll matter depending on how I do. Izuku smiled, excited for his mother. Do it, Mum. They're telling you they might make an exception for you. If you go out of your way to exceed their expectations, they will go out of their way to help you, and you have a quirk. A good one, so there's nothing to fear because I am here to cheer you on. Izuku raised a closed fist, stuck out his thumb, and raised it up in encouragement. His mother flinched and teared up. Oh, Izuku, my #1 fan. If you believe in me, then I will try my best. Izuku helped his mom make a detailed and realistic workout regime for her to keep every day until she was within the time limit of the mile, push-up, and other mandatory workouts aimed for women of her age group to surpass. He ignored the way his mother attempted to tell him something she said back in the past that crushed him as a kid, but Izuku wasn't about to make his mother's goals for her future about him. He didn't blame her for the past when she only told him she was sorry for him for not being born with a quirk. His mother didn't know how to comfort him then. There was no way she could have known what Izuku needed to hear, and that was all right with Izuku. He didn't resent or was upset at his mother, but it was a conversation, a memory he didn't want to bring up. So as soon as he finished helping his mother plan, he excused himself to change out of his uniform and bathe. Izuku laid on his bed, refreshed and still pleasantly full of his auntie's great cooking. His curls were damp, but he didn't mind. It added an extra coolness for him to enjoy. His auntie's cooking skills have improved greatly since he was a little kid. Uncle Masaru always had a knack of cooking excellent meals. His first attempt at conquering new recipes made him admire the quiet man, who in many ways Izuku found himself identifying with. His uncle was an intelligent and diligent hard worker, who was a couple years older than and more experienced than Auntie Mitsuki. He got up and took the towel off his neck to avoid wetting his pillowcase and draped it on his chair for it to dry. He unplugged his phone from the cord charging it and laid down on the bed again. His fingers browsed some hero articles and briefly played some games, but his mind and fingers eventually took him to examine the pictures stolen from the Tsubasa file. Izuku examined the last whereabouts of the suspects taken in for interrogation, who had a long, bad reputation partaking in various crime activities. Upon long contemplation and his mind working at full capacity, he decided to check out the warehouse Tsubasa was surmised to have been taken. There was no evidence from the thugs arrested from that warehouse, where they held unadulterated drugs to transport across Japan, women for sex trafficking and underage children to traumatize and abuse to do their bidding. Tsubusa's ability to fly would have made him a good recruit to train for transporting people and narcotics. Even so, there was no guarantee Tsubasa was taken against his will for those purposes. It might have been a malicious thought conjured on spur of the moment for all he knew. Though, there is no denying that wings were rare, so rare that Hawks, the #3 pro hero, was possibly the only person of his kind to exist in Japan. It wouldn't hurt to check the place out. It was cleared long ago by the police, so it must be harmless compared to years ago. The place was still vacant since it resided in the parlous part of the town. On the bright side, thugs and criminals were more wary of doing anything sketchy since patrol cars went around the clock to prevent crime from happening and expanding further out. Maybe, just maybe there was something left behind, a clue, however small, that he could see and provide to the authorities. Izuku's hope was unwavering. It was all he had and refused to let go of. Hope was everything in his world nowadays, where he was chum food at best in the food pyramid of uneven power where success was tilted away from him. Izuku lived in a sea where he was drowning. His eyes teared up, but he wiped them away. It wasn't fair. At last, he went to sleep with his mind made up. I will never use OCs. I personally don't like them unless there's an interesting background story behind them. So, I'm going to use existing characters from other mainstream animes. I won't overdo it. This is a slow burn story, and I'm planning of changing the rating as the story progresses even more and the characters are all aged up. I write for fun. I'm not an experienced English major. I'm learning to write on AO3. I don't hate Katsuki. I promise. I love him. Katsuki kept muttering curse words in the darkness of his room. It was 1:30 a.m. The house was perfectly quiet. Sleep never came like it was expected to at 9 p.m. sharp. The moonlight shone weakly through a small gap of the dark curtains of his window. Deku actually had the balls to sneak into the office while all the adults were busy digging up the same old crap. Of course no one noticed him. He was unthreatening as a butterfly, and if anyone did notice the nerd, they didn't think much of him. Deku didn't even look his age with a twig as a body and eyes of a lost kid. He didn't care about the nerd. He did not. Katsuki didn't need to make a list of all the reasons why he didn't give a single fuck, but something wasn't letting him sleep. His arms were sprawled open to the sides, palms up. If he covered himself, he was bound to sweat layers of nitroglycerin, and it was annoying to produce disgusting sweat after he had taken a shower earlier in the day. Katsuki liked his quirk. It was befitting for his personality, but, fuck, it was a pain in the ass sometimes. Dread and worry were prickling the outside of his skin, making the thin blonde hairs on his arms stand to their ends. He shivered. He wasn't ticked off with burning anger. He also wasn't tired. That didn't mean he was looking forward to the fatigue to hit him later during the day though. What was keeping him up? Why did Deku feel the need to show him that stupid crap on his phone? Was the nerd trying to prove something to him? Katsuki scoffed softly. Yeah. Deku had nothing to prove. He wasn't better than him. Not in a million of. Katsuki was 1 in a million, no, a billion. He smirked, while Deku was just a 1 or a 0. A quirkless little nothing. His damn head wasn't letting up the thoughts, questions, and memories that shouldn't fucking matter anymore. Images intruded his mind of him and Deku in their younger years, playing around and spending time at each other's homes. Fucking memories that his gut kicked from inside him in a warning, but for what? It was shitty Deku's fault that he was losing sleep. The next day at school everything was fine. Nothing was different like every other day. He listened to all the shitty teachers, all the boring lectures, summarized shit. Teachers loved to talk. It pissed him off how they would drag on the same topic as they constantly phrased everything differently until the end of the class. Just get straight to the point, shitty-ass fuckers. He hated people stalling around and repeating stuff he already grasped. When the bell rang 3 times, everyone shuffled out in a hurry to get the fuck out of the school and retreat home. At least Katsuki did. He strolled in a haste and rejected to hang out with the usual extras that followed him around like a posse that had nothing else better to do. Those fuckers were a sad, weak bunch. Everyone in this town was pathetic and beneath him. He wasn't about to be slowed down by them when he was the only one who showed natural-born talent and potential, and dared to rise above with his ambition to surpass the #1 hero and become the richest pro-hero in Japan. If he were to chuck his phone into the river and barked out some orders, they would jump head first like the obedient little bitches they were just to fall in his good graces. He didn't mind having some followers to make him look good, but he also didn't need them. It was only for 3 years of this bullshit, and then they could all eat the aftermath of his explosions as he left them all behind for Yua. Katsuki wished he could kick everyone's ass at some point. Preferably when he graduated as payback for being forced to tolerate them all, but he couldn't get caught doing dumb shit or else his record would get affected. He couldn't stand people at all, and he knew exactly why he didn't. Everyone was a lousy kiss-ass. Maybe it was the sound of their voices, or the way they dressed, or the stupid formalities of chit-chatter. Maybe all the above, but they were all stupid and weak. The blood in his veins ran with hot fury. His restlessness demanded a worthy equal to pummel to the ground. He wanted the glory. The victory. He wanted to go all out with his quirk. Fuck yeah, that was the dream, to go into bloody battle and conquer like the badass he was. A death match now, that would be nice. Katsuki craved the adrenaline, but the best that he could hope for was the mediocre physical tasks in his PE class that he only had twice a week. The dumbbells in his room and other weightlifting equipment in his house did the job if he pushed himself to the limit. However, the sweat he was generating profusely and constantly convinced Katsuki that extreme physical activity was the only way for him to get a good night's sleep without damping his bedsheets with sweat. He needed to use his quirk to blow off steam. He needed to exhaust himself using it, but the damn laws prohibited civilian quirk use. The doctor had brushed him off when Katsuki asked for a signed permission slip that would allow him to use his explosions in open spaces because sitting still all the fucking time in school wasn't going to cut. He had power that was going to waste. Power that was building up and wasn't directed anywhere. He needed to move around, but the shitty doctor only said it wasn't necessary. That producing more nitroglycerin than normal wasn't an extraordinary reason unless there was a serious physical backlash to his hands, body, or the real possibility that he unexpectedly harm or kill the people around him. As long as he had an understanding and control, he would be fine, they said. There was no need to worry if he already received court counseling, they said. He was intelligent and a top student, so there was no reason to be concerned. Katsuki truly hated them because he wasn't fucking around about his agitation. The bald asshole basically had the nerve to say nitroglycerin wasn't fucking dangerous. Katsuki wanted to explode the piece of shit through a wall. His mother gave Dr. Garaki a piece of her pissed-off mind and on the same day had paperwork transferred elsewhere for her son to be overseen. Unfortunately, the same response was given to him by another shitty doctor. There was a guideline and medical policy not to hand out a signed doctor's excuse for quirk use to a civilian and patient unless serious bodily injury hurt the quirk user or endangered the public. Apparently, Katsuki didn't meet any of the requirements, which seriously sucked and was honestly hard to believe. Katsuki passed the school's gates, ignoring the way some students backed away from his path once they saw his ill-tempered snarl. He was walking directly to his house. He patiently waited to cross roads and made a stretched-out growl inside his closed mouth. He needed to catch up on some sleep. When green caught the corner of his eyes, Katsuki snapped his head to see Deku going the opposite direction of both their houses. If he didn't know any better, the nerd was leaving their neighborhood. The alarm on his head went off like a police siren blasting late at night in the city. His insides twisted and perspiration accumulated in his palms. Katsuki wants stupid. He had taken his time going through each picture. Deku was probably going to act all high and mighty like some sort of watered-down detective to find a scrap of useless hope. Did no one have an ounce of intelligence? This is why Katsuki was so angry all the time, because people like Deku couldn't accept reality. People who didn't learn what their place in this new age of superhuman society was, were ostracized and demeaned. And, as smart as he hated to admit Deku was, the imbecile was infuriatingly empty-headed right about now. So, Katsuki took a deep breath and changed his direction to follow an oblivious Deku whose nose was buried on the screen of his phone. He was probably theorizing some shit like the nerd he was. He flared his nostrils in annoyance and called out, "Oi, Deku!" He would have snickered at the jump the idiot did, but he wasn't in the mood. From the fast, closing distance of Katsuki's long strides, he could see the greenette's eyes fumbling over what excuse to come up on the fly or whether to take off running. "Don't even think about it, nerd. I know what you're up to." Deku turned to face him with a quivering smile and nervous eyes. He rubbed the back of his neck and gave a shaky giggle. "What's an idiot like you going to find? This ain't a game, Deku. I was only going to see, Kaken, honest." "Fine. Then let's go." Katsuki waited for the thinner boy to start his pace again. "What place are you checking first?" "Just the warehouse where it was believed he was taken," Deku supplied quietly, avoiding bringing up Tsubasa's name. Katsuki knew where the place was. It wasn't that far, about a 35-minute walk. The warehouse had been broadcasted all over the news back in the day, giving the area around there a bad rep where no one wanted to move in. "All right, what are you waiting for, shitty nerd?" Katsuki walked ahead and snarled when he didn't hear footsteps walking behind him. "Oh, Kaken." Deku followed behind the blonde with a tiny smile on his face. Katsuki didn't need to see the nerd's face, but it felt like it had when they were kids. It felt natural and even nice. "I ain't slowing down for you, nerd." Izuku knew his large, green eyes were easily conspicuous. Everything was written on his face. He was bad at lying, and it didn't help being a literal open book for anyone to pinpoint his flaws and insecurities. His face was round and very much baby-like, according to his mom, who still liked to smother him in bear hugs like he was still a little boy. It was kinda embarrassing compared to Kaken, who was taller and broader than him. Somehow, it was how things were meant to be. Izuku, small and quirkless. Easy prey. If there was a single word to sum up Kakin, it would be unstoppable. Kakin was brooding in his usual slouch as he walked, kicking pebbled stones out of his way. Izuku noticed his shoulders were high and tense. There was nothing Izuku could say or do to lessen the silent, yet weirdly tamed fury inside him. So, he opted to obediently follow in silence. When they got to the neighborhood, it was eerily quiet. Fucking ghost town. Katsuki snarled quietly like he was afraid of drawing attention from unwanted guests. This made Izuku feel nervous. If Kakin wasn't wearing his boastful and violent exterior, then it must have been a mistake to come here. Kakin not bursting out in his varying loud volumes was enough to raise red flags, but for some reason Izuku ignored his clawing nervousness. There were some abandoned, rusty cars with missing tires. The sidewalks were dirty with trash bags, dead leaves were scattered everywhere, and dull powdered dirt made the place look kinda ancient. Upon seeing them, the stray cats swiftly bolted out of sight. Izuku instantly recognized the warehouse up ahead. It was medium size. Time was causing it to lose its color, there were cracked windows, and the warehouse was spray painted on with indecipherable graffiti. He was naturally on high alert. A little more than usual, however, his curiosity pushed him to stop right in front of the poor state of the storehouse. There he could see the door was dislodged and misplaced. The door happened to rest against the wall, which was kept it upright in a delicate balance. His mind feared that Kakin's impatience would resort to blowing a hole through the discolored building, so Izuku wasted no time and carefully moved the dusty door out of the way to line it somewhere else. "Stay back, Don't forget your place," Kakin muttered and narrowed his eyes with fake disinterest as he took in the shambles that was left uninhabited for what seemed to be a decade. They poked around, and while doing so Kakin kicked stuff that was in his way. Each kick made him jump and exhale deeply through his nose. Disappointedly enough, the search for any answers was, in the end, fruitless. Despite that, Izuku whipped his head where the corner of his eye caught movement. "There's nothing here. This was fucking pointless. Are you happy for wasting my time, dumbass?" Katsuki said, his hands inside his pockets and looking as punk as ever. Sometimes Izuku couldn't help but stare in awe. Kakin was the most impalpable force in his life. He had an otherworldly fearsome tenacity unmatched by any hero or villain he had ever learned to memorize throughout the years. Kakin was a living, breathing symbol of heroism and victory that Izuku was happy to know personally. The world was an awaiting audience ready to welcome and love Kakin, and Izuku only had these diminutive moments to treasure for his own. These moments weren't special not to Kakin, at least, who considered them sharing space together meaningless and a waste of time. Kakin disliked him and even hated him for reasons he could not control, but Izuku could at least say he never reciprocated the same feelings of contempt with brute, unrelenting force. If their circumstances were reversed, Izuku was certain he wouldn't have shunned his former friend or ever made him feel that he was born wrong. The grievous disparities since the dawn of the new era led to the most natural course of action that built, lifted, and encouraged the population encompassed solely of the gifted to remain above the weak. The hero and quirk society were at fault for focusing on special genetics, while normal specimens like Izuku had nothing to contribute to society. It was a blanket of truth that governed the world. No one cared about the history before quirks anymore. Izuku found the past to be comforting, like a special place he could travel to and pretend he lived in a world where the playing field was more equal. Unfortunately, it was unthinkable to return to traditional ways of nondescript life. The past was gone and had become the work of dull fiction. Even so, Izuku, with all the sincerity he possessed in mind and body, wished Katsuki the greatness that he undoubtedly was born to wear like a hero's cape. He wished him happiness, too, growth, and compassion for others without changing his ferocious spark. It was unfortunate that the privileged upbringing for bearing a first-rate quirk blurred and confused the blonde's moral compass and made him prejudiced, that birthed a barrel full of problems that worsened Kakin's behavior on a day-to-day basis. Kakin had a tug-of-war between inferiority and superiority complex that intuned a shaky fragility. Izuku came to that conclusion after researching online about why the world mistreated the quirkless, about friendships going sour, and through the explanations and ideas he formed his own answers. He supposed even someone as smart as Kakin could become prey to societal expectations. It was a shame, but Kakin managed to own it and act unbothered by it. That's something Izuku didn't have the courage to do, not when the world was constantly beating him down for it. Izuku was sure the blonde saw the intellect that went past the surface of his naive forest eyes. Kakin may never admit Izuku had some potential, an indispensable worth like his own. Maybe, Kakin felt threatened that his analyses wasn't merely an obsession or a fanboy phase, but an actual weapon. However, Hero Analyzes wasn't a phase or merely a hobby. It was his life. The one thing worth taking up every second of his day. It went without saying, Izuku had an endurance not easily found in anyone else. He was mind-blowingly patient, kind, and understanding. The bullying and the laughter were things he was almost immune to. He has had years of the cold treatment, and each day he found strength to press play and go on with his life. It was a strength no one would pay any recognition to, but Izuku was proud of it. The little things counted as milestones too. He was like a hero that could not be seen. A hero capable of saving one person, even if that person only happened to be himself. Izuku lamely thought he was an old soul in the guise of a childish face coated with baby fat, freckles, and a scrawniness to match his vulnerability. He was, however, confident that Kakin's future was going to be legendary, and knowing Kakin, he would never settle for less. After all the books he's read growing up, Izuku was a firm believer about character development. What was the point of a story if it didn't have a happy ending, where all problems had solutions and all questions were answered? Kakin was a protagonist without a doubt, so Izuku would do what he could to secure Kakin's growth and success by playing the extremely insignificant role that he was born to play. He had to be of some use because he was made up of matter, which meant that he mattered, right? Maybe it was his imagination, because logically the ground underneath them was incapable of moving in small innocent waves. There was no one else in sight besides the two of them, unless it was a ghost? Izuku make a face. He hoped not. Quirks of that kind of supernatural didn't exist. However inexplicable and strange things seemed to be, it could not happen on its own. Behind any supernatural occurrence there was a person responsible for it. The world functioned that way. Even the scientific community debunked many phantasmal concepts as being foolish and unfeasible. People could have levitation quirks or quirks that had ghost-like qualities, but the fact still remained that there was always a quirk user behind any supernatural occurrence. Izuku supposed there were a lot of lawbreakers or pranksters scaring people. Maybe it was nothing. Izuku gave a shrug of an elbow, except Kakin was not helping his jittery nerves. Izuku was jumpy as he was conditioned to be. His instincts were on overdrive, and rightly so. They were, after all, in an unfamiliar territory that was currently abandoned. Neither of them had seen a point to tell either of their parents about their impromptu field trip to what could possibly be Murder Town. Izuku chewed his bottom skin, tearing the skin on his lip without making it bleed. There was nothing to be worried about. It was supposed to be a quick trip after all. Look and leave, that was all. Izuku frowned when the ground moved like a slithering snake camouflaged into the gray, hardened gravel. Izuku bit a fingernail. The ground wasn't supposed to look like that. He should speak up, let Kakin know. Maybe it was his anxiety making stuff up? Then, the dry ground inexplicably spiked from within like knives demanding to break free. It was a small spot, not really noticeable if one wasn't really looking at details. Izuku racked his brain for information but could not come up with anything that could be retrieved from his mental catalog of hero and villain quirks who could possess an ability to make sense of what was happening. Izuku noticed how the ground did not crack loudly like it was supposed to. Instead it looked like sharp, mute projectiles stretching the gum-like or rubber-like ground like diminutive missiles. We should leave. Catch a dash. Izuku couldn't break eye contact. Izuku was intrigued with the unknown. He was experiencing a mixture of anticipation and curiosity, with just the tiniest sprinkle of uncertainty whether whatever that was could potentially be dangerous to them. If he blinked and he was still seeing what he was seeing, his mind will most definitely turn white with fear and he will most likely wet his pants. Before he could fully finish saying the nickname that Katsuki greatly despised, said Blonde yanked the material of his shirt, wrinkled the material in his fist, and pulled Izuku roughly, but not enough to make him fall on his behind. What did I say? Kakin growled lowly. Stop calling me that. The hell are you staring at? Katsuki shook Izuku, who wobbled like a bobblehead. The shorter boy said quietly, almost in a whisper, "Kaken, do you see that?" Izuku lifted a hesitant finger and pointed. Katsuki perked up at that, lifting his head to take in the wide-eyed, green schmuck. He wasn't afraid. Hell no. But his dramatic ass turned ever so slowly, as if they were suddenly in a horror movie where a serial killer was going to jump scare them to death. He honestly thought it was going to be something worth panicking about, but this was stupid nerd fuck they were talking about. Katsuki was intent to pick Deku up and explode his ass out the building. This shitstick was way too easy to scare. It was pathetic enough to make Katsuki want to improvise a prank on Deku to scare the crap out of him as payback when his red eyes saw the dry flooring moving in spiky waves. The fuck? The flammable hand holding Izuku's shirt dropped and lifted again as he stalked towards the new thing that caught both their attentions. That shit was unimpressive as hell. "Kaken!" Izuku ushered in anxious urgency. "No, you don't know what it is or what will happen. I'll blow it up." Katsuki argued with a vicious grin. Izuku bounced from one foot to another, a squeal of panic trapped in his throat. Kaken's solution for every problem or annoyance was to blow it up to 1,000,000 pieces. Was it really a good idea? What would happen? Katsuki's hand started to go off with mini, harmless explosions. "Looks like we found new merchandise for the dock." A rough voice made Izuku take a stance back, his thin arms raised protectively to shield his weak body. Katsuki swore under his breath. He, too, was startled. Unfortunately for the new guest entering the building, being caught off guard like that was among the long list of things that set the explosive quirk user off. "What do you want, lowlives? You don't want to fuck with me 'cause you ain't gonna win, bitch." Izuku's mouth went dry, the back of his throat felt small. "Kaken, no." Izuku froze and began to break into a heavy sweat. Way to de-escalate a dangerous situation. But he was too scared to summon words to help lessen the severity of Kaken's challenge. They didn't know what quirks these strangers had. Izuku should feel relieved that Kaken was there with him because of his powerful quirk, but still, those were adult men. There were 3 men in the front, but 6 more filed inside in a bragged lumber. They wore large clothing, unfitted for their bodies. Thugs, petty criminals by the looks of it. Their eyes were spiteful, promising anything but a peaceful departure. The men were physically larger than the 2 of them combined. They had awful scars from past fights. Their eyes were empty and unforgiving. What am I supposed to do? We're unmatched. I could bluff and pretend I have a quirk, but that won't last. Izuku's heart blared in panic, adrenaline readying his body for the impending danger they were likely to face. Realistically, Izuku knew there was nothing he could do when it mattered. Izuku teared up and balled his fists. His trimmed nails were digging into his white palms. His fight and flight response broke right then and there as his mind calculated different scenarios where they avoided kidnap or the possibility of death. Izuku was fast when it came to running away from school bullies, but with that many opponents, he was bound to get caught. He had no basic self-defense training or technique to fight off his school bullies. What could he possibly do against adult men? All he had was his intellect and untested theories, none of which were evening their odds. It was do or die. Life or death. Izuku swallowed but didn't dare to breath. He might as well be good as dead. Izuku gritted his teeth. He would have to depend entirely on Kaken's protection. His life depended on his strong quirk. Ironically, the same ability that hurt him from the moment he entered school and well after the bell rang was now going to be a shield he needed for his safety. His mouth seemed to swell. He had no saliva that could travel down his throat. His breathing stopped in his nose and haltingly started up again with a shallowness that had his heart ringing in his ears. His sweat layered in his body, but it was cold. The fear was quickly numbing him. Merchandise for a doctor? Did they have anything to do with Tsubasa? Nevertheless, his mind couldn't help but loop around to what the dangerous-looking man said. They didn't look like they just wanted to pick a fight or scare them off for wandering in their supposed territory. Everything about their toughened body language backed up their statement that they were going to be victorious in attaining them. Izuku held on to the almost non-existent air in his lungs that made him feel like he was going to suffocate and combust simultaneously. He was overwhelmed, such was the understatement, but it needed to be said. Izuku spent a lot of time, at his worst and loneliest, re-evaluating his feelings, the world, and his desires. He was his own unlicensed counselor, his own haven where he escaped within himself to heal and grip all the strength he needed to make it through the day until he got home. Doing so kept him grounded and sane enough not to have a mental breakdown, a severe panic attack that was damn near suffocating, and last but not least, suicide. The situation was shooting his nerves, nothing was happening, but each second that passed was traumatizing Izuku. He was terrified of breathing too loudly. He feared that if he made the wrong move it would be cue enough to start a brawl. As expected from a kid to be all bark and no bite, a large man quipped, putting out the smoky cigarette against a hairy knuckle. Katsuki ferally shook his blonde locks out of his eyes. "Bring it, motherfuckers, I'll fucking end you." Kaken was in his element and was wittingly prompting a death match. A dream come true. His dream come true, to be more precise. Katsuki took a wide stance and held up both of his palms outright like he could wrap the world in them and destroy it if he wanted to. His infamous grin, with teeth and gums showing nakedly, was worn like a savage warrior fighting for his honor. Katsuki cajoled, "Come on. Make the first move already. Don't make me laugh. You're too full of yourself. Kids these days think there's something else, don't they? But you won't be laughing for long." The thug cracked his knuckles and neck. The other men followed suit, subtly moving and flexing as their eyes examined them in calculating coldness. "Kaken," Izuku trembled, his teeth clattered inside his mouth so much so that it was painful. He thought his teeth would be forced further into his gums or stick against each other, that if he were to open his mouth his teeth would come off like a pair of dentures. His body turned rigid. He was like a stone wall and an uncontained glass of water in the verge of overflowing the cup that was supposed to keep him together. Izuku could very well break apart in the spot he stood. The volume of his voice was not even loud enough for his own ears to register them. The pet name he'd given Kaken out of fondness and admiration was drowned out by a series of explosions. "Fuck you!" Katsuki fumed. "Deku, pay attention. I'll show you why you'll never be on equal footing with me. I'm the best. I was born for this shit." Katsuki barked thunderously as he pushed out his chest and lifted his chin like some kind of alpha beast ready to pounce and rip to shreds a pack of weak prey. Katsuki's blonde hair glowed in the light that shined inside the storehouse. There was a small rectangular window, but it was much too compact for someone as thin as Izuku to squeeze through, and he was easily the smallest person out of everyone in the room. They were pretty much enclosed in a cage with their would-be kidnappers or murderers. Kaken's eyes gleamed darkly and cautiously with a natural-born confidence as he leapt in the air and sprung into action. He waited for no one, which made Izuku's insides twist in horror. Izuku was the type to observe first and then formulate a plan. The excitement was evident in Kaken's face, and maniacal laughter vibrated a little too crazily inside the warehouse, like the whole situation was a harmless child's play. One of the attackers morphed instantaneously into an enormous wolf bearing its fangs. It was the leader of the group, who had insulted Kaken so freely, to be more specific, that met Kaken head-on. Izuku's mind stared in disbelief. As amazing as it was to see a human being turn into a giant gray animal in an instant, it was also concerning. It didn't make sense for the leader to make the first move. He should have stayed back and observed his lackeys fight Kaken's to examine his abilities in action. Luckily enough for the both of them, close and long-range fights happened to be something Kaken thrived at. A single explosion was more than enough to wipe out the leader, who foolhardy thrusted himself in a decided battle. It was strange. A wolf pack typically attacked in unison to increase their chances of success. If the alpha of the pack went down, the rest would retreat, so there was hope the whole ordeal would be over soon. Izuku rambled wordlessly as he observed with care. At the same time, Izuku couldn't help but be bothered by something. The smoke had cleared suspiciously fast, and Izuku saw why. There was another would-be attacker on standby, sucking in the black smoke out of the room by drawing a long breath through his mouth, swallowing useless abandoned materials that were near him. Izuku saw the objects weren't harming the brown-haired quirk user with mid-length hair and a orange beanie on his head. The man looked bored and was casually chewing empty food cans and spray cans along with some pieces of long, splintered wood. It was until the wolf shook its heavy body from the explosion Kakin dealt straight to its face that Izuku couldn't bear to keep a straight face of feigned composure. The leader did take some gruesome damage to its face, that much was clear. Izuku winced, but immediately and regrettably wished the alpha had gone down with severe burns because his injuries were recuperating in astonishingly fast rates. Is that all? Guess you really are a bitch, all bark, no bite. The alpha glared triumphantly. Nah, fuckface. I'm just getting started. You don't even know what you got yourself into. It's better this way, I get to destroy you until you die. Kakin extolled blissfully. The doc will pay me well for you, the leader advised himself with certainty as his wolfish long tongue darted out hungrily before showing its sharpened fangs again. As amazing as watching Kakin in action was, Izuku was not having the time of his life. At all. There were several eyes staring at him. That was not good. This wasn't good, not for him, not for Kakin. If the leader could regenerate himself back to top-notch shape, then the fight could go on forever. Maybe there was a limit, Izuku considered. Will Kakin be worn down? What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? The fight went on for several more minutes, and Izuku relaxed just a fraction when Kakin literally blasted the leader until he could no longer heal himself. The leader remained unconscious on the ground. His defeat caused his animal transformation to fade until he was a man again, except with tattered clothes and burns. The damage granted by Kakin's quirk to its fullest without consequences or any supervision made Izuku grimace in horror at the sight of the leader's missing arm. Smoke gushed around the blown-up arm. The smell of burned flesh made Izuku's stomach churn. A pool of blood loss increased by the second. Ain't that enough for you, insects? I'm not even tired. So who's next? Kakin had a crazed, dare Izuku think, villainous look on his face that was utterly unrestrained at the fact that his first ever victory had been against an actual grown man who had given it his all. Kakin was no stranger to street fights with teenagers older than himself, but an all-out fight was something else. He had used more power than Izuku has ever witnessed in years, and it was scary, sensational, and horribly explicit. Katsuki stomped his foot down, sending a bit of debris above his ankles and float unhurriedly a little over the same knee. Come on. Come at me. You pussies. Fucking. Death. You hear me? Izuku predicted this was going to be traumatic to see. Hello, nightmares, my old friends. But, seriously, to the death? Izuku thought that was going too far, but he could tell by the obvious, unsightly shape the leader was in that Kakin was not playing around. Izuku had self-perseverance enough not to even try to talk Kakin down with a number of self-explanatory reasons why he should not murder or provoke anyone to attack him so he could blast them to death, but Izuku was sure Kakin knew. He had to, right? Right? Kakin wasn't dumb by all means, so the blonde must know the right and wrongs involved in taking a life and endangering them both like this. Izuku was going to let Kakin handle things, safely, from a distance, in silence. It wasn't a good sign when some of the attackers straightened like pole flags, in interest or refusing to accept that one of their own was taken out and possibly killed. He wasn't sure, it could be both for all he knew. Others smirked with ill intentions, but it quickly became clear they weren't backing down and were going to retaliate. I'm sorry for cursing Mom, but it's crap biscuits. If they got out of this alive, in one piece, that was extremely essential to highlight. Kakin was going to make him take an oath to never speak a word of this day. He wasn't sure which fate was better, but he would worry about it later. Die by some stranger's hand or die tragically by someone he knows and whom he has shared some years of his childhood with. Oh, were his woes, which was the better option? Because he didn't think for one stupid second Kakin and him were going to be buddy-buddy for experiencing the same event like brothers in arms. So was his dilemma that he shouldn't have no business thinking about until after everything, this whole thing, was over. His mind needed to sigh. I love you. You raised me better, but I think this is kinda the right time. Shut the fuck up and focus on one thing at a time, or else his heart was going to friggin' burst in literal flames because Kakin was a literal savage animal on the fucking loose. Auntie wasn't here to tame her rabid trashcan of a child, and she absolutely has no idea. She was probably doing Pilates or aerobics for all they knew. Energifjagd jagd kasen hyashto jikfiliasawigd wige Jesus. Jesus take twwtel backjikt kjakskratad protect me. I am literally an innocent young querulous victim, spare me this one and only time please, I have dreams. Ajvadvaj gaffeed fast or help kaken see the lightbulbs plss fjagstigstiabgstiagdb. Edit. I want to apologize for any sort of confusion. I write the second I feel ready. I wanted to update consistently, but I didn't know how to tackle this upcoming chapter because it's outside my comfort zone. That doesn't mean I wasn't excited to share it. Writing is super tough. This chapter and the ones after are going to be about Izuku reliving a past memory to Dabs and Kai, who are, if you have forgotten at this point, because I realize I'm jumping around with ideas, but I promise I have major events mapped out, still sitting around the Midoriya's kitchen table. This delves into the Bumby relationship Izuku and Kaken have, including AFO villain-related things. This chapter was supposed to be longer. Izuku's memory wasn't planned to be split into chapters, but my focus and energy decided that it was for the best not to stress about doing everything at once, that it was okay to stop here and continue at another time when I'm hit with the missing details inspiration. Thank you for understanding, your patience, and your comments. I promise I'm not trying to purposefully confuse you or trying to be a bad writer. I'm trying my best to put forth on paper, AO3, my story, but I can only do so much with the limited experience I have with writing. Izuku watched, ready to pass out to avoid confronting the conclusion of the fight. He didn't want Kaken to get beaten. He couldn't even imagine Kaken losing a fight. It was an impossible and ridiculous thought. There were many times Izuku wished Kaken had a taste of his own medicine, but he never wished him any real malice. His wide green eyes and his pale face looked on without blinking once. He still had the sense to not lower his ground. His eyes shifted between Kaken taking 2 to 3 opponents at a time and switching to look at the other opponents, carefully watching him frozen in the spot. Did the police not patrol this area at all? Was there really not a single person with an ounce of curiosity wandering through the neighborhood, hearing the loud ruckus of the ensuing fights? Izuku tensed when a man walked calmly his way. Kaken was still roaring and blasting the attackers with everything he had. Izuku backed away. There was no way out. There was no way he could win a physical fight against a thug that looked like he'd been in one too many fights and maybe serve time. Izuku yelped when he felt the ground underneath him tremble, and the last thing he yelled was, "Kaken," before he was swallowed whole inside the earth and was met by absolute darkness. The previous chapter was a mess. It was confusing AF and super bad when I read it. Cringe. I rewrote and deleted many things that made no sense. I'll post another chapter soon. Katsuki's chest heaved. He was having a hell of a good time. These losers had interesting quirks to make up for the precious time he could be spending at home eating a hot meal. He would be fine as long as he produced sweat. These wannabe gangsters attacked him relentlessly, which was fine with Katsuki because it improved his maneuvering and speed. What pissed him off was the looks they were giving him, like a prize they had to get their hands on. Luckily for Katsuki, he would be breaking an easy sweat to keep this up forever if he wanted to. This was easier than eating a piece of cake. The fight was practically decided from the start. He'd win like always. He was having the time of his life. He wasn't afraid and danger didn't seem real, but Deku was around. Having the nerd there would complicate things. It took the fun out of the fight if he had to worry about these asshats taking Deku. It's not like they would get a penny from the idiot anyway. They should focus on him, only him. He was the real deal around here. Damn it. Had that little twerp stayed home like he was supposed to, he would be completely carefree to blow these bastards to nothingness. He supposed that the least he could do was invite the little shit over for some homemade katsudon, spicy edition, as a thanks. If it weren't for the jittery little nerd, he wouldn't be getting some real-life practice for his future career as a pro hero. His opponent's attacks were brutal. It was perfect. He could show them what pain really felt like. Katsuki laughed, feeling pleased with himself. So these fuckers respected him? Of course they did. If they didn't, they would be holding back and not giving their 100%. He kept up, his physique was in top shape and he was sharp to every attack they threw at him. Katsuki never felt this alive. It felt like years of his shitty mood were finally being extinguished with this violent brawl. Shit. Katsuki grinned. He wouldn't have this persistent itch to blow off some steam every day if PE class actually allowed them to use their quirks every once in a while. Everything was going smoothly. Katsuki moved just enough to keep these ugly-ass dunces at bay while he kept his back facing Deku. Of fucking course I'm the one protecting Deku like always. This shit will finally come to realize how stupid his dream is and that his shitty otaku hobby is nothing but an obsession that will amount to nothing. Deku had mentioned in one of his annoying rambles at Aldera that UA probably conducted real-life simulations for the first years, with pro heroes playing as actors with believable scripts that mimicked criminal behavior or civilian hostages. He couldn't be sure whether the nerd was making it up or not, or where the hell he was getting those ideas, but he could see how it benefited him to have some early-on experience. It put him ahead from everyone else that didn't have subpar quirks and had ambitions like him. Either way, this was something to pad his reputation. Someday in the future he would give an interview as a hero, write an autobiography or some shit to boost himself up the ranks. This fight was just another measly pebble in his way until he reached the top and became the richest #1 hero in Japan. It must have been a split second of him looking away for too long because when he heard the panicked nickname being cut off abruptly from behind him, he froze. What the hell? Katsuki jumped back to put some decent distance between him and the attackers. He turned and saw that Deku wasn't there anymore. What the fuck? There was a stunned-looking man near where Deku should have been. He was confused too, and Katsuki was sure he didn't know what the hell happened either. Oi! What did you do with Deku? Where is he? Katsuki turned back to his attackers whose stamina had kept things entertaining. They weren't half bad to fight against, but they weren't great like All Might. He could see them wavering a bit, like they weren't sure if Katsuki was worth capturing. He probably ran and left you behind. That's quite some friend you got there. Yeah. Deku wouldn't make a break for it without me to clear a way for him. He's too much of a coward to do anything. He just stood there shaking in his shoes like the quirkless insect that he is. The fighting went on. 2 went down, 3, until only 1 was left. Katsuki sprung to deliver a blow enough to keep the final attacker knocked down for the rest of the day. But the air went completely cold, the sweat from his palms dried up, forcing him to close a fist and miss punching his attacker, who decided to take the opportunity to suck in some air and launch a deep breath of snow that sent Katsuki flying and covered the ground in a white, cold layer. The thug wore a smug expression on his face. I win. You're mine. Fuck you. The bastard really thought that highly of himself, huh? Fucking pissing me off. His quirk sucked ass. Katsuki didn't need a quirk. He had his fists and kicks to make this lame asshole wish he'd never been born. It soon became apparent that he was wrong. It was a more difficult challenge than he initially believed. The thug was bigger than him and succeeded punching him twice in the face and kicking his abdomen hard enough to take his breath away. He couldn't give up now, not when Deku disappeared to God knows where. He wouldn't let this son of a bitch have this win. His pride would never allow it. The avalanche piece of shit kept attacking him and pushing him back. Katsuki shielded himself with his arms and kept his fists closed, hoping to create a bit of warmth, a drop of sweat to make this fucker pay. Another wave of snow hit his face, causing Katsuki to curse at the freezing temperature. His legs lost balance in the heaps of snow, making him fall in a cold white cushion. Things got even worse when the thug threw his weight on him. Immediately, Katsuki resorted to bark a long string of curses and used a dry hand to push his attacker's face away from him. The attacker chuckled and easily broke free, reaching to close a hand around Katsuki's neck. Damn it. I'm not dying this way, hell no. Fuck no. Katsuki trashed his panic body. He kicked, spat and bit. It was lame, but this wasn't about having a cool win anymore. He could really die. His frustration leaked a single tear from his left eye. Katsuki's vision began to lose focus and his movements became less erratic. Not like this. Not like this. If he gave up now, his old hag and old man and auntie would be crushed. Would they find out where they went? Would their bodies be discovered? Was Deku okay? Was he alive? Where did he go? Shit. 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 He wanted to be greater than All Might, to defeat every villain that dared to confront him. I'm sorry. His dreams, Everything he wanted to accomplish was going to end just like that. He hasn't even graduated yet from Aldra. Sorry, nerd. Izuku had no idea what it was that grabbed him. There was something like a hand covering his mouth and pulling his body down. He screamed and wildly wiggled to get away. Explosions above him suddenly increased in volume and numbers, causing Izuku to yelp. His overactive imagination feared that the ground was going to fall on his face and bury him alive. This was Kaken going berserk. Izuku panted and sweat rolled down his face as he fought off whatever kept him away from the surface with a frenzy exasperation. If anything happened to him, he knew the blonde would never forgive himself. He needed to do his best to get away and get home safely. The image of his mother's worried face appeared in his mind. Her habit of twiddling her hands in worry helped bolster his determination. Izuku managed to free an elbow, and without thinking he threw it back with full force and felt it impact against something. His body sprung upwards like a rubber band flinging a paper ball. The screech he wanted to let out remained inside him, but the darkness lifted and his eyes adjusted. His teeth clattered. It was too cold. His fingers and behind were freezing and growing numb. Izuku wasted no time. He figured it was the makings of a quirk and jumped quickly to his feet to look around. He was back at the warehouse again, but couldn't spot a wild mane of spiky, blonde hair and violent ruby eyes. Izuku swallowed. And the explosions? Where's Kaken? His hair stuck to his damp face. The coolness steadied him. His eyes looked everywhere and saw a large figure with a hand tightening around Kaken's neck. The attackers was too preoccupied with the body stilling underneath him to notice anything else. This was good because the attacker left his guard down. Bad because Kaken's heels were not digging into the snow anymore. Izuku grabbed a broken, black metal pipe. A whimper almost escaped him. He winced at the hot sensation hurting his hands. The pipe had a bit of smoke escaping it. The contrast in temperatures shook him. Izuku looked up at his attacker, trembling. He knew what he had to do. As silently as he could, he marched at full speed, making sure to keep his steps as quiet as possible. He jumped and avoided unconscious bodies and broken things. He squeezed his weapon, not knowing if it would make a difference against someone who brought down the strongest person he knew, lifted it up and aimed it at the villain's head. There was a ringing coming from the vibrating metal pipe. Subsequently, the sound of flesh being indented and the sound of a splitting skull echoed inside his ears. It would forever be a sound ingrained in his memories. Izuku fought with himself to keep his own weight upright, but his knees buckled, and his shoulders felt heavy. His world came crashing down on his heart. His mind worked to protect him, to stabilize his psychological and emotional well-being in vain. Heavy, labored breaths rushed out of him. A panic attack so painful that Izuku thought his heart would stop. Working all together. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the unmoving body on the ground. It was a criminal, even so, it was a life that he took away. His chest felt hollow, his pale hands remained clutching the heated pipe. He had to do it, otherwise Kaken would be dead. He didn't want to do it. He wouldn't have, but he had no choice. A whine escaped him when he lifted the murder weapon and saw spraying blood cover the item in his hands and fall darkly from the body, who swayed slightly before dropping beside the coughing blonde into the snow with a soft thud. The white blanket surrounding them slowly began to dissolve into water. Izuku finally had to turn away when the ground under the man's head turned blotchy because of the melted snow. The freezing water drowned his shoes, making him lose feeling in his feet and perhaps the reality of what he committed in the name of self-defense. He didn't know if he was breathing anymore, all his senses were out of it. A flood of tears stained his face, droplets falling from his chin and meshing into the clear pool of water. Izuku knew deep down he did the right thing, but it was so awful. His body trembled uncontrollably like a leaf. He wanted his mom. He needed to be held. Izuku heaved, his small body bent forward in an attempt to console himself. Sorry. Katsuki rasped, swallowing harshly to work some saliva down his abused windpipe. He coughed several times and breathed through his nose to allow his throat to recover. He used his hand to massage his neck. The feel of his hand wasn't even warm, even though he caused a lot of explosions. Katsuki sat up, ignoring his sodden pants, scooped some unmelted snow. He chewed it until it turned to water that soothed the dryness in his mouth. With his elbow, he brushed his eyes, taking his time to wipe away the tears. Fucking Batard. His legs were unsteady, but he forced himself to stay balanced as he approached and stopped as close as he ever has since he started to treat Deku like shit. The little shrimp saved his life, took a life to save his. Deku was the last person he ever expected to kill. Deku, quit it, nerd. It was us or them. We did what we had to. The blonde, not knowing where to train his eyes, stared at the pinkish water approximating their shoes. Deku always looked like a kid, right now he looked ugly and sounded ugly. But Katsuki's usual heat and threats was absent from his voice. For once in his life, the violent sea stirring up inside him calmed into a tired lull. Deku didn't even hesitate to save him, even when his vision blurred as the life was being strangled out of him. He was sure there was a strong resolve behind those green eyes that weren't going to hold back. Katsuki clenched his fist, trying to generate warmth, attempting to quell his shaking form his freezing clothes were bringing him. He didn't like this Deku, the boy with the many freckles and naive eyes sounding so broken, so defeated. Why wasn't he affected like the wreck that was now Deku? Was he the real monster? For enjoying using his quirk to the max? Tisk. He shut his eyes shut, turning his head away as his eyes watered behind his eyelids. He didn't regret putting those wannabes in their place, but he did start to wish he hadn't drifted away from Deku. Aren't you supposed to be All Might Jr.? The sobs continued, hideous and choked, raking in harsh waves from Deku's small body. Deku, it's not a big deal. They were nobodies, don't waste your time with this shit. He raised a hand and closed it, unsure how to calm the greenette down. This wasn't his specialty. Katsuki didn't know how to deal with this. He couldn't take his red eyes from the tears pouring freely down Deku's face. The suffering that existed behind that small face was out in the open. Katsuki glanced at his own hand, frozen in midair, and moved it on top of those dark curls. There, sphined Deku. He awkwardly moved his open palm, feeling the softness of Deku's hair. He always knew the nerd, like himself, had a lot of hair, too much to manage actually. Katsuki almost jumped when Deku turned to him and leaned forward. Without giving it much thought, he closed the gap between them and brushed Deku's hair. His hand traveled on his fluffy hair to rest behind the nape of his neck, pulling Deku's face deep into his uniform shirt. Didn't mean to kill him, Kakin. I'm sorry. Like a broken record, Deku clutched his shirt and buried his face in his chest, trying to escape, desperately seeking comfort. Katsuki figured he could make an exception, just this once, to hold Deku. We should get out if he dash. Katsuki didn't have a chance to say any more or even express his surprise as he and Deku were taken into the underground darkness together. Katsuki could feel the accelerated breaths coming from the boy he was clutching in his arms. Kakin, yelped Deku. He couldn't see shit, only that it smelled like shit. His own breathing came out rushed from his parted mouth. What the hell is going on? Right here, Deku. Katsuki didn't know why he even bothered stating the obvious, but the nerd was gasping like he was having an asthma attack or something. Was Deku still scared of the dark? Calm down, Deku, he murmured, careful not to raise his voice. He wasn't sure if it was safe to go off on a screaming rant when he could feel the bruising start forming on his neck. He also wasn't sure if yelling would disguise the fear creeping up inside him. His eyes weren't adjusting to the darkness, his hands were warming up too slowly. Kakin, I want to go home. I can't anymore. Deku's teeth were shaking against each other, his short fingernails were digging inside Katsuki's covered ribs. For moments, what felt like a dark eternity, the only things alive in their ears were their mingled breaths. They were still, not knowing how to summon the strength to find out what lay in the darkness. It felt like a horror show, especially when his quirk was slow and useless. His explosions were supposed to be endless and reliable. His own quirk, out of all things, had failed him. He didn't like this at all, feeling weak and out in the open in who knows whose territory. Katsuki glared into nothingness and gripped Deku's uniform, forcing the heat out of his hands. He hastily rubbed Deku's back, determined to speed up the process and destroy whatever dared to take them away from the surface. He and Deku were going home, even if he had to take his turn in taking a life. He wondered if the criminals above them were dead. Katsuki gave it his all. Enough to cause serious injury and incapacitate them. He made sure to take a few limbs, burn the hell out of them, but murder them, not so quite. As far as the law went, civilians who used their quirks, no matter the circumstance, faced some backlash to their record even if it was to protect oneself. Apparently, self-defense was a shitty argument to take up in court because it was easy to lose control enough to murder. The Quirk Society feared it would be overused for the wrong reasons. It was complicated, but if he and Deku managed to get home on time, if they left the scene and acted like they had nothing to do with the altercation, they'd be safe. Katsuki figured the water would take care of any fingerprint evidence and scents left behind. The explosions, however, those could bring the police or some noisy civilian to the scene. They were lucky the abandoned town was more or less far from inhabited neighborhoods. Maybe no one heard a thing. It was still a risk. They needed to leave, put as many days as they could between them and the scene until the thugs were discovered. If they were questioned, would they speak? Katsuki had a feeling they weren't the type. Those losers were involved in nefarious activities. It would put them at risk to be locked up for long periods of time. Kaken, I don't want to be here anymore. Give me a second, nerd, can't fucking see. Katsuki's hand gave a few sparks. He held his arm further out, not needing his fire to know they were down in the sewers, but needing to gain their sense of sight to rid themselves of their fear of being vulnerable in the dark. When he finally was able to let out a series of harmless explosions, he was able to see a long tunnel and a stream of sewer waste before the noise of shock died in his mouth. He yanked Deku, who was still closed off from the world behind him, and flinched at the grotesque, formless thing in front of him. Katsuki heard Deku's shrieked in horror, What is that thing? Whatever it was, its brain was exposed, its eyeballs were unfocused and yet trained on them, its mouth took form of a large beak with sharp rows of teeth that could rip a good chunk of human flesh from their bodies, possibly crush their skulls. Katsuki gritted his teeth and attacked, staying on the defensive. His gut warned him not to rush in this time. This opponent wasn't like those he fought above ground. He sensed that if he underestimated it without checking out its quirk more thoroughly, they would die here in this shithole. Whatever it wasn't human. But that thing moved faster than his eyes. 1 second it was there, and the next, his head throbbed as it impacted the ground. There was a ringing in his head. The blurriness in his head shifted in and out of focus. Move, damn it. Even his voice didn't sound like it belonged to him. Then Deku's body fell beside him, and his consciousness lost the battle to stay awake. Deku! He knew he wasn't out of it for long. He fought to stay awake. His fear for his and Deku's well-being kept him from going under. Katsuki wasn't sure. Maybe he was thick-headed, hell if he knew. The thing that hit him on the side of his head picked him up like nothing and then put Deku over his shoulder. Katsuki saw things in snippets. He saw his own hand fail to form an ear-deafening explosion, the image of his useless fingers twitching pathetically. Deku's exhausted face looked so young beside him, the soft sound of steady crap water, the tunnel that never seemed to end. The chillness in the air felt like a splash of water for Izuku, who came to the realization that they have stumbled on something sinister. His back rested against a rustic wall. His shoes were damped, making his teeth clatter. The events of the day, of merely a few hours, crashed into his head. Izuku willed himself to stay silent and see his new surroundings with half-lidded eyes just in case he was being watched. A terrible thought overcame him. Without thinking, he planted his hands on the floor and began to raise himself with trembling legs. Kampf! A log or perhaps a baseball bat locked the words inside his throat. Izuku was about to kick and scratch in hysteria to get away from the force that had knocked him in place. His stomach sounded like a hollow space, or maybe it was the room they were brought to instead. A weak but constrained voice answered, "Shut it, nerd, just me." Relief washed over Izuku's worst fear of being separated from the person who came with him to investigate on a whim. Izuku wasn't alone. And that gave him a peace of mind. When he turned to take a look at the blonde next to him, his eyes winced. Kaken appeared worn and beaten, a sight Izuku never fathomed to see. Kaken was the second most powerful person Izuku has ever known since he was small. Katsuki was bruised, with ripped knuckles and blood that was yet to dry. There was also a present fatigue under his red eyes. Izuku has never seen him so physically drained. Izuku sniffed, his eyes glossed like they normally did when he saw injured people. Was there no hope to see daylight? Whatever attacked them, kidnapped them, was at a level Kaken couldn't defeat. And the explosive boy was their only way out of this looming danger. This concerned their lives. It was serious, terrifying news. Kaken read him so easily like the sky and its telling weather. I just need a little rest, shitty nerd, something like this ain't enough to take me down. Kaken said so out of short breaths. He looked ready to pass out into a long-needed sleep. Izuku weakly nodded, still afraid, but not wanting to insult Kaken by looking concerned about his well-being. The freckled teen knew from an early age that Kaken didn't respect people who belittled him, even though that was never Izuku's intention. Since the moment his eyes opened, there was a weak yellow light that allowed them to see themselves. Now that Izuku knew Kaken was within his reach, he took the liberty to find out what the soft mint blue light was coming from. His peripheral vision had only picked it up from the corner of his right eye. The glow was mostly illuminated on the floor. As he leaned toward it to get a better look, he thought his vision was blurred because of the tears he shed, or his eyes were not yet accustomed to the heavy darkness surrounding them like a blanket. He squinted his eyes and immediately felt his breathing stop and return in short, harsh pants. His left ear caught a questioning but gruff, "Huh?" from the boy sitting next to him in ruined clothes. It was a thing out of scary books and horror movies. "Deku?" Katsuki asked again with a slight hint of annoyance and impatience. However, there was an unmasked degree of panic in the blonde's voice. "People in water tanks." Izuku repeated several times. Each time he did, his voice quivered at the realization that they stumbled into something inhumane. A place where human experimentation took place. Kaken, in his soreness, scooted closer to Izuku, sat more uprightly and bent his chest to get a better view. Human beings, unconscious ones with a variety of floating tubes connected to their mouths, chest, arms, and backs, recorded body temperature and breathing. What made Izuku frown was the bold percentage that had no indicator what it was meant for, but appeared to be increasing ever so slowly in a small screen of each body-size tank. None of which read a completion status of a 100%. Both boys stared in shock. The pumping of machines and the bubbles breaking in the surface of the water were the only sounds. After a moment of icy dread, Katsuki interrupted. "Fuck." At that, Izuku turned alarmed in Katsuki's direction, his tears and body not able to contain the sickness of it all. That could very well be their fates. You can't be a crybaby now." Izuku trapped a choking sob with both hands, took a trembling breath, and said, "No one knows we're here, Kaken. Who's going to save us?" "All Might." Izuku shut his eyes, his wet eyelashes brushing against freckled cheekbones. "Do you have your phone, nerd?" "No." Green curls obstructed Izuku's face as he brought his knees towards his chest to hug them. Katsuki didn't say anything. Izuku usually busied himself in class by reading the news and mumbling about heroes or getting ahead of homework. "I don't either. The damn thing could have come in handy about now, huh?" Old hag was right for once, should have kept it for emergencies. Katsuki's curled his fist, he felt fresh blood oozing from his broken cuts. The stinging kept him focused, the wheels of his mind sought to get them out of this mess. "I'm sorry. This is my fault." Izuku's whisper cracked. "Your dream is ruined because of me." "I'm sorry, Kaken." More blood trickled into the curve of his closed fist. He wanted to punch Deku. "Tiesuke. Now's not the time for weakness, idiot." Katsuki tiredly examined the way Izuku was beginning to close himself off. "Weakling." Katsuki's nostrils flared, "always blaming yourself like a quirkless nobody. If anyone is going to stand a chance of getting the hell out, it's me." Izuku buried his head deeper into the crevice of his knees. "It's your lucky day that I'm here. Just watch me, I'm going to save you and put these pathetic freaks in their place." Katsuki's voice was enough to let Izuku know he was wearing that smile that promised pain and an explosive rage show. Izuku lifted his head to meet hellish eyes. "We don't know its weakness, Kaken." But as the sentence left his mouth, his lips were already forming muted theories. His head was gathering bits of information he had collected by his brief experience with the monster. Katsuki subtly rolled his eyes. but relaxed when Deku wasn't mumbling in a high-pitched voice like he was known to do in school. He waited, and when he saw Izuku come to a stop he finally asked, curious to know what the nerd had come up with. "Hurry up. Tell me, nerd. That thing has multiple quirks. He can go through walls, he has control of what form to take. It's like a shadow, I was blinded, it felt like its body was covering the walls like paint, but at the same time it felt like we were inside a bag. It's got strength and speed that's almost too fast for the human eye. I'm not sure if it has intelligence like ours because it mostly relied on brute strength and it never made an attempt to speak. It's like an animal or a robot. I don't think we stand a chance against something enhanced like that. It was too soon to find a weakness, that is if it even has any for you to exploit." "So you're saying it's on All Might's level?" Katsuki's face went unreadable as he bended his legs into a squat. His pose was awfully relaxed, his bleeding hands rested outside his knees. "Even better. Might as well get real practice here. I am going to surpass All Might and become #1. Izuku winced, "But, Kaken, we need a plan." "Your safe bet out of here is me, dumb Deku. I'll make an explosion so loud All Might is going to come and find that I've finished the job for him. I'm going to go all out. The news will call this place Muzutafu Ground Zero." Katsuki cackled savagely as he closed his hands and cracked his knuckles. "Why would we get in trouble when we are the victims? And we made a discovery that our clueless, lazy government doesn't know of? These are extingent circumstances. Deku, anyone with eyes and a brain will side with us." Izuku gulped nervously. "I'm scared. What if things don't dash?" Katsuki snickered as he stood on firm legs. "See, that's the difference between heroes and nobodies like you. The powerless cower in their weakness while the strong call the shots. This world is mine. You're just living in it." Izuku's face flickered momentarily with hurt before he nodded in agreement. That was how the world functioned. Izuku has known this all too well to be an irrefutable fact. Kaken was born with an innate power and intelligence that was cultivated by society to later obtain the very best the country had to offer. But it was still eerie how harsh the truth always sounded coming from him. It concerned Izuku and it bothered him how no adult called Kaken out on it. He would if it had made a difference in his thick-headed friend. "What if I get killed, Kaken? Will you tell my mom, I'm sorry, for me?" Izuku said in a quiet voice. He was somber when he should be having hope. He wanted to tell Kaken that unlike him he knew the ugly side of Japan when it came to society casting out the weak and the unwanted, that unlike the popularity that fell on his lap for having a strong, flashy quirk, Izuku had to prioritize thinking and planning ahead for his survival. Which was, brutally, every day, at every moment. They were on different leagues, but Izuku could at the very least say he had compassion and enough maturity to understand other people's misfortunes when Kaken never attempted to make an effort. Izuku expected a cruel remark typically made from Kaken, but a burning grip around his arm pulled him forcefully on his feet. "You saying I can't protect you?" "Just in case, Kaken." Katsuki let go of the arm he was holding as if he was burned and not the one doing the burning. To which Izuku held the handprint on his skin to soothe the ache that was going to bother him until he rubbed ointment on it. "I ain't weak. I'll make you eat your words, Deku." Katsuki gave a serious side glance, but there was something pensive in his demeanor. He didn't bother putting up a crazy front anymore. "So, Kaken, what is the plan?" "I'll be the diversion. You run like your life depends on it. If things go bad, I'll make an exit wherever the fight takes me." Katsuki pointed a finger to the ceiling at the exit part. "Right, if this monster is not strong as we make him out to be, then he'll run away so as to avoid capture and questioning. If it is at another level, it would benefit us to make a scene so the pro-heroes come and investigate." Katsuki gave a low growl, already displeased at the thought of losing and needing help. The anger he felt helped him produce a hefty amount of nitroglycerin. "Perfect. Kaken, be careful." "Shut up. K."